Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Monroe Town Board meeting of Monday, September 12th. We are going to be conducting the public hearings for Moses Gluck and 6 Mountain Road, Diana Ortiz Valdez public hearing, as well as the Street Avon and Ann Faith Fatin Uday Yakumar public hearing. The Moses Gluck is scheduled for 7 o'clock. We're running a little bit late. That being said, you all, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Monroe Town Board meeting. This is the first leg of 3 for a public hearing. These are conditioned under the moratorium as hardships, request for hardship variances. The first one we have today, this evening, is the Moses Gluck and 6 Mountain Road Unit 204 Associates LLC public hearing. Mary Ellen, could you please cite the public hearing for the benefit of the public?
Notice is hereby given that the public hearing will be held by the Town Board of the Town of Monroe, Orange County, New York, on September 12th at 7 p.m. at the Town of Monroe Arts and Civic Center, 34 Mill Pond Parkway, Monroe, New York, 10950. Upon the filing of a verified petition dated August 17, 2016, by 6 Mountain Road, Unit 204, Associates, LLC, and Moses Gluck, pursuant to Local Law Number 1 of 2016, moratorium, the Town Board of the Town of Monroe will hold a public hearing to consider the verified petition of 6 Mountain Road, Unit 204, Associates, LLC, and Moses Gluck, requesting a hardship variance for relief from provisions of the Local Law Number 1 of 2016. A copy of the verified petition and supporting documentation is available for review at the town clerk's office located at 1465 Orange Turnpike, Monroe, New York, 10950, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. By order of the Town of Monroe, Mary Ellen Beams, Town Clerk.
I believe that the attorneys for the applicant, Moses Gluck, is here. This is on behalf of representing Bluestein, Shapiro, Rich, and Barone. Good evening, sir.
I make a motion, we open the public hearing for the aforementioned hardship variance request.
I'll second
Moses
it.
Gluck and 6 Mountain Road, Unit 204 Associates LLC.
I'll second.
Call the question.
Aye.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, Madam Clerk, Council. My name is William Frank from Bluestein, Shapiro, Rich, and Barone, and I represent the petitioners on this hardship petition, which I believe is before you. I have some additional materials which I can provide when I'm done speaking, if that's permissible with the board. Just some very brief comments regarding the petition that you have before you. This property is located at 107 Seven Springs Mountain Road in the town. We understand that the moratorium is certainly in place. This is not a large-scale development. This is a property that is suitable to build one primary residence and one accessory structure. The moratorium went into place while the petitioners were before the Orange County Planning Department of Public Works seeking their permission for this property because it does sit on a county road. One of the documents that I have to hand out following my discussion with you is a letter from November 13th, 2015, approximately 1.5 months after my clients took title to the property, as they had been working diligently to get approval from the county. And some letters went back and forth, and work was done with the county and with the applicant's engineers to satisfy conditions and concerns that the County Department of Public Works had. Those were all satisfied. The county signed off on the project, unfortunately, a couple of weeks after the initial moratorium was enacted back in April. So I would like to hand that up shortly. The accessory structure and the building that's sought to be constructed are going to principally house the petitioner, both petitioners. There's the main house, and then there's the accessory structure. Mr. Gluck, who's here this evening, intends to move his family into the accessory structure, and the owner of the company that owns 75% of the property intends to utilize the main house for his family. This is not to be rented out or things of that nature. In addition, should the petitioners not be permitted to move forward and ultimately construct the main residence and the accessory building, they're going to be forced to sell this property, and that's where the economic hardship will come into play, as they will not realize the amounts that were paid for the property. What I'd like to do, I have some comparables that were prepared. I have a package for each board member and for council and the clerk of a couple of materials, if I may hand those up at this time, Mr. Supervisor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. What I'm going to be handing up is an analysis of some comparables of valuations with an accessory structure and without. And the second item is the letter from the county back in November that I was discussing. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
We got two attachments.
Good, thank you. How are you? Good, thank you. Thank you very much. You can just leave it all for our council again, we'll be here a little late. Thank you.
Well, if the stenographer is ready, I just wanted to put on the record the two documents. Okay. The two documents presented, one is from FBM Consulting, and that's dated September 12th, 2016. And the second document is from the Orange County Department of Public Works, dated November 13th, 2015. And that's addressed to Upscale for Homes Corporation. And it's a two-page document.
Those are really the, essentially all of the remarks that I had and the documents I wanted to hand up in support of the petition. And once again, I understand the intent of the moratorium, but in this particular situation, especially considering the other properties in the surrounding area, all of which received permission to construct accessory buildings, and allowing these petitioners to move forward would not alter the character of the area. I would end my comments with that, and if the board has any questions, otherwise we will await your decision.
Well, we're here all
Or
day.
obviously, of course, if there's any public comment.
Right, we're here for public comment as well. George, am I on? George? George?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Board, if there's...
Don't cover your microphone stand, you hit the cough button.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, and then I think we can take public comment.
Mr. Supervisor, I will just add that Mr. Gluck is here, and if I can't answer the question, I'll ask him for his input, if that's okay.
This is an unusual petition in that this is the first time that we have the petitioner being somebody who's going to occupy the accessory apartment. The owner of the main building itself is an LLC, and yet that owner of that LLC owns 75% of that building. Is it reasonable to ask who the other 25% is owned by?
Well, Mr. Gluck owns 25%.
So he owns 25% of the main building as well as the accessory apartment in its entirety?
No.
Or am I misunderstanding it? Hello, Mr. Gluck.
I own 25%.
Can you talk into the
Mr.
mic?
Gluck,
The
Could you
LLC,
just state your name and address for the record first, Mr. Gluck?
My name is Moses Gluck.
And your address.
My address is 6 Lizanne Boulevard, Unit 103, Monroe, New York.
Thank you.
Talk into the microphone, please.
Swallow it. Okay, Mr. Gluck owns, the property is owned 75% by the limited liability company, and he individually owns 25% of the real, 25% interest in the real property.
Property, meaning property and buildings.
There are no buildings yet.
No, I mean conceivably.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you have 25% of the property and 25% of the LLC?
No,
Just the property? No interest in the LLC? You have to state that.
there's Moses Clark, 25%, and there's an LLC, which is 75%.
Two distinct,
I have-
two distinct.
What I'm asking is, do you have interest in the LLC?
No,
Okay, thank you.
So the main applicant for the hardship is the LLC, even though the applicant before us is the minority member of the property who's seeking the application for the accessory of which he will be occupying with his family, and then the LLC, which will be, I guess, the main beneficiary of the house itself.
They're both the petitioners here. The LLC, the owner of the LLC, his intention is also to have his family living in the main house. It's just owned by his LLC.
LLC.
And bear with me,
Yeah.
when you say
An accessory
he
apartment.
and LLC, who is he in terms of an identifiable name?
Okay.
Because since we opened that line of questioning and you're saying that he is the LLC,
Yes.
then it would be fair for us to be able to ask that question. Since the LLC member disclosure law, I don't believe is in effect yet, I think it would be reasonable for us to ask the question, since you brought it up, that he is the LLC, and who would that he be?
the name of the LLC, who is this?
Who owns the LLC?
Mr. Paul Weiss.
Thank you.
Now, it's my understanding that this is going to be a single-family residence for the main building and a single-family residence for the accessory, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think, board members, that what I would like to have put on there is the fact that this is a private dwelling for two family members owned by an LLC, that it cannot be turned into a condominium or a multifamily dwelling later on.
You can't build an LLC.
It's going to be for single family, correct?
The answer is yes.
Okay. I just want to make that clear to the board members as well as to the public. If that's,
Well, what we're here for tonight is certainly relief from the hardship,
okay.
and, I'm sorry, relief from the moratorium based on the hardship, and I'm sure those issues will be covered by,
I just want to make sure that that's covered because I want to make sure that to the board and to the public that there's not going to be any surprising,
I don't get this kind
you know, October, November, December, or 2 years down the road. I mean, once you build the building is built.
correct.
20 years from now, who knows, somebody can take that and chop it up and make it an apartment building. Or 2 or 3 families. I'm just saying, that happens a lot.
Yeah,
So that's why I just wanted to put that in.
understood.
Thank you. Gentlemen?
But having said that, and I'm just jumping on what you said to clarify it for myself and for the attorney. Is there anything legally binding that the town would do, as Councilman Collins said, that it starts as 2 single-family dwellings? Is that legally what is going to be, if it's decided in the positive, is that something that can be drawn into the agreement,
Into the deed?
or the deed, or whatever?
And you're asking if we could put a restriction on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if part of this process, I mean, right now, you're only determining whether or not to grant a hardship based on the application. I don't think, they'd be limited by whatever the law is as far as, we can ask for representation, and we can certainly make it a condition. I don't know if we could put a restriction on the deed if it's not permissible as it is.
I'm sorry, Council, it's not permissible.
In other words, if you're asking if you could put something on their deed as a restriction on the use of the property? As part
That's
of
kind
this
of, yeah,
process?
that's the way I think it was going, that's all.
And the only reason I said that was because it is owned by an LLC, not by an individual.
Yeah, I don't know that we'd be able to, as part of this process, have a deed restriction imposed.
You don't need it.
But we can make that part of our decision, and it can be enforced later on by zoning or planning.
Yeah, I think there would be a long way to go. You know, this would only be whether or not this application could even proceed. There may be other things, there's probably questions I see with respect to the accessory apartment itself. This is, you know, I don't know what the history has been in the town, but the accessory apartment law appears to read that it's something that's existing, and then someone's applying for an accessory structure, where this seems to be an application where we're looking for the accessory structure before we even have a house. There's a 6-month residency requirement. There may be other matters that, you know, may be problems for the application outside of hardship. But I don't think we need to decide the accessory apartment issue.
And Mr. Fleck, just for the record, I don't believe I've ever met you before. I think at the senior center was the first time I've ever met you. And I think if there's anyone on the board that knows you, we're trying to be as open, as transparent as we can regarding these applications to make sure that the public is aware, we're aware, you're aware, you know, of exactly who's involved in some of the applications. I do have a concern though, and that is regarding in the accessory apartment law itself, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's limited to singles and couples, and therefore a family would be excluded from the accessory apartment law application. The other component of this is that I believe it's limited to 2 bedrooms. There is no limit in terms of the size. It's perhaps one of the major shortcomings of the accessory apartment law as it is. But that being said, there's also, I believe, a component which does not allow the LLC to be the, I'll use the term, the owner, the landlord, or any of those kind of titles which the subordinate, meaning you as the lessee, would be allowed to rent from. I believe the accessory apartment law specifically states it's going to be an owner, and the owner is not as an LLC, but as an individual. So I see a couple of issues, whether or not they are substantive or not. They're not meant to obviously give you, to create a hardship on you, but they're meant simply to try to educate the public that there may be issues inherent in this application, which might be a problem because of the low way that the accessory apartment law exists at this time. I realize that you spent $550,000 for the 2 entities, you and the LLC, Mr. Weiss, have spent over $500,000 for a piece of vacant land. However, we just want to make sure that as we're moving forward with this and trying to grasp it and digest it, we understand that if there's issues of compliance relative to the existing law, that we're doing everything in our power to be able to make sure we hold it up to the scrutiny that it deserves, but at the same time being able to make sure that your rights as property owner are protected.
We appreciate those comments, Mr. Supervisor. I'm just looking at section 5721 of the town code entitled One Family Residential Structures and Accessory Apartments. Subsection B says, as you point out, the owner of the one-family detached residence in which the accessory apartment is to be located shall occupy at least one of the units on the premises. We understand that.
And,
It's understood.
right, and an LLC is not a person. An LLC would be a type of a legal entity.
Understood.
And therefore, again, these are just, perhaps there's shortcomings in the law, maybe that law should be repealed, it should be changed, whatever it is. We're not here for that at this moment, for that purpose.
Understood.
We're here just to be able to provide you the opportunity to be able to plead your case.
Understood, thank you.
So in a sense, what's gonna have to happen is that either they're gonna have to have it owned by a single entity, a single person, not by an entity, is what you're saying.
That's right.
Well, I think the board here in reviewing the hardship will not be granting any approval, even if there is a hardship granted for the accessory apartment, because all you can
Get it automatic.
decide is whether or not there's a hardship that would allow the application for a single-family residence. I would not even ask the board, and I expressly exclude any consideration of the accessory apartment as part of the hardship application, because it is not something that, A, this board would decide in the first place, and B, it's not necessary to decide to determine whether or not there's a hardship in this application.
That would be, yeah.
So that means,
We're basically just gonna say yes or no, whether you
Say
get the
yes.
hardship variance. Anything to do with the accessories has to go to either the ZBA or the planning board.
Well, actually,
Not really,
because it's a
no.
permitted use,
No.
it would go to the building inspector.
it wouldn't have to go to the ZBA.
No, it would have
Loophole.
to go to the building inspector,
That's,
under the code.
that's a principal permitted use.
Yes.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I wrote my own codes on how to.
And again, we're now taking away from the time for public comment, I just want the public to be aware of that.
Mr. Frank, just from a procedural perspective, the application, the petition is only verified by Mr. Gluck. There is no verification from the representative of the LLC, and there really should be, as the owner.
Would you prefer, would you like us to submit an additional verification?
Yes, from some representative of the LLC to go with the petition, so that both owners are represented.
Absolutely.
Mr. Frank?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gluck, would you like to continue, or we can have the
We're,
comment for the...
we're done with our, we don't want to take up more of the board's time than necessary. We submitted the documents that we'd like to. We will definitely heed council's request for supplemental verification from the other 75% owner, and I'll get that. Would you like me to submit that to the town clerk, or how would you like me to get that to you?
I would recommend the town clerk, if the board is on board with that.
Yes.
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Okay. We will get that done.
Council, can you just clarify why this applicant would be allowed to go to the building inspector when there is presently not a structure on the property?
I think this, he was, Mr. Frank was stating with respect only to the accessory apartment issue, not for the home itself or whatever approvals would be required. They would still have to go through the process, but the way the code is written, the building inspector would make a determination. Again, I don't know what the history is, but I don't read that code as allowing an application in advance for both a principal structure and an accessory structure. There's also a question whether, and again, not knowing the history in the town, whether the accessory structure can be external, as it basically is here with a sort of pass-through over the driveway, as opposed to being contained in the structure, the single-family structure, which is how the code reads. But those are determinations that would be made by the building inspector.
As far as I recall, you can have it as an external structure, the way the code is written now. I could be wrong, but that's coming from memory. That's why I think this, the way they draw this up, it makes sense if it was to go through to have that. And that would then become considered an accessory structure or apartment.
Yeah, I only say that.
If you look in the tables of the code, not just the code itself, if you look in the tables, there's other information regarding how you have accessory apartments, internal and external. And that's some of the things I think, well, that's another issue.
Yeah, I'm only speaking of the language of chapter 57.
Okay.
Several places says within the structure and
I
in the
understand.
structure. So the whole structure would need to be a single-family home, and then, in my view, there would be an application for an accessory apartment after that.
In other
You're
words.
right on that,
Right. In other words.
but it
that-
can be external as far as my reading of the tables and such, and that's the way I've seen it, and, you know, I think that's why the law had to be more clarified or amended to make it more clear to everyone and also perhaps more fair.
Okay, so we'll sit down. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone that would like
We
to
have
speak?
somebody signed up, I think.
Mr. Goldstein?
Good evening, Mike Goldstein, resident of the town and village. I view this, in essence, as the construction of a two-family home. The plans that were submitted, which are exceedingly difficult to read because if they got any smaller print, it would be totally illegible. But it looks like the main part of the building is almost 2,700 square feet. And the accessory apartment is 1,700 square feet. If this were indeed classified as a two-family home, it would be required, I believe, to go to the planning board. If it is accepted as an accessory apartment, they skip all that. They don't have to go and do a seeker and follow any orders of the planning board. The the accessory apartment, according to our code, has to be built within an existing structure. And they must be requested by an individual. An LLC is not an individual. What I do find is very interesting is that the information given that's supposed to represent this is actually prepared by Upscale Homes Lot Number 2. It's got nothing to do with this individual or his LLC. I question if Mr. Gluck or the owner of the 75% had anything to do with the prior Upscale Homes LLC. Is it possible, since these are the plans, if you're going to spend all that money, why would you accept somebody else's plans? Why not design a home that is suited for you? Why not design a two-family home and go through the process of a two-family home? And it's exactly right. It's a loophole. If we allow this to happen, they don't have to go to the planning board. If that's considered an accessory, they just go to the building inspector, and as long as the plans meet building and fire codes, he has to issue the permit. It's a loophole big enough to drive a Mack truck through. Let's see what else I had to say. And so I don't know if we can get an answer to if any of these individuals had a connection to the former owner, because that's what they're giving us the plans for. The plans were drawn up by Upscale Homes, not Mr. Gluck and his LLC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would any of the board members care to comment?
Yeah, question. What was the intent in providing the estimated values with an accessory and without an accessory?
Where the hell was that? Oh, we don't have that.
First of all, in response to Mr. Goldstein's question, my clients are the lawful contract vendees, and they purchased the property from Upscale Homes, and if one wanted to examine the deeds in the Orange County Clerk's office, that's what they would find. The purpose of providing the information that I handed up was the value of the property with an accessory building and without an accessory building in terms of the economic impact if it wasn't permitted to be used with an accessory building. And as I explained earlier, if the accessory building isn't ultimately permitted and they're not permitted to go forward and try and get the thing built, there very well may be an issue between the two owners on whether the property is going to be kept by them or then sold.
Okay.
Because both, as we said earlier, Mr. Gluck is intending to reside in the accessory structure, and the owner of the LLC is intending to reside in the larger structure on the property.
So what you're saying is less than 5% of a difference in valuation per square foot is the hardship?
Well, we believe it's more than that, but we believe there would be an economic impact if they weren't able to keep the property and have to sell it. That's the nature of the petition.
Was that clear that I wanted to know?
And the reason I say that is because we're talking $78.96 per square foot versus $82.46 per square foot, which is less than 5%.
Understood.
Okay.
We believe it's going to be more than that.
And Mr. Frank, I just want to restate that this board is not properly going to consider the existence or absence of an accessory apartment as part of the economic hardship, because this board is not in a position to determine that. So the only thing they would review is whether the construction of a single-family home as a structure or the inability to construct that would constitute a hardship.
Understood.
So I don't know if you wish to submit anything in that regard, on the application. That's up to you and your client.
Okay. We will get the
I'm sorry,
additional
Mr. Frank.
verification.
What is the square footage on the main, and what is the square footage on the accessory?
Intended?
Yeah.
Intended. It's on the main is going to be
36.
It's gonna be more
Larger than that, I'm looking at it.
I'm sorry, so because it's, I can't see it, it might be there.
The main will be a big house, it's gonna be 10,000 square feet.
10,000?
That's not what it says on the plans.
Yeah, the plan doesn't note that, the plan notes,
2,658.
yeah, 902, 894, and 885 in the single-family dwelling. It lists the second level, first level, and basement level.
That's right.
Yeah, it's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
make a
good.
mistake, one second.
And I apologize, I don't mean to put you on the spot, it's only, as Mr. I think Goldstein mentioned, the type is very small. Most of us, none of us can read it. So we're just trying to get a clarification.
We'll see if we can get some bigger ones.
And then on the accessory dwelling, you list the one floor is 904 and the other floor is 893 and a half.
Yeah, 1,700, like I said. And he says 7,000 square feet. Where they putting it? 10,000.
Unless those are the topo lines.
We'll get you a more blown up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to lie some more.
Mr. Frank, is it possible, maybe you can ask for a PDF
Yeah.
that we might be able to use?
Yeah, I'll see if I can get one from the engineer.
That would have to be something completely different, because the square footage that you're noting here is a lot less than.
So we'll get you a PDF, and I'll send you a letter clarifying that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll send that when I send the verification.
Thank you, Mr. Frank, and thank you, Mr. Gold.
You wanna go?
Is there anyone that, on the board, anyone else would like to speak?
Ward Brower?
Ward Brower, private citizen. This microphone's overreacting. This particular case, dramatically, I think, shows we have problems with accessory attached dwelling law. It's, from what I'm hearing, is that it's pretty much understood in the industry that it almost de facto means two-family homes, at least. And they can sell it, market to prospective buyer as such. And they feel that they've obviously gone to the trouble to hire an attorney, feeling that they have encumbered certain rights buying this property, trying to buy this property, and their rights are, in essence, a two-family home. This being hidden under called an accessory attached dwelling law. Problem is, it's pointed out here, is that apparently, my gut feeling for a long time, we haven't been enforcing this law. And that's a law that needs to be continuously enforced, because there's a six-month requirement, residency requirement, 6 consecutive months. So that means you have to continuously check that. Just can't give them permit and get the structure built and walk away and never go back to it. So that's part of it. But and evidently this neighborhood is full of them, from the testimony I just heard. So these are all problematic of this. Now, we're not even supposed to be dealing with this, as Mr. Nugent pointed out, with the accessory attached. We're just supposed to be grandfathering in an exemption to the moratorium. But it also points out a point I've had before, many times stressed in the last 2-3 months, and that is a moratorium has a lot of loopholes. If you get grandfathered in or exempted, the moratorium doesn't apply to you. It's pretty obvious. You can go, so there's, contrary to certain people of certain political persuasions who have tried to say moratorium covers all, nothing can be built, that's not quite true. So these are very important. When we grant these exceptions to the moratorium, we then need to grant an exception to do an accessory. And then we need to follow the code on the accessory, because the code is pretty specific. It's supposed to be pre-existing structure. Obviously, the structure not being built, so it has to be pre-existing. And it's not set up to be a whole family. It was initially set up to provide homes for individuals and couples, and that was it. And initially, it was supposed to be for people who had lived here a long time in that structure, and their children were gone, and they had an extra room or so, they could probably rent that out to help the housing shortage and to help them pay the tax. That was the purpose or intent of this law. Now, this law is so loosely written and never enforced, you see it morphed into a way to circumvent the entire planning process. There's no secret involved in this whatsoever, because secret doesn't apply in single-family homes. That's a major flaw of secret. But the other flaw of secret is the human dynamics, which secret hasn't been updated to get into the market where you have standard family is 10 and 10, not 4.5. That's a whole nother issue. But that's why you can't really grant these things, because you just open the door for uncontrolled, unregulated growth. There's no way of escaping that. And I wonder if we could finally take a vote tonight on those other hardship cases. Get that done with while we have a full board. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the numbers you have on here are the first floor, the basement, and the second floor elevations, so they are topos. I interpreted originally as square footage, because they're...
We'll get to PDF.
Okay, thank you.
That's not square foot.
Mr. Goldstein, I just wanted to respond to your comment about why would anybody buy somebody else's pre-approved, and actually, when you look at what's been going on, most of the hardship variances are just that. These are people who purchased plans, they purchased properties or developments in the final conditional approval stage, and at this point are obviously claiming a hardship, obviously at this point claiming vested rights as being one of their rights that they have, or so they believe under the state law. And then the question becomes whether or not these kind of issues also fall under category of vested rights. Where do we begin, where do we end with this issue of vested rights, and as it relates to the moratorium? Because virtually everything that comes before us is vested rights. Why do we have a moratorium if everything is going to be covered and protected by this giant shroud of assistance, meaning vested rights? So whether it's this or any of the other developments that are claiming hardship, are we looking at everything as being a vested rights issue, and therefore we have to approve everything because of it for fear of being sued? Or is the moratorium something which we're supposed to look at as a way of being able to protect the town from development, and looking at vested rights in a very, very narrow kind of a window rather than a very, very broad one? Thank you.
Can I just clarify?
Okay, Mr. Goldstein, if you'd like to come on.
I think the attorney did a two-step on me. My question was, is this individual or the owner of this new LLC, were they part of the 4 upscale homes that was sold? That's all I wanted to know. I believe you that upscale homes were sold. Was this gentleman and the owner of this new project part of the old LLC? I didn't get an answer to that.
The answer is no.
Okay, well, you should have given it to me when I asked.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Thank you. Okay, unless there's any further comment by the board, please let the record show that Mr. McGinn is here. Before we move on, we need to make a motion to keep the public comment open. Gentlemen, how would you like to proceed with this?
I would ask if it was better just saying to keep the public hearing open.
Council, what would you advise?
Yeah, the motion would be to continue the public hearing. We need to set a date for
Why are you
that,
sitting
and
here so
that
quiet?
would allow the applicant to submit,
You have
and
nothing to say?
discuss the documents and any other submissions, and allow further public comment on those submissions.
I believe we have to set that within 30 days.
No, on a continuation, we can do 2 weeks or the next meeting.
The next meeting, September 26th, I've already, I have 2 applications that are to be heard, one at 7 o'clock and one at 7:15.
Mr. Frank, how does that?
That's fine. The other alternative that I might propose is to keep written comment open until that date, and we get our submissions in by that date, and
Yeah, you gotta go
move
look.
forward and close the public hearing at that time. I don't know if you wanted to come back or not, or.
I, for one, would like to keep it open for both written and oral, because this way, as more information comes to the public, would have a chance to be able to respond
Sure, that's fine.
at the more meetings. So September, Miriam,
26th?
September 26th.
at 7:45?
Okay, so you have one at 7, one at 7:15.
Accept this bullshit.
That's up to the board, you want to do it.
7:30 then?
Tentative.
It's wishful thinking, but we have to do something.
Ring off.
Whatever you say.
Rick?
Oh, 7:40. We'll never get it done myself. 7:45.
7:45?
7:45.
Can you make the motion to September 26th at 7:45 to,
I'd like to make a motion to keep the public hearing open with written and oral comments accepted and new submissions from the applicants accepted, and to be taken up at the next meeting on 9/26 at 7:45 p.m.
Thank you.
Does that cover it?
May I just ask, will that meeting be here or will it be at another location?
it'll probably be at the senior center.
At the Monroe Senior Center.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
So skip the
I'll second
PDF. Huh?
Call the question?
Yeah, we'll get the PDF.
Aye. John?
Aye.
Aye. Likewise, thank you, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you.
very much. The next application is for the Taina Ortiz Velez.
Thank you.
Velez public hearing. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Bear with me, I'm not sure where to start, but my name is Taina Ortiz Velez. I live in 41 School Road, Monroe. It's a single-family home. We were in front of the zoning board probably a year ago. We were approved to build a second story to our 912 square feet home. We obtained the architecture plans, we found a contractor, and we were ready to move forward to submit the information to the bank when we realized that there's the moratorium going on. So here we are again in front of the board to request a relief from the moratorium in order to move forward and obtain the permits.
Oh, Mary Ellen, we have to open it, if you can read the, sorry, if you can read the notice. As well as my apologies.
Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held by the town board of the town of Monroe, Orange County, New York, on September 12th, 2016 at 7:15 p.m. at the Town of Monroe Arts and Civic Center, 34 Mill Pond Parkway, Monroe, New York, 10950. On the filing of a verified petition dated August 26, 2016 by Ortiz Velez pursuant to the local law number 1 of 2016 moratorium, the town board of the town of Monroe will hold a public hearing to consider the verified petition of Ortiz Velez requesting a hardship variance for relief from provisions of local law number 1 of 2016. A copy of the verified petition and supporting documentation is available for review at the town clerk's office located at 1465 Orange Turnpike, Monroe, New York, 10950, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. By order of the town of Monroe, Mary Ellen Beams, town clerk.
I'm sorry, we need a motion to open the,
I'll make a motion that we open the Taina Ortiz
Second.
Velez public hearing.
I'll second it. Aye.
Aye.
my apologies.
No problem. Should I start again?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. My name is Taina Ortiz Velez. I live on 41 School Road. We were presented in front of the zoning board almost a year ago, and we were granted permission to build a second story to our single-family home of 912 square feet. We were in the process of getting all the documentations together to submit it to the bank when we realized that there was a moratorium put in place. And we're here to request relief in order to move forward with the construction.
You're looking to build a second story home?
Yeah.
And it's for occupancy by whom?
Yes, by me and my husband and my 2 kids.
Are you an LLC?
No.
So,
And it's not a 10,000 square feet home.
so it's not an accessory apartment.
No,
You're not looking to provide additional source of income.
no,
You're not looking to have somebody maintain residency 6 months or more.
no, we're staying here.
This is an extension.
It's an extension. We outgrew the home,
In addition to that.
yes.
It actually,
You're just going up.
I'm sorry, one at a time.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we're just going up,
Okay.
So it doubles the square footage from 912 to 1824,
18, 24,
straight up.
yes,
Nothing other than that.
nothing other than that.
Okay. Where is the rec, I'm just curious, where's the rec room? Is that part of the new addition?
What rec room? I saw that too, and I'm not sure what that
That's
is.
why I'm asking.
I have no clue.
Okay.
The reason we mentioned in terms of the square footage is because we had a similar kind of an application which was granted, I believe, for, this was for like a an addition.
No,
The house.
it was
This
just.
was for Mrs. Tucker, right, what you're talking about.
So we're familiar with that in the context of the moratorium. This seems to be similar. We have other applications which are similar also, but this one seems to be similar to something which we had already reviewed. Okay?
Great.
If it was 10,000 square feet, then you would be in a hardship, right?
Yeah.
For taxes.
The taxes will be.
How long have you lived there, ma'am?
We moved in 2010, January.
Okay.
When was that?
And how, and
2010.
you were granted the variance from the ZBA?
Yes, approximately a year
Was that a
ago.
height variance or non-conforming use to shape to the lot size, or was that what the variance was for?
Our fence, the back fence,
Okay.
is 5 foot away from the house.
Oh, okay.
The
We
code,
don't
the
really
code,
have a
setback,
backyard,
yeah.
yes, a setback.
the code requires minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, and their lot is 15,500, so that's the variance essentially.
And when you had the public hearing for, with the ZBA, there was just one neighbor showed up that received the mailing to speak out about
Yes,
it?
I think she's here.
Smile.
She's here
Oh,
today.
yeah, okay.
Now, when you come on School Road off of Lakes Road, your home is on the left?
It's on the right, next to the summer camp. It's completely fenced in.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. You're up on the hill when you make a right on Carroll?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm right next to Carol.
Okay.
So are you well septic? You're both, right? Or no, you're in
No.
Carroll?
I'm in Carol, yeah.
Oh, you're in Carroll, so you're Water District 12, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were across the street. That was, okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll lead us off with, I'll make a motion that we grant the variance.
We need to, Mr. again, we just need public comment.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that would like
I'd
to
like to make
comment?
a-
Mary Bingham.
Mary Bingham, come on down.
Hi, Mayor Bingham, down Monroe. I think I'm 4 houses away from Mrs. Ortiz. Up the street. And, yeah, these are small houses. They're only about 900 square foot. I live in one of those small houses. And with small kids, I don't know how you do it with 2 boys, because I had a little age difference between my kids, so we could make it work, but with 2 boys closer in age, it's really quite hard to live in such a small house. So I did speak at the ZBA. There was really, that house was pre-existing, goes back to probably 1955 or something like that. So I really have no objections. I think it's a good idea. It would improve the living situations of the neighborhood, the property values. So right now, it's a hardship for the Ortiz-Velez family. And I think it's a good improvement. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
Mrs. Velez, do you have, is there any relationship between our planning board member and yourself?
No,
Not planning board, I'm sorry, ZBA.
no.
Okay.
Ma'am, would the denial of this cause you like an economic hardship? Have you taken a loan that you're sitting there making payments on?
No, it
or-
would probably cause my roof to fall during the winter because we need a new roof. And I'm not gonna pay for any roof if we are planning on building.
And I'm assuming you have expenses you've already paid to the bank in fees and applications.
Of course,
And plans.
just the architect itself, I mean, that was a lot of money, and presenting in front of the board, we also have expenses. And our, heating bill is very high because we have the original installation
Which is not.
Okay.
with the house.
The only thing that I noticed that's a little problematic, but it's already granted by the ZBA, is the 5 foot, you have a 5 foot backyard? Is that printed wrong here? It says granted a variance for a rear yard of 5 feet,
Yes,
where the code requires a minimum of 50.
yes,
That was granted.
yes,
And you back up to
another home.
another home, okay.
Give it the chance.
No objection, right?
No, that home is rented, I believe, so the owner doesn't live there.
Okay, so you had no objection?
No objections.
You said it's the board's pleasure to entertain this approval on that at this point, subject to us closing the public hearing?
We have to close the
I
public hearing.
think, and not to hold you up any longer, but I'd like to rescind the motion that I made and just like to keep it open to the next board meeting, just so we can get public comment from anyone to make sure no one's got any objections or says anything. And if that all goes good and we close, we get that, then I have no problem voting to approve it. I think that would be the prudent thing to do, just to make sure. We'll hold you up just another couple of weeks and I think, because we've done that with the other applicants, and it would be fair, I think it would be fair just to do the same, just to make sure we're, treating everybody fairly and equally on this matter.
Would council would it be wise to close the public hearing and just leave it open for written comments?
You could do that, but I would ask that the applicant submit an amended petition, only because what was submitted is missing the facts. The way paragraph 3 reads, they submit the following facts and information relating to the history and the efforts to secure preliminary approvals of the land. So there's a semicolon, but there's nothing after that. It just says, wherefore we ask for the hardship variance. We need the facts in there. Also, you made reference to your roof and the economic hardship in your letter, but that's not in the petition. So I would suggest that you modify the petition to include whatever facts you want, including what you mentioned in your cover letter. Put that into the petition, and then, before the next meeting, if you could submit that amended petition as soon as possible. As far as whether the board wants to close the public hearing and allow written comments for 10 days or just continue it, that's in your discretion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to close the public hearing and allow written comments for 10 days.
Can we have this?
And also the submissions from the applicant?
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
it'll be pending submission of the applicant.
Pending the revision of submission out for the documents outlined by Mr. Nugent.
Can we have this scheduled to be heard on the 26th at 6:45?
That works.
Does that work for everyone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you see, you're at work, or that works for you?
That works.
Oh, that works. Yeah. Well, it is early,
That
sometimes
works.
people can't get home from work, so.
So,
I'll second the motion.
that motion would be to schedule the continuation for the public hearing for Ortiz Velez for September 26th at 6:45.
No, it's actually to close
Sorry.
the comments from the public and leave it open 10 days for written comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Call the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Next is
Good luck.
Street Haven, and I apologize, I am not doing well.
And Fatin Uda Yakimor, public hearing.
Hello.
Hi. I make a motion, did you actually just invite him up or make the motion?
No, I'm getting a text from one of my kids.
Okay, I will make the motion that we open the public hearing for Street Haven and Ann Fatin Uda Yakimar to listen to what they have on the hardship variance request.
Second.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Aye.
This is a continuation.
Oh, because we opened it last, yes, we did.
Continuation of the public hearing, sorry. I amend my motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Aye.
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 Sir.
My name is Sritev Udaykumar. I live in 10 Lewis Court, I live in here. I recently bought the house, so like about July. So when they bought the house, they added like a apartment downstairs unfinished. So the reason I bought it, so my mother-in-law and father-in-law can move it on me. So I went to apply to the town like inspector, so she said I have to get the motion like hardship, so that's why I'm here. So it's already it's like a partially finished, so I have to be like finish the apartment.
So do you presently have a permit?
No.
CO for a,
Yeah, they apply somehow, the previous owner, they didn't finish it, you know.
and you bought it without the CO?
Yeah,
And the bank approved that?
yeah.
You got a good bank, let me know who that is.
Please, we don't need any more.
It's not, it's not fully finished, you know, like they make the frame and everything, like the electric work and all the, almost like so.
So are you building within the existing structure? You're not going out at all? You're not
No,
adding any additions? You're just building within the existing structure?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you building into like a garage area or anything like that? Or
No,
is it just
separate, yeah.
Okay.
Is, council, is the application in order? Or is there anything else we might need to amend?
Well, as a hardship application, the petition doesn't state any economic hardship in the petition itself. Also, the plan that's submitted is from 2011, I assume that's probably from the former owner.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's
You're not paying
the
attention to
proposed
that.
plan
Drifting
that's
That's
currently
Irish coffee.
being considered. So, you know, we would probably need the petition to contain a little bit more information. There's only 3 paragraphs and there's no statement of an economic hardship. I think that this appears to be basically an application for an accessory apartment as well, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I understand
Mr.
what's required.
I have a question, and that's, he's not requesting for an accessory apartment, but for the basement. And it's the first time that we've looked at the basement as being an accessory kind of an apartment, even though the code allows for living in the basement space. Would the accessory apartment definition include the basement? I mean, we just tend to think of it as being something which is above the ground. This is the first time I think we've seen one that's.
Yeah, but isn't it,
I don't know if that
it's
matters.
fitting in the intent of the original law for his parents,
Right,
and it's internal.
right. I mean, I don't
think
see
it
the
does
problem,
kind
it's
of
just, I've never,
cover-
we haven't done this one yet.
It's still an accessory.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any distinction in chapter 57 as to whether it's above ground or below ground. It's stated to be living space for parents, his elderly parents, which includes 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. So it certainly would fit in the accessory apartment law definition.
You sure
Is there
does.
gonna be a separate entrance?
The only one that does.
Yeah?
You know roughly how many square feet this is gonna encompass when it's built out?
1,034 says here. That's what it says, I think.
And we also don't have the existing house plan, so I'm not sure, you know, there are requirements. And again, we're not considering the accessory apartment law issue here, but there are issues with parking spots and number of entrances into the building. You know, if this was a permitted construction, I'm not even sure that it would be a hardship, but I'm assuming that a building permit would be required. Or has that determination been made, do you know? Have you been told you need a building permit?
Yeah, I gotta go to the town inspector.
Right, the building inspector.
Yeah, so that's the part
Okay,
that,
this
you know,
guy's
comes under the hardship is the need for the building permit to be issued, and if there's an economic hardship, All the board could do is
That's your
grant
fault.
the hardship variance with respect to his being allowed to obtain a building permit, but it would still be up to the building inspector at that point, whether or not to issue one.
Would the gentleman be bound by the, whatever revised code comes out of the master plan regarding, regarding this?
Well, if he gets the hardship, you mean?
Yeah.
If he's given the hardship, then he's gonna have to go ahead with the building permit to do the work. So there wouldn't be anything for him to be bound by, once he gets the building permit. I don't believe there's any ZBA or planning board, from what I'm looking at, involvement. Again, the only thing, if it's a hardship application, the only thing lacking is there's no statement of economic hardship in the petition.
I have a question, because we have a diagram in front of us.
Yeah.
Now, this is the diagram that you submitted, correct, sir?
Yeah,
Okay, what is the space here?
that's the garage.
Oh, that's the garage, okay, and this is what you intend to build next to it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
And if I may make a suggestion, I think that it might be beneficial for the board to have the input from the building inspector on this application before you make a decision on the hardship, to understand, what it is that's being applied for. If it's strictly an accessory apartment, then there may not be a need for this board to consider the hardship application. But if it's something else, he is needing a building permit, so if that's the case, then there would need to be some hardship granted by the town board.
You're going to move, is your parents or your in-laws?
Yeah.
Your in-laws, okay. Is this creating an economic hardship for them, or
Yeah, they kind of also, you have to take care of them, so.
Yeah.
So I mean upstairs, so they can, keep coming up and down, go down. Where is he?
They're living upstairs presently with you.
Huh?
Would you say they're living upstairs
No,
presently?
they separate, because if I go, they can't stay with me because they can't keep come up and down,
Oh, okay.
downstairs?
Question, the address of the home is 10 Lewis Court,
Yeah.
Harriman?
I don't know.
Um, On the bottom of the project info you gave us,
Says Orchard Hill.
yeah, it says lot number 5 Orchard Hill, Monroe. Is that accurate?
Yeah,
Okay.
they say it's the tag, its address is Harriman, but below to town of Monroe.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is what you submitted,
Yeah.
okay. Just making sure everyone's on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. Is there any public comment?
Are you done with your presentation?
Yeah,
Okay. And do you understand what the attorney said that you need?
yeah.
Okay. So what, Harley, what do you want?
Do you want to keep this open, close it for public comment, and then keep it open, and we can now do 6:30 on September 26th?
Okay.
At that point, gentlemen, we will have, I believe, 5 of these matters that we can deal with, from starting at 6:30 and going on to 7:45.
Okay.
Would that be appropriate for you?
Yeah, no problem.
Gentlemen, does that meet with your approval?
As long as you keep the agenda to a minimum, I think we're fine with it.
Okay, so we still have to have a little public comment, here, right, Harley?
Well, we close it for public comment and just raise.
But you didn't ask anyone here if they want to.
He just did.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, I did.
No, you didn't, no one wants it?
No.
I missed that, I apologize.
Is there anyone out there that would like to make a public comment at this time?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would just, so the applicant's clear, we want you to submit amended petition stating the economic hardship, okay? What hardship you will suffer by not getting this hardship variance. If you could submit that as soon as possible, we'll have this on again in 2 weeks for consideration. Okay, and if the board doesn't object, I would recommend that we get some input from the building inspector on the nature of the application so that it's clear to the town board.
What do you need from the building inspector?
Just, in other words, if he's familiar with this application, have you spoken to the building inspector?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, just that he could give us, sort of a summary of what the applicant would be seeking and exactly why a building permit is required.
Okay, so we'll get them to do that, and then they'll pass it on to the to the board members and to council.
That
Is
would be
the supervisor's office gonna handle that?
Yeah, I'll take care of
You folks living upstairs with you now?
No.
No? Okay, so that's not so much of a hardship.
it. Well, so, make the motion.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion that we close the oral public comment now and leave written public comment open until 9:26.
I think 10
10
days.
days.
10 days?
10 days.
All right, for 10 days, I'm sorry, for 10 days, so people can send in written comments on this issue. And I will ask that we reconvene this on 9/26 at 6:30 PM at this Monroe Senior Center.
I'll second.
Second.
Councilor Cardone seconds it, call the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving into the beginning of the Monroe Town Board meeting for.
Can I ask a question before you do that?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question before you go into the regular board meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, no?
Meeting to,
It's,
Since we have a full board tonight and we have the stenographer here, could we not vote tonight on these hardships that are going to be voted on Wednesday? It's not that I don't want to come here on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but I would like a night off too. I'm sure maybe you guys would. Is there any legal reason we couldn't vote, gentlemen couldn't vote tonight?
public comment, written.
Council, is there any legal prohibition for us to be able to?
No, Mr.
Here
Lynch has been handling the applications. As far as I know, there was going to be a special meeting scheduled for that purpose, but I'm not aware that there would be anything legally prohibiting you as long as you have the advice you need and the information you need to render a decision.
I have no problem moving forward myself, but then again, we have 4 other board members, that obviously we need to get their opinion. That would be for hearing the
Can we stick to the agenda?
We had a question that was asked, we gave permission by Mr. Goldstein to discuss this. It means that we would be able to effectively cut out Wednesday and Thursday to have to hear that, and we could wind up consolidating everything here, as well as abiding by whatever the state law and town law requires in terms of the process which is required to hear these hardship variances. Those hardship variances would be for CHAP 5, that would be for Golden Array, that would be for Henry Farms, that would be for BMG LLC, as well as
Smith
for
Farms, I
the,
believe.
sorry?
Smith Farm?
Smith Farm, that is BMG, as well as for Forest Edge Congregation of Benai Loser Incorporated.
I will make a motion that we conduct our special meeting on Wednesday, September 14th, 2016, so that we have the continuity with respect to our counsel, who is not here presently, who was handling the hardships.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I do. The problem I have with the Wednesday date, and I'll be as brief as I can. Well, I was at a meeting here, at the senior center, I guess about a month or so ago. I had asked the board and the attorney about when we would be able to, or when we would have to vote on these issues, these hardships, especially the ones that are standing before us, basically the development ones. And I was told by other council people that we had an attorney, and I don't want to say, put anyone on the spot, I think they might have said we have a key town clerk and maybe even the supervisor's office, I don't know, I don't point fingers at anyone, that would make us aware of when we had to vote on these specific issues, what deadlines there were. Now, we've gone past, to my knowledge, at least 3 of the deadlines. We were never really made aware or told we had to have a special meeting or emergency meeting or anything like that to vote on them. Now, myself and Mr. Doles here sent out an email on Thursday afternoon about this issue and why we skipped through a bunch of deadlines, as Mr. Doles was made aware by one of the applicant's lawyers. We got an email the next day from one of the board members referring to having a special meeting on Wednesday. Also the fact that there was some kind of agreement between the attorneys for the applicants whose deadlines were blown by, that they would accept extending it, which I thought was gracious. My problem was, as I've made the board aware before, and I know I'm just one board member, I can't make Wednesday nights for these things, and Tuesday night as well, and also there's an election Tuesday. But could we please make it Thursday? Now, I'm not saying it can't be done, but that the way it was noticed was not according to New York State law. I believe Harley knows better than me, 62A or whatever it is. So Harley and I drew up a notice, 2 board members signed it, we handed it in to town clerk. So both notices, I guess, have been noticed, and my thing is, I'm not trying to trump anyone, didn't mean to use that word, but I would like to request that we have it on Thursday, if it's possible, because I think we could have a full board there, and being as how I kind of think it was Harley and myself who made everyone aware of what was going on, I would like the ability to vote on these things, because I did make everyone aware, as well as Harley, that we had to get this thing done. I think that would be a reasonable request on my account, and I know there was an argument made that maybe we couldn't get a lawyer there, but when we hired this law firm, I believe I was told there was multitudes of lawyers, and that's one of the reasons we hired them, so someone could cover the process on Thursday, and I don't think it's gonna take a heck of a long time to just talk for a few minutes and vote on the issues. I mean, we've all had the information in front of us for a while, and I would like to think that it's been reviewed and probably ready to go. If not tonight, as Tony said, because it's on the agenda, I can respect that, but I think we should at least try and do it on Thursday.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you. All right, so back after the last meeting, when I started doing the math and realizing that we were running up against the deadline for the first 3 of them, that were all being represented by the same firm, I contacted Mr. Lynch and said, this is gonna expire on a holiday weekend, basically, is what it comes down to. I said, can you contact the attorneys and see what is, what are our options? Do they wanna, rescheduling, court cases and dates is a common practice amongst attorneys, And so I asked him to do that. He spoke to the attorneys. They said, we'll extend until the 12th, to the 13th. When we looked at the calendar, when I looked at the calendar, I saw the 13th was primary, of course, and that both town facilities were being used. At that point, Wednesday became a date. He contacted the attorneys again. The attorneys said, sure, no problem, we'll go with the 14th. At that point, it made sense to consolidate BMG and Benign Loser into that as well, because they're on the 16th. And that's it. There's no Machiavellian reason. I put it out there beforehand just so there would be adequate public notice. And while I do appreciate the fact that it presents an issue for you with work. I mean, I've had issues with work, and we've actually worked around your schedule before when you had an issue. I think it was with one of the hearings, or maybe it was back when. So I mean, Jerry, it wasn't, or Councilman Quaid, it wasn't done on purpose to exclude anybody.
I'm not saying.
But then when it came down to the actual availability of Mr. Lynch, who, listen, Mr. Nugent's a great attorney, but you know what, Mr. Lynch has had this all along. He, and Mr. Doles has said himself that he is the gold standard for land use in New York State. So, I mean, we have one of the, at least one of the attorneys threatening to sue us all. I'd like to have my A team there going up against that and make sure that I have adequate legal counsel. I think that's the benefit to all of us, As far as time, I think trying to consolidate that into this evening or into another meeting, these are applications that we're going to have an in-depth discussion about, and it's not something that we're going to be able to take lightly, and it's something that we're going to have to be on sound legal footing when we make those decisions. So, that's my opinion on the whole thing, and that's really what it all comes down to. There was no effort or intent to disenfranchise anyone from being able to come to the meeting and vote. So,
I'll take your word for it, and then that's fine. My point though is this, one question and one point. I don't know why, because we could have had meetings earlier, why we didn't schedule them before the holiday weekend. So to me, that doesn't really make sense. That's just me saying that. We should have had them the week before the holiday weekend, or an extra Monday meeting, which, we all work, we all have business options that we do, and you know, I've always done ahead of the semesters and stuff that I do. I always get my Mondays and Thursdays open, because that's historically what I was told by previous boards and all the departments to be able to do the budget hearings. And one year when I got stuck at work where I couldn't do that, I missed some meetings, and that was on me, because I couldn't change my work schedule. But you see, I just think it's a problem with, if we can get them extended till Wednesday.
That's what I thought. So
I
they have them
don't know why we can't do it next Monday, even if we're gonna change that date, if Mr. Lynch could come then, because I'd rather have a full board, because you know the importance of it. I do agree with you with the Mr. Lynch thing, on his expertise. But if we could do it next Monday, I don't see why, I mean, we missed the deadline by quite a bit, it wasn't like one day late.
Yeah, but I will tell
So
you,
why
Joe.
can't, I'm sorry. I just don't know why we can't go to Monday perhaps and say, hey, at least we have the full board. Mr. Lynch has more than notice to show up, and that would, I think, suit us better.
Right, the expiration date was September 4th.
So we're way
That's
past
when it
that.
expired.
And Councilman McGinn was on this way before September 4th, and unfortunately Supervisor Doles got on it after September 4th. So kudos to Councilman McGinn for jumping on this beforehand and acting instead of reacting.
Then why didn't he notify the board that he was doing what he was doing with Mr. Lynch? None of us knew until last week on the Friday morning, sorry, Thursday afternoon, what Mr. Lynch was doing. So this had expired on the 4th. I applaud Mr. McGinn's efforts to try to coordinate this, but in no way, shape, or form do we have any emails from Mr. Lynch's law firm stating that there is a deadline that we have to hit by September 4th. That being said, if the attorneys are willing to be able to take September 14th as a date, why not take September 15th? The second part of this is that in terms of the notification of the New York State Chapter 62, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nugent, that it requires, proper notice for a special meeting requires 2 signed letters, 2 signed affirmations by a town board. Mr. Mr. McGinn provided only 1, and therefore what we wanted to do was to make sure that we were fulfilling the requirements of Chapter 62. I saw Mr. McQuaid, he was available, and both of us signed a letter, and we submitted it accordingly in provisions in keeping with Chapter 62, so that the attorneys for the plaintiffs could not wind up later on coming and saying that we did something that was irregular. That being said, Mr. Lynch, am I correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Nugent, am I correct that we followed, Mr. McQuaid and I followed Chapter 62 in terms of the noticing the public hearing correctly?
I think in this particular case, you, with respect to your scheduling of the special meeting on Thursday, you followed Town Law 62. I would say that, I mean, I don't think it's been the practice of the board to stick to the letter of Town Law 62, but the difference is tonight, if the board sets a meeting by resolution, Town Law 62 wouldn't matter, and I think that's the motion that's on the table right now, is to set it with a board resolution, and by the same power, they could cancel the one that was scheduled for Thursday by resolution. But
Or we could do it for Monday.
But your question is, yes, you complied with Town Law 62 in setting the Thursday meeting.
And just to set the record straight real quickly, when I sent that email, I made it clear in the email, and Mr. Cardone followed up on it, that Mr. Cardone and Mr. Cologne were in agreement that we should schedule it on such and such date. That written communication via the email, I would, suggest, and council maybe could comment, would constitute a written request, and that's how Part 62 reads. It's a written request.
And I did
Am
provide
would I
a
be correct
separate
in
one.
saying so, council?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a written request, but I think since the motion's on the table, it'll be irrelevant if the town board passes a resolution to schedule the special meeting Wednesday.
I just want to know what harm comes from going till Monday. If you're going to be
Don't-
2 weeks late anyway.
Don't we have all the attorneys?
All the attorneys are online.
Everybody's on.
But we don't have Councilman McQuaid there.
I also,
And on Monday, he's available.
I understand, but everybody's been contacted, everything's been set for Wednesday, correct?
No, everything's been set up, because everything's been set up by Mr. McGinn and Mr. Lynch without the benefit of the rest of the board members knowing in advance when the expiration date, the drop dead date of September 4th was going to occur.
But I'm talking about the
Only-
14th, everything is set for the 14th?
No, it's not that everything is set for the 14th.
it's also set for the
They
15th.
said it's also set for the 15th. The proper notice is for the 15th. the improper notice is set for the 14th.
Here's the problem I have in just the way it's done. One thing is, we missed the deadline. There's no excuse, you can't make up, I was contacted this and without letting everyone else on the board. Also, when you set the date, as a courtesy call or text or email or something, or smoke signal, something, tell the other members of the board what dates are you available for before we make this agreement. I just wouldn't do that, I wouldn't do it that way if I was the guy talking to the other attorney to set the date without you guys being able to be there. I would try and work it out.
Just to clarify, I didn't have the attorneys, as you might imagine, because there's three involved,
Right.
didn't have that date until I sent that email on Friday morning.
Right.
And I'll submit to you this, I wasn't on the board, but I'm sure, Mr. Cologne, you were on the board when they did the Chapter 57 revisions, that 6-week marathon, remember? A little trip down memory lane. Were you notified of every action and every
Yes, you are.
every facet of that plan that's been forward?
Well, this is deja vu all
Absolutely.
over again. I could have sworn that we discussed this at the last meeting, when this was going, and I distinctly remember that you said that you were gonna call and check on that, correct? And wasn't
I
that with the
did.
full board?
I did.
And then I remember Jerry saying, well, careful, because I can't make certain days, and we said we would try to work as best as we can with the attorney.
That was done, no, that was done about the budget hearings, not the attorneys. I was talking about the budget hearings because Tony had a Wednesday in mind, I had a Thursday in mind. And that was what.
And we were talking about voting for this. No?
By the way, Mr. Cologne was made aware of everything with Chapter 57. Part of the reason Mr. Cologne didn't show up because he wasn't in support of Chapter 57. So let's not rewrite history. And if we had passed Chapter 57, we wouldn't be in this mess right now.
If we
because
weren't in a rush to pass
It wasn't a rush,
57.
now we're in a rush to get a moratorium done. We ain't gonna make the 90 days on that either, I'll bet you $1. My problem is, if we had Chapter 57, then every accessory apartment would have to go to full site plan review by the planning board, and if you had listened to me instead of being political and tell me I was rushing to protect the town, then we wouldn't have this mess, we could have made the moratorium a year and had a functioning title, Chapter 57 to protect the town from zoning loopholes. But no one wanted to listen to me and Dan Burke, I get it.
Take a breath, Jerry. Take a breath, gentlemen. Take a breath. Take a breath.
Both of you want
Take a breath. Take a breath.
Mr. Cologne, Mr. McQuaid, if I may, please.
Well, I mean,
Just accusing me and not letting you know what it was, and that's not true.
when are you gonna take a breath? Take a breath. Easy.
I did already.
No, you
I'm
didn't.
ready to go now.
Is
For 4 years you sat here, it wasn't an issue, and all of a sudden, in less than 30 days, it was an issue. I am sorry, sir, but no, I was not going to vote on that in 1 week or 1 30-day period. Forget it, you didn't have no.
It was several months. So that's okay. We can go
You're
back and
working
look at
on
the
it, you're
dates.
working
You know what
on
I'm
it,
gonna
then
do?
you wanted to
Rick,
vote.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back and get a timeline for you, and I'll bring it to the board next time, and then Mr. McGinn can stop saying things like, oh, you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, or like the last month, the planning board is corrupt because of members on the board where he hasn't proven a word, but he likes to say corrupt. I don't do this to you guys. You might
I never
notice
said that.
Not you, Mr. McGinn.
I
So
don't
please
think I
don't
said
put words
You
out
did,
and
but you
insinuate.
said
But
corrupt.
listen, we're getting off track here. I mean,
We have
listen,
a
I
motion,
think.
we have a motion
We have a
before us,
motion.
and if these meetings were run correctly, we get out of here before 12.
If the,
But my-
didn't handle the deadlines right, we wouldn't have the issue.
Gentlemen, my question is this.
Right?
My question
September
is this.
19th is a date that all 5 board members can
September
decide.
The problem with the
September
19th,
19th.
the problem with the 19th, or any day after the 16th, is that we do not have,
Attorney approval.
yes.
We have attorney counsel right now. If they would consent to 2 of the 5, and then Mr. McGinn or Mr. Lynch could contact the other attorneys and see if they would go along with 19th or 20th. I don't know what
Mr. Barshoff is not here.
Mr. Coster is here.
Yeah, I know, but Mr. Barshoff is
And
the co-counsel.
Mr. Coster is perfectly capable of
Is
responding.
Mr. Barone here?
I do not believe so. I don't.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll make a compromise with you, Jerry. How's this sound? If Mr. Lynch can line this up with these attorneys for next Monday, we'll go with it. But
Okay.
right now, but you know what?
right.
But right now, we'll stick with Wednesday, and if he can't get this done in 2 days, then we'll go with Wednesday.
Okay, so if he can get an agreement to go to Monday, you'll agree to change it to Monday?
What's your thoughts on that?
I gotta change something, but I'll change something to do it. I mean,
That's a fair compromise. I'll take it your word that you'll do it.
Mr. Cologne, what's your thoughts on that?
I give up. I
I mean, and that's assuming that Mr. Lynch is available, which I don't know if he is or not.
Well, if he's not, then he's not, but at least give it a shot. I'll go with a compromise.
Is that for, now, what day is that for now?
It's
From
Wednesday.
Monday?
It's Wednesday, and if Mr. Lynch can change it, it'll be Monday.
Which Monday?
That's the compromise?
Which Monday?
The coming Monday.
the 19th.
For this year, I hope. I just want to make sure.
We didn't miss the deadline of that one.
Thank
All right.
to God.
So the motion is,
Okay.
the motion is that we'll hold the hearing on Wednesday, the 14th at 7 PM as originally put forth by Mr. Cardone. However, if
Mr. Lynch can,
Mr. Lynch can get the other attorneys from the three different firms involved, or get them to agree to the, what's the date on the, what's Monday?
19th.
The 19th, then we'll go with 7 PM on the 19th.
Okay, fair enough.
They're only
I'll go to
asking them to extend something which has already been expired. Is that correct?
Yes.
No,
It has already, the September 4th
Two,
date has come
three.
and
Let's not
gone.
make this more
Listen.
complicated. We just
Listen
want
up.
to.
The reason is because.
not all of them have
It's absolutely
expired.
arbitrary. It is absolutely arbitrary on the part of the attorneys to say yes or no. There's no reason why they can say, why they should say
Mr.
no.
Doles,
Bear
Mr.
with me.
Doles,
Let me speak.
Mr. Doles,
Let me speak, please.
two, as I previously said, two of them expire on the 16th.
But
which is this
Mr.
Friday.
Coster is here that says he will extend it to the
But
19th.
that doesn't take into account the
The other
schedule
three.
of the other attorneys.
The other three, it's already expired, so for them, it
No, they
means nothing.
expire on the
No,
16th.
no, it doesn't expire on the 16th. The other three, meaning Shea Meadows, Chad 5, and Henry Farms, expired already on the 4th. They can't offer a deadline, they can't extend the
Oh, they
deadline
sure
when
can.
when it's expired. It's already expired.
If they agree to a deadline with the attorney, they sure can.
Because
Because they agreed to it.
They've been extended. They certainly have a say in it with their schedules and everything else.
First of all, the deadline for BMG and Congregation B'nai Luther is technically Saturday, September 17. Since it's on the weekday, you would then have until Monday anyway to vote on these two applications. I can't speak for the other three. So you don't have to get an extension to vote on the 19th for those two applications.
Oh, wow.
You can bifurcate them if you want.
Mr. Nugent, is he correct on that?
I would have to check it, that's the expiration.
Yeah, I thought I had the 16th as the expiration date.
I think if it's 40 days from August 8th, that's when the public hearing, 40 days from August 8th, exclusive of August 8th. My math is correct, it's incorrect, I stand correct. Correct. I do
Well,
not
my
believe-
motion stands as I made it, and
I'll second it.
I appreciate the compromise effort. I hope it works out, and thank you for trying to make a compromise.
call question.
Call the question? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
No.
We also need to address, you currently have a meeting scheduled for Thursday, so you need to cancel that, or unless you're leaving it on.
Well, why don't we leave it notice in case there's a meteor shower Wednesday?
I'll make a motion to cancel the meeting for Thursday, September 15th.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Discussion?
Call the question?
No?
Aye.
Aye.
Good.
Okay.
Very good.
Now, not to criticize, but the way it was noticed seemed to be very, let's say, generic, and it didn't really list the applicants and any issues. So are we gonna renotice that or stick with the same notice? I just wondering.
The notice, and again, Mr. Nugent can comment on it, but the notice is fine as it stands. The applicants will be, notified by our council. So they'll know, it's not, they won't know.
It's not a public hearing, so it wouldn't need to identify them, we could just say to decide hardship variances, it's really up to the clerk.
Okay, so it's a valid notice, very good.
So let me understand this. So Wednesday, you're going to hold a meeting of which Mr. McQuaid cannot be at.
We just passed that, yes, and he voted yes for it.
Oh, for the compromise, yeah.
Yeah. for the comment.
They're gonna try to
Well,
make it
we don't know
work.
that for sure, but we're gonna see what
Have a
happens.
shot.
Yeah, we'll give it a
Take
shot.
your word, I'm not gonna doubt it.
Listen, the reason we couldn't do Thursday is again, I didn't put it
I
in that
understand.
email. He
I
had a previous
understand.
obligation.
I get it.
Friday, we can't do because of, obviously, it's, religious
I got it.
services.
You got
So
it
it's
wrong.
on for Monday.
Kind of gives us a small window.
Okay.
Can I just get the vote clear on canceling Thursday's meeting?
We didn't vote
Didn't
yet.
vote yet, I was just doing comment. Thank you for clearing that up, council.
Call the question then?
Aye.
Aye.
Joe?
I'll say, since it's a legal notice and there's no problems, I'll say, aye.
Aye.
It hurt a little.
Okay, I'll go with you.
No.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next item.
Can I ask one favor, Mike? Can you let me know as soon as possible, and the supervisor know?
Absolutely.
When it's
Ms. Goldstein, that was a question that,
settled?
that was a question you brought up to life on its own for that moment.
I want to make one comment, and this is just for the board's edification if it is Wednesday. I just want to let everyone know one thing, no, and the public too. I have looked at and read and pondered the applications, and I have my own opinion on them, which might or might not be a vote, but that's okay now. I hope it works out. But when you look at congregation B'nai Luzer, which is as far as.
I don't think we should be
Yeah,
discussing
we
these,
should be,
Gary.
we should
I
really.
just want to say, no, I just want to say one thing.
No, I don't.
I want to caution, I just want to say one thing. I want to caution the board that when you look at it, you realize the process that went on in the planning board with this application rather than the other developments. There's a big difference between B'nai Luzer and the other possible developments. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very
That's a
much.
discussion for us
Thank
to
you very
have
much.
on
I might not be there, Mike, so I'm trying to help you out.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're opening up to the next part, to the privilege of the floor, part one. Who would like to come up and speak, please do. Mr. Kosser, is that a yes, or is that?
No, I'm saying good night.
And Mr. Kosser.
Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein.
Mike Goldstein?
Mike Goldstein, Town and Village resident. I would like to congratulate the town board for passing a local law which should go a long way to protect the rights of ordinary taxpayers in the town. Knowing who the players are in building large developmental projects will ensure, hopefully, that proper questions will be asked by our planning board when the developers seek to construct their projects. Unfortunately, the last town board meeting was hijacked by Mr. Egan. I don't know if he's here tonight. When he continued to filibuster from his seat after he finished his more than generous 3-minute comments at the podium. No one on the board dared to interrupt his badgering of the town's controller. Mr. Cardone or Mr. McGinn, I'm not sure which one, did stop Alice from adding to the fracas, but that did not see fit to stop Mr. Egan. I, for one, am tired of hearing Mr. Egan demand that a profit and loss statement be made monthly and be given to him for the theater. Mr. Egan, your organization has lost 2 very expensive lawsuits about the theater. The taxpayers of the town spent money to defend the purchase, and your followers made contributions to a losing cause. It is time for you to move on. There is no governmental requirement to provide a P&L statement for the theater. The theater provides recreational opportunities for the taxpayers in the same ways that parks provide a different form of recreation. The money spent in excess of revenues is not an accounting loss, but represents funds spent by the town to provide this form of recreation. Perhaps, if you called off your boycott, the cost of providing the service will decrease. Mr. Egan, I'm sorry you're not here. Just because you are the Royal Inquisitor of the town's Inquisition Committee does not grant you the privilege to instruct any town employee to do anything. You are not a member of the town board. Mr. Martin does not work at your direction. He didn't listen, neither will I. As a leader of your group that claims to be
Mr.
civil...
Goldstein, George, can you please turn the mic off, George?
You're not shutting me up, you didn't shut him up,
3 minutes.
you're not shutting me up.
I did attempt to stop Mr. Egan, and you could ask Mr. Egan to go review the film, because obviously you had blinders on that.
Right, I have
Mr.
blinders
Goldstein.
and hearing aids.
Yes.
As a leader of your group that claims to be civil, you certainly did not display any civility in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't
Goldstein.
expect a Christmas card.
Oh, my God.
Next speaker.
I don't think you were quite as vociferous in your attempts to stop Mr. Egan, if I remember correctly.
I believe we tried to calm down everybody in the crowd on both sides there, Mr. McQueen.
You can cut his mic off.
You just look at the video and... Please go ahead.
I was very grateful to hear the attorney ask for a PDF on the project. These kind of decisions, the information has to get out. The board should see it, the audience should see it. We have this giant screen here. You get a PDF, you can get every single detail up there. We're going to have budget meetings. Now, last year we had them here, and while they were here, that budget was up on the big screen, on these two screens. Every citizen that came in could follow what was going on. And to take the budget meetings and stick them up into the senior center, where we had them on the porch, and in years past, and we had maybe 1 or 2 people come to them. The budget meetings should be public, and they should be in a place where the figures that are being shown are public and easy to read. And this is the place to do it. We own this building. There's no reason to have buildings maintenance setting up and breaking down, setting up and breaking down. George's office is here. This is the best place to have budget meetings. You should have them here. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Any other speakers?
Mayor Bingham, regards to the TMAC versus holding meetings in the senior center. As far as I remember, when I was on the planning board, I was able to project things. I used the laptop and a projector, and I know at one of the other budget meetings, Peter Martin had a projector, and he had a screen at the senior hall, and the numbers were projected. As far as always coming to this building, another chair never ever used it, even though Mr. Burke continually says, you have the facilities. The people who run the meeting are the ones who are responsible for actually projecting and getting the information out to the public. So I would like to say, I don't really care if the meetings are here or at the senior center, but whoever is running the meeting, whether it's the planning board, CBA, or a town board meeting, if you're not projecting it, it's the fault of the person running the meeting, not the location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? If not, going to move to the Ward Brower, please.
Ward Brower, private citizen. Last time I felt ashamed to be part of this town. I don't normally come to defense of this person. When Ms. Converes was slighted, she had a topic that could not be covered in 3 minutes. And she should have been given enough time to cover that topic. When this program of letting the public speak was initiated in 1990 by Mike Fryrich, it was 3 to 5 minutes. For the next 12 years when he was supervisor, he never even timed it. There were never any abuses. He was very flexible. There was some dialogue back and forth, but he did have a caveat. You treat everybody with respect, and you get respect in return. 12 years it functioned quite well. I think we should go back to that. Next concern is on the budget. which department would I be addressing, or department head? Because I am very concerned about lack of code enforcement, particularly accessory attached dwelling law, which is a joke. I want to see ramifications of not enforcing it we've had seen. I want to see how it functions when you do enforce it, which we have not seen. I don't know which department I would go. I'd have to ask Peter. He's the only one probably enough in background and knowledge to answer that question. Next concern is that I will not mention any names, leaders of a certain party, not even mention the party. I am in total agreement with some of their points. One is they were opposed to new formation of another town. And the grounds of their objection, one of the grounds anyway, was virtually unsustainable growth. And I agree with that. Also, a certain member of that group went on record saying that a certain village, unnamed, has a piece of vacant property with potentially high-density development, also raised the concerns of basically uncontrolled growth. I agree with that too. My concern is, where's the outcry or indignation when that same potential uncontrolled growth can occur in the rest of the unincorporated part of town of Monroe due to a couple of flukes? One being a seeker which doesn't have the correct parameters, i.e. size of families that these homes are being marketed to. When you design a seeker program based on a family of 4.5, and then you sell it to a family of 10, that negates all that hard engineering work, all that supposed vested rights. It's nonsense because it's never been vested, never been vetted, it's never been examined. It's a joke. That's one loophole. The other loophole is we have an accessory attached dwelling law that's never enforced. Therefore, de facto, allowing single-family homes to morph into 4-family homes with all the ramifications. Nobody checks out. A certain group, unnamed group, I can't understand how they can be concerned about uncontrolled growth in one section of the town and yet give a pass on the other side. In fact, a couple of leaders I will not mention have gone at this same venue, have taken a stance saying that they want the accessory attached dwelling law to remain on the books and intact. In fact, one member said he moved to this town because of that. Find that's a problem. I'd like to get what's the difference when we have uncontrolled growth in one area and it's bad, well, I have it in another area. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward.
Anyone else? Would any of the board members care to comment on the gentleman?
Yeah, I'll comment. Unless someone else wants to.
I'll just do one, and that's on Friday, and this has to do with Mr. Brower. On Friday, I received a phone call late in the afternoon from Mr. Gedalia Zeganin. He's the administrator for the Village of Kirschwell. He's also the deputy, one of the deputy town clerks for the town of Monroe. Mr. Zeganin called and he informed me that he would be, and that would be for today, that they were submitting petitions for the creation of the town of North Monroe, and that he wanted to notify the town accordingly. That was communicated later on again today. I believe that the county is now in receipt, from what I'm looking at in Mid-Hudson News, I think they're in receipt of a 2,400 signature petition calling for this. I just wanted you to be informed. You'll probably be seeing more of it. I know that I brought it up a couple of weeks ago when Mr. Zeganin had made that announcement, but it appears as though they have in fact, or will be filing as of today.
Okay, I just want to make a couple comments. First of all, I did think that some of the members of the town get a little out of control at the meetings and don't stop when asked, and I know members of the board did ask them to stop. I just noticed that sometimes certain people were asked to stop harder than others, so I find that to be a little favoritism, but that being said, it was asked and it wasn't really adhered to. I actually think the person in question was kind of having a you know, he was very upset. And sometimes that happens, but we gotta try and limit it. Budget meetings, I think the budget meeting should be held at the TMAC because of the screens and such. I don't see, and Mary, I know she said she didn't mind either way, but I think Dan was probably right. It seemed much more informative, we have bigger crowds, and I think it's, the main thing is to inform the public and also work it out as a board. As far as the KJ issue and becoming its own town, I do find it hypocritical when one group says they don't want growth in one village or another, then I think purely because of political advantage, they'll allow it somewhere else because a group they're friendly with in a political sense, let's call it, to be polite, wants certain things, and I think certain leadership people in politics would do anything to get a vote or to win a victory without thinking of long-term implications. That's what I see in this town, and I find that problematic. The one thing I'll say is I think we have to all look at this as a long-term issue, and the fact that KJ seems to be putting in paperwork now or soon to become its own town. I said a couple years ago at a meeting that I felt that might be the best solution for the town. I know the board doesn't agree with me, but I think that might be a good way to go, because even if they get some annexed lands or not, I think it would limit put the high-density housing in a lot of ways in one area, even if they get a partial or a full judgment on their application for annexation. Me personally, I'm tired of people saying one group is good and one group is bad and getting in the middle of it. The one thing that Harley and Don Weeks never did was get in the middle of a battle between different congregations and then, through political advantage, make deals that made no sense for the town. As bad as you want to say Don was the liaison with KJ, now Harley is, and you can vilify any liaison. If Harley leaves, there'll be another one. But if you want to get in the middle of a battle and let one group use their influence in the polls to get everything they want, which might not be what you want, or might be, you got to look at it level-headed. You can't just say, I hate Harley or Jerry or this one or that one, and I'm with this group, so let's do everything they say. I'm not going to be here forever on this board, and I hope the future boards make the right decisions, because it might be a while. But you know what? I, as a citizen of the village and town, I think this two-town solution might be something you should seriously look at without getting wrapped up in the internet and the nonsense. That's my comment.
Mr. Colon, you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just have one thing to say. In this town, we have people who are passionate about certain issues, whatever the issue is. The theater, the new township, whatever. But what we have to keep in mind is that you want to try and keep an orderly meeting. You make your comment, you sit down. You may not agree with what may come from this side of the bench, and I get that. But you cannot be disruptive for the rest of the meeting for everyone else. We'll set parameters and guidelines. We're trying to give people time to say what they have to say instead of bantering back and forth for hours. So let's just try to keep some, I wouldn't say civility as much as keep to the guidelines and keep the meeting moving. I understand that people are passionate about their beliefs, but at one point or another, we do have to follow the general guide. And if they cannot, then this board will have to take up an issue of asking that individual either to sit down, and if they don't adhere to that, then he'll have to leave. Thank you.
I just got one thing. Listen, this is the baseline study that our planner, Ms. Franson, has done, Bonnie Franson. It is a tremendous document that she has done. Look at it. This is the most comprehensive assessment of this town and its resources, natural and otherwise, that's ever been done in the history of the government of this town. So go online, look at it. She will be holding public information sessions to get people's input on what they want to see happen with your town, regardless of where, you know, whatever your beliefs are, wherever you fall on what political divide or whatever. Go to those sessions, let them know there's online surveys. That's where it's going to count, all right? And that's what's going to go into the master plan, and that's what's going to decide the future of this town. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Is that the only copy the board members have?
No, I printed that out myself, but it's online.
Okay.
Yeah, you can print it out if you want. I printed it out because
Okay.
I like reading stuff in paper.
Okay.
I'm not to be a tree colored ward, but, you know, I just like to read it.
Tree code.
Yeah.
Tree code, yeah.
You recycle that though.
Excuse me, Mr. Supervisor.
Yes.
I know,
Would you like to speak?
Mike,
take it to the mic.
But I'd like to
Please.
make a couple of comments.
Goldstein, Michael.
Good evening, Mr. Egan.
So, I'll be brief. I wasn't going to speak because I didn't have anything to say, but a couple of the board members and the public used their time to attack me. So I'm just simply going to explain. I have sat here for 4 years being abused, attacked, and my time wasted. Being buffaloed, I've personally asked the supervisor questions, he's lied to me directly. He's then refused to respond to questions here. I've heard people yelling at each other here for 4 years. I've heard people in the audience abused. And I've sat here politely, and everybody here knows me. I'm a very polite guy. And I got really pissed off because the controller refused to answer my simple question. I asked the question of the board members after I sat down, before I sat down, I very politely said, I'm respectfully asking these questions. I would like you to respond tonight. The board, a couple of board members responded. Controller did not. Did not. And then he went into what I considered a ludicrous statement that the theater was moving towards break even. And at that point, I lost it. And I had this conversation with Mr. Cardone. He wasn't happy with me later. Right? But I want to tell you something. I'd do it again. Because there comes a certain point where if you don't speak up, then the truth doesn't come out. And the controller refused to answer a very simple question. I asked, why don't you produce it? And you know what? In what's been categorized as my badgering, I got the answer. He said, because you got to get 3 votes up here to make me do it. That's what he said. I finally got it, but he didn't offer that up until I persisted. So if anybody was offended, I apologize, but you know what? I'd do it again because I got the truth out. And secondly, I object again to having all of our time wasted where a couple of the councilmen here used the discussion simply to make a political attack on United Monroe when it had nothing to do with the conversation, and to throw out these straw men about how United Monroe wants uncontrolled development in parts of the town, and United Monroe is support successor. None of that's true. None of that's true. And United Monroe and the folks that helped elect in the last election are the only reason there's a moratorium. The only reason. And the only reason that accessory apartments aren't being built like crazy. So remember that. Thank you.
All right, since someone else spoke, I'll get a quick one. I don't think, I'm not begging, but I get a chance to speak to. Whoever lied to you, I feel that isn't nice for people to lie to you, Mike. I don't think you've been bullied, buffaloed, and you've been usually polite, but not always. You also like to say that everyone who disagrees with you is disingenuous, or a liar, or you used some other word last meeting, which I brought up to you. You also like to say that the only reason of the moratorium or what is it, accessory apartments not being built. Well, actually, Harley and I both made motions to not have that law on the books for right now until we straighten everything out. And the people who you claim are the superheroes of this issue said wouldn't vote for it. They voted no. They wouldn't repeal the law. That's a fact. I know you don't like facts when you don't agree with them, but that's the fact. The other thing is, and you did come up to me after the meeting when I said you didn't give me credit when I do things that you agree with. Only when I don't agree with you, you badger me and call me disingenuous. I did vote for the moratorium twice. I voted against the 507 acre annexation. I voted against the KJ getting to review the secret for the 507. So let's set the record straight. You have a habit of only criticizing and never saying, hey, you were with us on that or with me on that. And you did say it after the meeting. You didn't say it publicly, but I give you credit for at least saying it after the meeting. So maybe we have room to grow and move forward together. And I know you got upset, I didn't criticize it, I did say you were very upset, and hopefully in the future, that won't happen. But you keep saying you'd do it again, which I find trouble. But hopefully it won't come to that. Thanks.
Can we
Can
move
we
on?
get back to the regular meeting and let's
Can
move
we
this
get,
along,
can we
please?
get on with the meeting?
I guess we're ready to approval of minutes.
Approval of minutes. Yep.
There is
You have a motion?
nothing for this evening.
You have a motion for the minutes?
There's nothing presented for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, Mary Ellen, what, just out of curiosity, why was the 725 one in my packet?
Thank you, sir.
That was approved at the last meeting.
Was it changes?
Yes.
Okay. Because the changes weren't made then.
On the 725, that's approved at the last.
Because there was only 2 councilmen there, and they're showing that, Jerry, were you here on 725?
Which one?
725, July 25th?
Yes.
I thought it was you, yeah.
All right, well then Councilman McQuaid's votes are missing with the exception of on
No,
the
wait a minute.
last page.
Okay, let me look into that because I don't have that, what you're looking at with me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so,
circled and highlighted. Okay.
okay, go on while I look into this.
Can we skip dates and announcements since it's on the website?
I'll make a motion to skip that.
I'll second it.
There's just one part, and that's regarding, and I needed to pull this up because I had to address Mr. Egan. In September, early September, August, and then fully memorialized on Monday, November 16, 2015. All of the town board members at that point, as well as members of the public, were given by Mr. Donnelly an attached draft local approval for the moratorium. This had been in the making for a couple of months, that along with myself and Dennis McWaters had put this together with Mr. Donnelly. This started sometime in August of 2015, moved into September. It was memorialized in detail, and if anyone needs to see, I'll show you the November.
It's in the past, Mr. Knowles, let's move on. Yeah, it's in the past.
No, he brought it up.
Like everything
No,
before
He
this.
brought it up.
Our topic
Now
was
I'm
in the
saying,
past.
so it wasn't he and United Monroe who created, or you who created this moratorium. It was done by Mr.
If you
Donnelly.
memorialized it in September, how come it wasn't passed till Councilman McGinn and myself got on the board?
Ask Mr. McWaters, why don't you ask him?
I don't have to ask him, you were the supervisor.
You killed him off, ask him.
I just wanted to
Mr. Egan.
Listen, Mr. Dolce, you're the majority of the board, you could pass whatever you wanted back then. Let's move on, let's deal with the
No, we
people's
didn't pass it.
business
If I wanted to
here.
pass, we didn't pass it, that's the point. We
You could have
didn't
done
pass
whatever you
it.
wanted
We
back
didn't
then.
pass it.
Let's move on and
So
do
what
the
was the
meeting.
point bringing it up?
Because Mr. Egan brought up that you were the one who was instrumental in making this moratorium happen. No, it was Mr. Donnelly, Mr. McWaters, if you remember him, right?
No.
Before you gutted him.
If you didn't pass it, how were you instrumental in bringing it up to light? There's the law, yeah, on your computer.
Listen, Mr. Dolce, most stuff, it got kicked down the curb and it never got done. So let's move on, special orders, please. Financial resolution to pay the bills.
No, I'm doing this, not you.
Well, please, let's move on and let's do it. Our time is valuable here.
It's number 1 under special order.
We're looking at the moratorium hardship variances, which you already have probably decided that you're going to pass it anyway, the hardship variances. Aren't you, on Wednesday, Mr.
We already settled that issue by a
Selling out the
resolution.
town Wednesday night?
Oh, please.
Why don't you just do it now, instead of having to...
Mr. Doles, if you don't want to fulfill your duties, then leave.
Yeah,
All
just
lines
leave.
of the way.
Why don't you just
We're
leave?
working. I'm going through this the way I want to, not the way you want me to.
Hey, Jerry, is there any way you can calm this knucklehead down,
Yeah.
please?
Let's move on.
Let's not call each other names, but let's be calm.
Listen.
Let's be calm, please.
Let's
I'm
take a
trying to move this along.
Public.
Trying to move this along.
I'll make a resolution to pay the bills, make a resolution to pay the
I'll
bills.
second the resolution.
Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
I make a resolution to
No.
appoint...
No.
I make a resolution to
We didn't-
appoint Dr. Peter Martin to a term, to a two-year term for the position of assessor, for the position of town comptroller. I need a second for that.
I'll second it for discussion.
For the purpose of discussion, okay.
Oh, God.
But I think what you would have to do if you were to do something like that, you would actually, excuse me, I'm trying to speak, discussion. If you were to do something to that effect, you would have to appoint Dr. Martin to finish the two-year term, which ends on the end of December 31st, 2017, so
I'll
it's
make
a
the
year
motion.
and
He's
4
been working
months.
without a contract for 8 months already.
Okay, I seconded it already, so, I mean, I'm just letting you know, it wouldn't be 2 full years.
Any
It would be
discussion?
The remainder of the two-year contract.
Any
I didn't know this was gonna come up tonight.
I didn't know it was gonna come up tonight either, so I'm not going either way with it.
I
so
think
I'm gonna have
that
it.
Dr. Martin does a lot of work for the town, does a good job. I actually think he goes above and beyond what most comptrollers probably do and have to do in any town. He's been working short-staffed. We did make some resolution of that last meeting to get some staff part-time in the evening. So now Dr. Martin stays many hours later than the normal day and helps that person do the other work to catch up on certain issues, and I commend him for that, and I know you talked to Rick about that. A lot of hours involved. Thank you, Dr. Martin. And I think overall, he's done a good job for the town, and I'll be upfront, because everyone always talks about politics here. I'll just say, I would be, and I don't know if it's gonna be voted on tonight, I would be in favor of Dr. Martin continuing to work for the town, strictly because of the job, the work he does and how hard he does it, the knowledge he has of the accountings, and also what's done in the town. It's invaluable, and I think if we make any mistakes, I would really hope and pray that the town board is logical and not in any other way making these decisions. Because if he was to be gone for any reason, the town would suffer right now. And it would suffer for a while before the catch-up could be made. Now, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but it would hurt for quite a while. And Dr. Martin and I used to be at political loggerheads, and I've made my support of him because of what he does. We don't always agree. Sometimes he's too critical of me, right? But that's okay, that's his opinion. But I think he does a great job for the town, so I don't know what anyone wants to do with that.
Yeah, well, we've undergone an extensive multi-month audit. Davies and O'Connor, they've given a great green light. The town books are in great order. The comptroller hasn't commented negatively on anything that Mr. Martin has done. I have my differences with Mr. Martin, but somehow the office of the comptroller should not be politicized. Right now, that office has become politicized and it needs to stay neutral. He has been on a month-to-month, and nobody has ever heard of anything like this, on a month-to-month basis, when he should be an appointed official so that he can do his job without any kind of political conflict. He's done everything that he's been asked to do.
No, he hasn't. No, he has not.
The town of Monroe is at a 3% fiscal stress level, 3%. Every other village in the town of Monroe, the village of Monroe, the village of Harriman, and the village of Kirs Joel are 10 times plus at risk that this town is. And that is in great part to not only the policies of the board, but in great part probably to Mr. Martin. So he has done above and beyond, even though we have our differences, he's done more as a controller than any single person has done in terms of maintaining the fiscal integrity of this town. And at this time, he should be at least accommodated a modicum of respect and being able to continue doing the work that he's doing with an appointment that will carry over for the balance of the 2-year term.
The problem you have with these kind of appointments, the reason they're made for 2 years, the building inspector is what, 7 years? And the assessor's 7 years, or 8 years. The reason that the state does that is so that people can do their job without any political leanings or any kind of threats against them by a board that might have political or personal reasons against them, or even want to push them in a certain way that they don't think it professionally is right. And I'm not saying that's happening now, but I just think that after 8 months, and I think there was something, maybe a small discrepancy that we have to look at, and that some members of the board were unhappy with, and I get that. I know that we have the assessor and the building inspector. I know why they get those long terms. A comptroller is less, it's 2 years, but it lets them do their job with any, to be fair to all board members. that get everyone the information and work on an even keel without looking over your shoulder, maybe being pressured in any way by anyone. I'm not saying who. And if you have that ability to put someone in there for that length of time, to do their job even-handedly, I think it's a big advantage to the town. And if he was doing anything that I thought was wrong or not right for the town, I would be the first one, Peter knows how I am, to say, you know, maybe we should part ways. But I know how valuable he is to the town, and I know the work he does for the town. That's the only reason I support him. And you cannot like me, because of whatever reason, or I talk back to you, whatever, Mike and I argue. But it's just because it's the right thing for the town. I don't think, and that's up to Dr. Martin, I don't think he's done anything wrong, and I don't think he's done anything that was illogical. So if there's any reason why people are not happy with him, maybe we should discuss that as a board.
I'd like to discuss
and also
that as
say,
a board. And
maybe Rick, would you like to?
I would like to vote on that at the next meeting, but the reason you have terms for building inspector, for tax assessor, for different positions, because you can't start changing people semi-annual, annual. You have to have a little bit of continuity. That's the real deal behind it. Let's discuss this as a board instead of just, I understand where Mr. Doles is coming from. We're more than almost halfway through the 2 years. Yes, that's true. We weren't going to vote on it this week. We can vote on it at the next meeting. And that's not a problem. We'll work everything out. I think as a board, we should come together and discuss this all together. Again, Mr. Martin works very hard on this. Mr. Doles, I have no problem. I would just like to vote on it next week if we may.
I understand, and thank you very much.
That's all. I mean, I'm not
Mr.
asking
Malone, for your consideration.
I appreciate it.
Then moving on to budgetary, I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to
And
budgetary
thank you, gentlemen,
transfers.
for your understanding.
Moving on.
We did not clarify the vote to Mrs. Beams with regard to the resolution to pay the bills.
No.
It was 5-0.
No, it was not 5-0. I voted no, because I haven't seen the bills.
Oh, good point.
So we have 4-1.
Well, we don't have the bill. How did you vote?
I didn't see bills either.
So Mr. McGinn voted no, too.
Peter?
Okay. Would it cause any economic hardship for the town to hold this over to the next meeting, Peter?
Till the next meeting, it would.
The next meeting
Cause a
is
problem.
on Wednesday.
You have
I gotta get some bills paid.
vendor invoices in here that are under contract, which can be paid without even the board having to make a motion to pay those bills. And the rest, this is an unusual circumstance because the data entry person was out all last week. So these invoices were prepared basically on Saturday. When we worked 5.5 hours on Saturday getting them ready for you. We do have people that should be paid.
The chairwoman, the planning board is here. Do you have bills in here that need to be paid?
I do.
Yes.
I'd be happy to walk you through them if you'd like.
That'd be great.
Sure.
So at this point, are we paying the bills, gentlemen?
I'm saying no.
You want to take 5 minutes? I'll walk you through at least what I've got.
If I'm looking at your bills, I'll approve your bills. I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not gonna do
anything else.
piecemeal. I wanna.
Peter, can we hold up until Wednesday? This is supposed to be a board meeting.
No, that's not a board meeting.
We can,
Not a board meeting. Unless you want to make a motion.
No, he can pay, he can put it through on Wednesday.
Mr. Nugent, would it be appropriate for us to?
Yeah, you can have, it's a meeting, it's not a public hearing, so you can put matters on if you want to decide on Wednesday.
So why don't we do that?
Okay. Well, you know what?
Although that could be Monday, remember, if it doesn't happen Wednesday.
Okay,
Well, we could always meet just to pay the bills and go home.
that would be interesting, but okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I mean, somehow we gotta pay the bills.
I'll do that, whatever you like, gentlemen. There is a point to what they're making, and I understand that, and whatever we have to do, I'll do.
So since we're still discussing that, Jerry, I have one question for you.
Go ahead.
If a controller said to you, it doesn't matter if the budget doesn't balance, okay? you would say that that would be someone you would have confidence in that's gonna get the job done?
The context.
If a comptroller was to say to me that the budget doesn't balance at all, or.
Doesn't balance. If it's, let's say, $4,000 off.
Okay, I would have a problem with that.
Okay,
I was
because-
never told that before.
Because, no, this is the conversation I had with Mr. Martin this afternoon, and Mrs. Weeks was in the office. And he was adamant about the fact that the accountants that we hired, okay, were persistent, because the question I asked was, are the requirements that we extended 2 weeks in addition to the 2-week period that O'Connor Davies had suggested were submitted to them? He said he didn't think it was going to be done, and they were pressing him. Now, maybe O'Connor Davies' standards are higher than Mr. Martin's, but I think those standards have to be upheld since we're paying for an audit, and it's with a company that's extremely reputable and audits plenty of the other municipalities in our county. So, when somebody says that to me, I lose all confidence, I'm sorry.
So now you've lost
All confidence. All
Yes,
confidence.
yes.
You seem to make.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter, because your comment was that it's only $4,000. Would you take that $4,000 out of your account and give it to the taxpayers?
It wasn't spent, it was a budget, and it's a difference in the budget between what O'Connor Davies have recorded in their system, which they have done manually, based on the data that they collected from us.
So you're blaming O'Connor Davies for the mistake?
No, what I'm saying is,
Be quiet.
what I'm saying is, there's room,
That's not gonna work, you know that, right?
there is room.
You realize that's not gonna work.
Go ahead, Peter.
No, he asked me to be.
Go ahead, Peter.
That's not
You
gonna
should show it too.
So you got him there, right? Now that you used him up.
Will you
right?
people do the town's business and stop this?
Now that you used him up.
It's
you
ridiculous.
got him.
Come on, it's
Good
ridiculous
luck.
now.
Stop intimidating.
Okay, there is a question on the floor, so let the comptroller answer.
Still here, you know that.
It's a difference.
You said I was, but I'm not, am I?
It is potentially a difference.
Quiet, please.
All right, folks, it's a difference between data that they entered into their system that they use versus the data that we have in our accounting system, Edmunds, that we use. And that there's a discrepancy between what they have and what we have. And it's a difference of $4,000. That difference has no material basis on money that was spent. It doesn't have any material basis on the amount of the fund balance. It's not about a question of the due tos and due froms being in balance. It's a question of budgetary accounts that are not in agreement between two systems.
Are you sure it's between two systems?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're saying that O'Connor Davies made a mistake?
No, I'm saying there's a difference, and they have asked me to identify the reason why. In order for
And
me
your
to-
comment was it doesn't matter.
Tony, what I also said that maybe you didn't listen to is that I've already spent about 4 days trying to find $4,000 in budget numbers, not in anything that was spent, not in anything that was received as revenue.
Okay, well, see, my whole take on it is, if you're not worried about balancing a budget, then why should you be worried about balancing what you spent?
Loaded question.
Yeah, you got your way you want to look at it.
Okay, well, let's look at it this way. Are you gonna continue, and I know you and Tony had a conversation I wasn't privy to earlier, are you gonna continue to work with the firm of O'Connor Davies, I should say, and these numbers and track down the discrepancy? Are you gonna continue?
I have spent.
Yes. Are you gonna continue?
See, that's
You
not
haven't
what you
given up.
said to me this afternoon, Peter. You said you were done. See, now you're flipping
I
again.
didn't say I was done.
You said you were done looking for the $4,000, that you did spend 4 days on it, so.
I did spend 4 days on it.
So you're gonna spend
4 days on it that I could have spent doing other things that I have to do for this town.
Is the audit over yet?
Excuse me?
Is the audit completed yet?
No.
Okay, so we have more time.
Will you have all the information to them by the 15th that needs to be to them?
I don't know. Because if I can't find the $4,000, the answer is going to be
Well,
no.
let me tell you something. When I was working for somebody, if I didn't meet a deadline, there are consequences.
What are you gonna
If
do?
that's
Gonna
what you
fire him?
want, and you've got
What are
3
you gonna do,
votes,
fire him?
be my guest.
Need 3 votes to
Back up the
fire him.
bus.
You can fire him.
Oh, my God.
Gentlemen, can we move, can we move on with,
All right, he doesn't have.
we have an agenda,
Why did you get 4 months
please?
ago?
He doesn't bother me.
Now you don't need him, so you can get rid of him.
All right, listen, let's look at this calmly. Peter's gonna keep looking at the numbers. I think the one problem Peter's having is, and Peter talked to me about it, because I, like Tony, am concerned about this situation.
Right.
With O'Connor Davies.
Right.
There's certain things that Peter's not in control of as far as information coming in from other companies. And maybe, I don't know, I'm not an accountant or a comptroller. Maybe that could be part of the problem. We have to really hustle now to get this straightened out by the 15th, if possible. Okay, Peter, we got it?
Calculator.
You good? You gonna keep going?
I think we'll keep going on that now.
Okay. Tony, I didn't know the comments before, and now that I do, I feel we gotta push to make sure everything's balanced and done right. But I don't know much about the difference between accounting systems, between Davies and the municipal system.
We just, you know, to weigh in on this whole issue here is, I believe it was at the August 22nd meeting, we discussed having, I believe it was the 22nd, but we went through the motions of even hiring someone to get this done, because the accountants made it abundantly clear to us that they need to finalize this, because we need to know what the numbers are before we go into our budget sessions.
Right.
And we hired someone part-time to get to that point. And so September 15th is looming, and hopefully that punch list of things that they requested, O'Connor Davies, will be completed by then.
The one thing that won't be done, which is beyond our control, is that they requested that you do the infrastructure study. The infrastructure is being done, will be worked on this week by the company that you approved to do that work. So that will delay their final report.
I'm talking about what is required from the accounting and
and to
finances of our town.
understand-
Let me just finish. That's what I'm talking about. I know that we retained somebody else to take care of that, and I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
But there's, you know, there's things that they require of you and of our finance department, and that's what we hope
And
to have provided.
some other people who haven't submitted some of the paperwork.
Well, if there's something that's required by another department in town, then let's
Our town
move forward and
clerk-
get that.
Our town clerk volunteered and sent out to get that taken care of. And
I'm sure she's on it.
One of the things that you'll find when you look at the report from O'Connor Davies, things that are important for the town, not balance of the budgetary accounts, but the fund balance. And the fund balance that they're reporting right now in the documents that they have shown us is in agreement with the fund balances that I reported in the AUD that I filed with the New York State Department. New York State AUD cannot be filed if it's out of balance. I filed the AUD, and the accountants have, to this date, not even asked to see a copy of it.
I'm not an accountant, I don't know why.
Well, the AUD goes into, you know, it records the.
No, I know what it is, I don't know why they would
Okay, but
request
it's
it
the
there,
things
you
that
know.
are important to you to be able to decide how you're going to move forward with the budget has to do with, you know, what's the cash, what are the fund balances, what's out there, what funds owe money to the A fund, what funds owe money to the B fund. All of those things, all of those due-tos and due-froms, they're in balance. The balance sheet is in balance.
It's not all about balances, it's also about procedures and everything else associated with proper accounting. So let's wait for their report before we start patting you on the back.
I'm not asking,
All right, let's move on here.
While we're also on this, since we haven't been able to get quarterlies, I did want to make a motion tonight that we get monthlies for the TMAC.
There it is.
In addition to Peter's method, and also into the P&L method that was also presented to us.
I'll second that.
It's coming,
You want, what, you want different methods of doing it, Tony?
Yeah, I want two ways. I want it done two ways. I would like it done two ways.
Which way you want it done?
I would like it done this way,
And
but I'd also would like it done in a profit and loss statement.
Okay, the only problem with that is in the government county, you're not looking at profit and loss, you're looking at, as revenue and expenditure. So just by saying that, you show me that you
No,
don't
this
understand.
is expenses and revenue.
I know that, that's what I'm saying.
And I wanna see it.
When you do a government accounting, it's different than private accounting. I have people here who are accountants right in the audience and told me that. So I'm just saying,
I understand that,
you
but
can't,
we're dealing with a separate entity here that is extremely controversial in the town.
it's only controversial because I believe it was made a political football and a legal football because someone wanted to make points. My personal opinion is most people come here, enjoy it. Most taxpayers who pay a very small amount on their taxes to support whatever is not supported by user fees really have no concern about it. And when you look at the way, the amount of payment we get from this public, what do you call, entertainment venue we've gone into, the percentage of expenses that are paid by revenues is rather high as opposed to anything else. And I know people might not always agree with having a arts and civic center, but it's not something that's unheard of in the state or anywhere in the country. In fact, it's the trend nowadays to have arts and civic centers or revived theaters, even with movies, a stage, and everything else, that are done by either nonprofits or by the towns and villages or the state, because it doesn't make usually a huge profit as they used to because of different changes in electronics and entertainment. But we can, and I hope we can, I think you've even agreed with this, we'll try and make it as revenue neutral as humanly possible. And that's the aim I have. I've always said, everyone, don't come to me, tell me, Jerry, make us a profit. But can we break even, maybe? There's some avenues, I know you've talked to Justin about this as well as I have, to maybe make it closer to revenue neutral sooner than later. That's all I'm saying. If you want to do it that way, Tony, I just disagree with you, that's all.
I think having both ways is a fair compromise.
And I only brought it up because Mr. Martin brought it up last meeting. So,
I brought it up because I answered Mr. Egan.
yeah, okay.
Your accountants told you at the meeting that we had with them that in the financial document that you are anticipating receiving, the TMAC is mentioned in 2 lines. One is in the 1622 line, which is minus $220,000 roughly for 2015.
Wrong.
Well,
That's not what they said.
they said that there's 2 lines,
There's 2 lines.
and that's where it is. And that's how much the TMAC gets in that financial statement that you are waiting to receive.
I understand that, but you're wrong with the 226.
What do you mean I'm wrong?
Their amount was 460.
Total between
And then
the two.
Between the two what?
Between the 1622 line and the 7010 lines.
Correct.
Each one was roughly 200 and change.
Correct.
Totaling 400. Yes,
And then-
that's right.
And then take the ban out.
Those numbers are right here on this. They said you don't take the ban because the ban is below the line.
I understand
Everything
that,
is
but
done
if it was an
net.
enterprise fund,
But it's not.
then you would put the ban in.
But it's
But
not.
I understand that, so then let me ask you this. You know what, I'll hold off on asking you that.
Yeah, when you fire
Peter, I'm trying to make heads or tail of this right now. Mr. Egan had mentioned that the TMAC is losing $800,000 a year. Okay. Again, that would show up in fund balance somewhere. It would show up somewhere. However, he's asking or demanding that you use the same formula that he used to be able to come up with an $800,000 loss, and asking you to come up with the same type of accounting approach to come up with what? To come up, how are you going to get to the point where it's going to match the amount of loss that he's saying his formula realizes? I don't understand. Again, I'm not an accountant. I guess he's a CPA, and he has a degree in this. You folks understand this better. But how can he say almost $1 million worth of loss, you say something much less, and it
Because-
doesn't show up anywhere?
Because Peter's numbers only represent June through the end of the month, end of the year.
No,
For 2015, they do?
well, that's because that's as long as it was in operation.
Exactly.
Right, but it's here, that's all here. And you asked to be able to compare, you wanted to have, like, if you look at this, you'll see that I'm showing you 2015 from June to the end of August. I'm showing you 2016 from June to the end of August, so that you can at least start to compare in an apples to apples world what's going on. And it's improved. If you look at the cinema part from 15 to 16 in the, 16 over 15 from June through the end of August. You went from, in 15, loss of a negative $63,000, and this 2016, it's negative 39,000, 39,689. 63,072. So those are your differences. I also showed you from the draft budget for 2017, a projected $14,000 loss for the entire year of 2017. When you look at this data, something else that you have to bear in mind is that we're going into the piece of the year where 50% of the budget, 50% of the revenues are going to come in between now and the end of the year. Because these types of endeavors, businesses, are not linear. They're not linear projections. You understand that. You understand a business that doesn't have a baseline income that's flat throughout the year. We're going into the section where that's going to happen. So
Increases.
Is it getting better? I think it's getting better. Does it equal to the wash that I agree with you? It'd be good to get the wash. I think that's where they should be striving. They're making efforts to do that. You've spearheaded some of those efforts. You're dealing with security and you're dealing with the staffing. Has made a change. Has made a positive change on this picture. It's going in the right direction.
All right, so I believe there's a motion here to just prepare this monthly both ways. Is that, this way we can look at it both ways?
But now you're asking, just to make it clear, you're asking the comptroller to take something that's been put up by the audience, and that you now want to adopt that as the policy for the town, and you want to order me that that's what I have to do. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I think back,
If that's how you want to word it, yeah.
I mean, I think
Well,
back.
that's what you're saying.
I mean, I think back always, we were just looking for a quarterly, and I think you said it was easier just to do it monthly, is that?
Well, I said now, I got it put together, so I can supply you this on a monthly
Alright, so
basis.
let's just do it both ways, and this way we can look at it both ways, and we can infer, you can draw your inferences from that,
But what's the misunderstanding of the both ways? If you're looking to say that this
The P&L.
enterprise is losing $700,000 or $800,000 in a year, you have to go now and look and show where is that loss? Because you didn't lose it in cash. You haven't lost it in the fund balance. So if that's the way you interpret it, where's the loss? So you're asking me to put something forward for something that I don't believe, and it's also, I feel, a misleading representation of what's going on, that's all. If somebody wants to here's all the data's all right here. If someone wants to take that and try to interpret in some way, be my guest. But
Where are the revenues here? Just explain to me where the revenues are.
they are at the bottom, let's see, they're, on the second page, they're kind of in the middle. You've got ticket sales, cash and credit, and concessions, cash and credit. See that, sort of in the middle? second page?
Yep.
That's where the revenues are. And I put the revenue for the room rental up against, on the first page, against the building itself. Because the room rental is primarily things that take place up here on the third floor.
So basically, year-to-date, okay, we're looking at concession supplies at $35,000, $35,011, and we're looking at concessions sales at 107?
Well, you gotta take two numbers because you've got credit and cash.
That's what I'm doing, 107.
Yep. Yep, 107 and change.
Peter, what line is this?
It's out at the, next to the last column in the middle of the second page.
Next to that.
And you also show that, that year-to-date, the revenues year-to-date are 348,000 compared to 227,664 in 2015. So you're already 120 ahead of the game, and 50% of your revenue is still coming in before the end of this year. So
Isn't
what's
that
going to
busy?
be important is following what happens in September is not going to be such a great month. October is going to be a much better month. November is going to be better, and January is going to be off the charts.
December.
So December.
Have you actually looked at the reports
Yes.
for the movie industry?
Yes,
Oh, okay,
I have. That's how you think I got that information.
okay.
I found a study that was done over 10 years.
No, I'm talking about for this coming year. Have you looked at the reports for the movie industry for this coming year?
No, I haven't looked at those.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to. I think maybe you should before we have visions of grandeur.
All I'm pointing out is that the trend in sales is following the trend that we found of the 20-year study that was done about folks going to the movies. That's all. And in that study, 50% of the business, approximately 50% of the business comes in the last sort of 3 months of the year. That's it.
Peter,
But here's all your data. You mean,
the second approach that is being recommended, is this something that O'Connor Davies could do?
They would.
Or would do.
No, I ask you.
well, they're an accounting firm.
Why don't you just hire them? You have more than enough work.
Ask them.
Hire them to do it. They're doing all these other things. They have whatever they need at their disposal.
Gonna do it on a monthly basis? We're gonna pay somebody else when we're already paying a controller? Once he sets it up, it's simple as cake. You just input numbers and you carry it through in an Excel sheet.
So then maybe O'Connor Davies can set it up and maybe it can be as simple as cake.
No, because if O'Connor Davies sets it up, then there's gonna be a difference in the accounting software like there is with the $4,000 in the budgeting. So we don't want that to go awry either.
That's a good point. All right. So we have a motion on the floor.
Continue with our
Paying the bills, I thought, right?
agenda.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor. I'm going to disagree with the motion only because, and I've been consistent with this, I don't consider this thing a profit loss business model, although you do and you have every right to. I'm not arguing with Mike or
Different
Tony.
perspective.
Different perspective, that's all. I think it's good for the town. I come here once in a while, my kids come here once in a while, it's a nice thing, and we should pay for it. And I've sometimes, and maybe, I'll be honest, maybe with Tony, I've been a little too critical of, money spent in other venues. I did like to compare it to parks and libraries, and I still do. I know you don't agree, but we have a difference of opinion.
That being said, either,
What are we
is
voting?
this to call the question to order Mr. Martin to come up with two different sets of
Monthly
accounting-
accounts.
monthly accounting reports.
One will be this one.
That he has, and then the other one that
P&L.
Mr.
P&L.
Egan has,
Or Mr. Cardone's asking.
Profit and loss
P&L.
statement. Aye.
no.
Aye.
Nay.
Either one or abstain, Rick?
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain. Motion does not pass. Okay, moving on to the next subject.
We will be getting these every month, Peter?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Moving on to the next item is business. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess. We just need to get the paperwork together. Okay? 5 minutes. Yeah, sure.
And what
Why
about
don't we
the
do that
highway,
now?
the highway department?
Okay.
Do you mind?
No,
Anything related to planning board, I'm here, you can ask me questions and we can.
we're fine.
Cool, okay.
Can I? Oh, go ahead. I was gonna ask you a question. Go ahead, yeah. The planning board education request,
Yeah.
was that something you asked the planning board secretary to attend?
No.
Okay.
What is that exactly?
Oh, the
Planning
computer stuff?
education request.
The computer stuff.
She's
I
requesting
didn't
to
ask
go.
her to do it, so,
She's going for an Excel course.
That's
yeah,
Excel.
and I have not recommended that.
I have. That's where it's coming from.
Okay, well, I
Don't
haven't,
blame, don't go after her.
I'm not
I'm the
going
one-
after
I
her.
know how it works. I recommend.
Stop.
No,
Please don't
I don't have,
insult
no,
me.
actually, I don't have to stop. I know what's
What do you
going
mean you
on
know
behind
how
the
it
scenes.
works?
I know what's going on behind the scenes and I understand what's going on. So
Well,
I did recommend that you put it to the board as well.
Same thing.
Education.
you know what, I'm sorry, but I take offense to that. I don't know what you
Take
think
offense,
is
you tell me
going
to stop.
on behind the scenes,
Yes, I'm not allowed to.
but I haven't recommended it, and I don't think it's necessary.
Well, what I
Feel
don't
free
think
to
is
ask me
necessary
questions.
is for a lawyer to try and teach someone how to do spreadsheets and computer stuff when you're not an expert in that and you've never taught that before.
Are you getting into personnel issues?
I'm
No,
not,
we're talking about an education request. Tony asked a question and I
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
not
address it
standing
before someone
here.
else gets blamed for bringing it forward.
what did you want, Audra?
I'm not standing here as a lawyer, I'm standing here as your planning board chair.
Right.
And
understand.
so the public understands, previous to my being a chair, and previous to Elisa Tutini being chair, Mary was chair, we had a logbook. And the logbook was used for logging in when invoices came in. So we had a record, and it was done by paper, handwritten in. It was a big, long spreadsheet kind of chart. And the secretary it was their job to log in invoices when they came in, so we had a record of everything.
Right.
And then at some point, those invoices get entered into the admin system and they eventually get paid. And this is a way of tracking things so you didn't lose them.
Right.
But when Ms. Tutini became chair, the logbook stopped being used. And so the logbook has just been not done for years. When I became chair, I asked for the logbook, if you recall, and I met with a lot of difficulty. No one wanted to give me the logbook. When I finally got it, I realized why, because no one's been doing it. So it occurred to me that since we haven't been doing the logbook and I can start fresh here, might as well do it in Excel, because then we don't have to worry about calculations being done, and we can actually make it a little bit more user-friendly and more up to speed.
Exactly.
So I created an Excel spreadsheet, not because I'm a lawyer, but because I'm the planning board chair and it makes sense to use technology. I have given that to Kate. I went in and I explained to her how to use it. I know she doesn't have a lot of experience with Excel, so I made it very simple. I protected the cells that do the calculations so that way she can't erase them, and all it is literally data entry. You just have to click on a cell and enter data. It's the same thing as handwriting it on a spreadsheet if you understand the spreadsheet. You either write it on the spreadsheet or you click a cell and you type it in. It's just data entry. Anyone can do data entry, and so I walked her through it. The difficulty is that she doesn't understand the spreadsheet, whether it had been in writing on paper or whether it's in Excel. It's not a matter of understanding how to use Excel. It's a matter of understanding the spreadsheet.
Where to put the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm happy to go over it with her again, but she doesn't communicate with me to tell me what she's confused about. So I haven't had the opportunity to figure out what the problem is. But I don't think she needs Excel training because I don't think that's the problem. And that's why I didn't recommend it.
And I also tried to help her with it.
Right, and Peter, I know you and I have been talking about this.
Yeah,
It's
and
not an Excel issue.
It's not, and I've verified that Those 3 sheets that are in there, they all function.
Yeah.
It's just a question of recording the data.
Right, and I made it simple so that way she doesn't have to do formulas, she doesn't have to do addition or math or anything.
I know.
I protected the cells so that way she can't mess them up, she just has to enter
Type it
data. Yeah, you just type it in, if you understand what you're doing, you just type in the information.
Okay, but I
I'm
have
happy to
another
work with
issue. I have a bigger issue.
Yeah,
My question is,
yeah.
why weren't any numbers put in for years?
You'd have to ask our prior chair.
It's in the accounting.
It's in Edmunds. We're talking about a simple logbook. No, sir. Yeah.
we
No,
have it in
we're
there.
talking about a simple logbook that was done by hand. So, because this is what happens. So, when your vendors send in the invoices, you want a record that they came in.
Right.
So, they were keeping it by hand. And Edmunds portrays information differently than a normal escrow accounting. So, when you enter information in Edmunds, you would enter in the invoice, Mike Donnelly's invoice when it comes in. Say there's $5,000 in the escrow. Mike Donnelly's invoice comes in for $1,000, okay? It's entered in as a negative $1,000. Now your escrow balance looks like it's $4,000, but you haven't paid that $1,000 invoice to Donnelly yet. So the escrow shows as $4,000, but in fact, you really have $5,000 in escrow. So the logbook that I set up in Excel is created so that we actually know what's in escrow at all times.
And what has been paid out?
Yeah, what's been paid, what's open. It's very simple. It didn't take me long to do, and it's I've got it set up. It's just data entry, but she doesn't understand the concepts. It's not an Excel issue. I'm happy to go over it with her again.
So once again, why wasn't the logbook kept up?
I can't tell you that. I wasn't the chair.
All right.
It's historical.
Friends and family.
As Tony said, it's in the past.
Yeah, it is. It's in the past. I agree.
Yeah.
It's in the past. We're moving forward, and I'm trying to clean things up.
I
So
think
what's
the problem
the,
is, I think the problem is that I've always gone on the cautionary side of, if someone asks me as a board member for any kind of education, I generally say, and I did ask her, and I did talk to her many times about this, I think it's not super expensive, we're talking, I think, $300. And that might make her understand the concept more, and you're saying she doesn't need to, but maybe if she understands concepts more, she will be able to do it better. Now, she said there was a discrepancy where you claimed in your spreadsheet that it was $1,000 one way, the other positive, negative, I forget the discussion in positive, negative. It's an electrician thing. But if you get into a thing where she's saying you're 1,000 wrong and she says you're 1,000 up, and then that's really, I guess, a 2,000 spread, and she wasn't trying to be argumentative, she just felt it wasn't right, and she didn't want to get caught in a position of entering some things, and with your guidance, and then later on, as we've seen in the town recently, oh, you did something wrong and now you're out, or this and that. People today, because of recent history, are very cautious about what they sign, like Harley, they're very cautious about what they do, and I don't think she's questioning you, but she said she felt, you did say this, she didn't understand it, and I just don't see the problem in yourself or Dr. Martin, or a little $300 course. I'm not saying that you're not trying to help her, I never said that. I just said that when I talked to her, like Langdon Chapman always taught me, Langdon Chapman. Legal training and computer or math training is different. You have an expertise in one, doesn't mean you have an expertise in two. Like I wouldn't ask Peter legal advice and this and that. And I'm just saying, I think we maybe want to educate people. I'm willing to invest $300 to make an employee feel they understand the system better. Maybe other people aren't. It's nothing against you, you might be 100% correct.
Like, and my
I didn't even
feeling
look at
is,
it. I didn't look at it.
and my feeling is that I don't like to spend money unnecessarily.
Alright.
Until I see that there's actually an Excel issue, I don't want to spend that money and I don't approve of it.
Well, there's other money in the budget that the board could actually use to send if the board
And
chooses
that's
to do something.
certainly your purview, so feel free.
And then
It's not my
obviously
issue.
The ZBA, which also has the second part of this.
Right, I don't know what ZBA would need Excel for, but hey, that
I
got
don't
me.
either.
And I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I can tell you what the confusion has been. Our secretary has been advising people that certain escrow accounts are in arrears.
Right.
That there's negative balances. She doesn't understand, she can't seem to grasp that those accounts were not in negative balances. There actually was money in the account, they were not negative.
Supervisor, can I just make a
Yes.
point that we need to limit the discussion
Yeah.
with respect to the individual employee? Otherwise, we're going to executive session.
Then let's
Okay.
go into
Fair
executive
enough.
session, because you're here, you wanted to discuss this, let's do that.
I don't, I've already told you, I don't approve of the Excel request, and I
Okay.
didn't know it was on here, and gave you my opinion. I don't need an executive session. If you want to, feel free, but I don't need it
Okay.
for this issue. Do you want
Fair
me
enough.
to be there? Okay.
Fine.
What else is on here? So, yeah, I didn't even know this was a full-time planning board chair, as recommended by a board member. No one even told me about this.
That was something which Mr. Abergnani had recommended at a public hearing, that there should be a full-time planning board chair. It was
Okay.
just something which,
I'm here.
as we see the people's recommendations, it was something that he brought up, it was something that appeared to be perhaps salient, given all the circumstances that are going around. We know that, you're busy, other people are busy, we have a ZBA chair, but this is something which he brought up. It seemed enlightening at the time, but it's something which maybe the town board wants to consider based on his further support of it.
Wasn't a board member.
So that was under something which was under new business. It was, again,
I
it was
can't speak to
Mr.
what Gary's
Abergnani's
on.
recommendation.
I don't think he's here, and I don't
Planning board.
know why. I can tell you that his
He's
feeling.
upset, again, as we're reviewing these things, these issues of, I'm not well versed in Excel. Excel seems to be something which most people tend to get training on. Maybe it's not needed because.
I thought we were
it's
talking
simple,
about the chair.
elementary. But again, regarding this, since we skipped over to new business,
Well, I thought we were just doing all planning board.
but you want to.
We can chew gum and walk at the same time.
It came from one of your
Yeah,
members of the
right.
planning board.
So I know that he and I have discussed the fact that it is a very time-consuming job. There's a lot of balls that you're juggling. It is, the majority of my time right now is spent cleaning up things like the logbook and trying to get accounts in order. We have a moratorium, so we're using that time to go over the tree code, the proposed tree code, go over the baseline, come up with recommendations that hopefully will be helpful to your board. When the moratorium is lifted, we will become incredibly busy, and then maybe you can reassess the issue of a full-time chair. I don't know that it's needed right now, but maybe when the moratorium is lifted, it might be a good thing. Either way, I think what we've all said is that given the amount of work, even with a moratorium, it's a very underpaid job. But I think we're all probably pretty underpaid, so I haven't really brought that up. But, look, like I said, right now I'm cleanup crew. I'm spending the majority of my time cleaning up what I've got. So, and trying to use the time to review these laws that are proposed. But,
Audra,
yeah.
why do you feel the need to hire an accountant to set up the books?
I don't. That was, look, I just want the logbook filled in on a timely basis, and I can't seem to get it
That was
done.
the next item on the agenda, I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't me. Look, I just need the logbook filled in.
Okay.
Frankly, if you want to print out the logbook and do it by hand, I'm so desperate at this point, I do it. I just don't think, it's going to happen. But Mr. Doles' response to my repeated requests and deadlines being blown was to say that, according to Kate, that we should hire someone to set up books. I don't know anything about it. No one discussed it with me.
Could that be a simple ledger book or is it a logbook? When you talk about logbook, just for my edification.
It's pretty much a ledger.
Okay.
Basically, like, for each project, we have one sheet that is a log of all the invoices that came in, and they tally. So if you have 5 invoices, the last column tallies them all up, so I know how many invoices are out there. The next sheet for the project is deposits in, invoices paid. So I have a real escrow balance, which Edmunds doesn't give me. And the last sheet is simply for her to track deposits. So if a check comes in, she would say, okay, check for $1,000, I received it on this day. And when she knows it's been entered in Edmunds, because sometimes there's a bit of a delay, she would note deposited, date, September 12th.
And this book.
Very
is
simple.
Ready right now.
And the
It's an
beauty of the
Excel
Excel spreadsheet will
Is there a physical
automatically
book
carry
as well,
over.
Audra?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, because you said logbook and I said ledger book. Is there an actual physical book that also can
No.
be used? Because I know.
No, I don't do paper. I mean,
Okay.
Excel's Excel, and you just save it, and you
Okay.
you can print it out if you wanted to. But think of it, if you need to think of it as paper, feel free. You can print it out and you fill in the blanks. And then I've set up the formulas myself and protected them so no one can mess with them, and they just calculate. You know, you enter the invoices, they calculate out.
And everything adds up.
Yeah, it's just,
It
it's
does.
rudimentary stuff. I mean, this isn't, you know, rocket science.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think we need someone to set up books. I don't know actually, I don't even know what that's about. I'm not sure what we were trying to achieve there, so I can't answer it.
It appears as though for planning and zoning, you have two very important departments. If there are going to be new ways of being able to collect data, coordinate data, all that if there's a way of being able to set up once and for all, and we need an accounting firm to be able to do it, to be able to show everyone, both from the planning end as well as from the ZBA end, because the ZBA is, again, an important part of the town functioning. We get the book set up, could be Peter for that matter, but he's busy, you know, and set it up, get it done.
Peter and I work together quite a bit.
You set it up on the Excel.
Yeah, I mean, it's set up.
Again, does it be training or not? Again, these are things that.
Can I just interject here for a second? We just get a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
Listen, and as part of this whole planning process, and I held this up before, just to say what great work Mike does, we've had discussion about, there's obviously a disconnect and a disorganization in our planning, zoning, post-planning structure. It's clear. It's clear that that's a problem.
Yes.
We've had people come before us that said they were owed money, were almost given money that wasn't due them. We've had dues that were not paid. We've had a number of issues. So in my conversations with Bonnie, she recommended that we look at how other towns structure it, and I have been studying how other towns do it, including Westchester, and how they have a planning, a director of planning or a director of technical services that oversees everything from code enforcement to planning to ZBA and coordinating all of them. And I think that's a problem in this town. It always has been,
It is,
because
absolutely.
it's those holes that lets people, developers and anyone else go in there and exploit the system, if you want to. There's chaos because there's no organization, and there's certainly no organization, and it's been that way for quite a while. So, to answer your questions, I've been looking at this, and I would think that, as we get towards the end of the moratorium process, when we're going to open that up, we'll need to have something in place, and I will come back with recommendations for this board going forward on what might be a reasonable organizational structure to deal with these issues.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Peter and I have been working together. I think I've been in every Friday, and I keep him there late until he has to eat, poor thing. But I can tell you that we're trying to figure out how to do this better, because what has been done in the past isn't really working all that well. Edmunds is not a perfect system. It isn't showing me what I need. And there's certain procedures in place that make things very confusing. And so as I'm learning about them, I'm trying to change those procedures. But, it's a learning curve. There's a lot to figure out here as to why this hasn't been working well. So, but I think we're making progress, so.
Well, we used to have, and Harley can correct me historically, Rick too, when we first got in, it was actually a part-time secretary.
Yeah.
And now it's full-time. I think it's gotten better. It still needs work, like everyone's saying, I agree. But when we were here in 2010/11, we had a joint meeting with the different boards and the attorneys and engineer, and we went over a lot of the escrow accounts that weren't paid, and it just, and the attorneys were there. And I know Langdon went after some of them. We did get some payment back, but not much, because some of them passed the date of being able to legally get your money back. I mean, it was historical, and anything we could do to make it better will help the town in the future. So I'm willing to work with Mike or anyone else that wants to work on it. The only thing I will disagree with whoever wants to disagree with me about it. I think we should consider seriously if someone asks for some kind of education, especially if it's not thousands of dollars, maybe we should just say, if that makes you grasp something better, and I know what you're saying, you feel it's easy to grasp, but maybe someone might need a little course so they get it. I don't know.
Well,
That's
you know,
my opinion.
we have an IT company that services the town. There's all sorts of free, there's Microsoft Academy, there's a ton of things out there, tutorials. And
I'd
plus we have
suggest
the
you look at YouTube videos,
Yeah.
free YouTube
Yeah,
videos
and
several
we
times.
have our IT people, maybe, yeah, maybe,
That would help.
talk to them, listen, maybe hearing it from somebody else would be, you know, it'd be
Different.
worthwhile, you know?
That's a good idea.
Okay, good idea.
Good idea.
You might want to try just printing out the Excel spreadsheets and having her fill them by hand.
Well,
That
and
works.
this way she
That's
can
another
see
idea.
how it works, maybe she has to see that.
Right.
And then she'll just put the numbers in, it'll automatically.
Sure.
Thank
Anything
you.
else on this?
Thank you, Audra.
Okay,
No, I
thanks
just
so
wanna
much
get-
for hearing me out of order.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, may I ask a courtesy? I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning doing arraignment. There's an issue about the court, and I had a court calendar today, so I haven't had a whole lot of sleep in the last,
Please.
actually, I was here Saturday, Sunday, and for this morning.
Your Honor?
May I address number 4?
Yes,
Letter F, excuse me, and I apologize if my words are a little misspoken this evening. I'm a little tired.
Good evening, Your Honor.
That would be a shock.
the right place.
I saw that on the agenda, when I looked online, that the court furniture purchase appears again. Is there a reason it's on again? Letter F on the agenda.
I didn't put it on.
No, it's not on.
Letter F on the agenda.
I will tell you this, Judge Milligram. I asked for the town hall office furniture to be placed on for discussion. I don't know how the court got on for discussion. And my reasoning behind it was the bids from the office furniture, I don't think were done fairly. Unfortunately, there was a mistake in it, and it wasn't apples and apples. So since we're,
You had asked, it was an email that was sent to the.
I happened to look online, my court clerk told me we were appearing, so I felt I needed to just confirm that there's no issue. Thank you, Mr. Cardone, I appreciate that. The two other matters which you should be aware of. Sergeant Byer is with me this evening, he's sort of making sure I don't fall asleep. We are in the process of implementing training and sessions for our court officers, which will probably entail having them come in on a night that is not their shift to talk about security, safety, evacuation policies. Sergeant Byer is working up that policy now. I don't know the agreement with the officers. If they're not working a shift in the court, are they mandated to get paid for 4 hours would be my question. I don't believe they would be, and I'm sure that all of them would enjoy taking any type of safety security work in our court with myself, Sergeant Byer running it, and our officers contributing.
So are you talking about training times?
Yes, sir.
First I'm hearing it, obviously.
No, because we talked about it tonight, so
Yeah,
I want to bring
but
it.
I mean, listen, training is required, it's, you know.
And there will be a formal, we'll make a proposal to you, but I want to make you aware
Lesson
that
plan
we're talking about
listen,
it.
it's important, so. Would they, is the question, should they get paid for it? Is that the
No,
question?
the question I have, and I don't need an answer this moment. I know that when my officers work a shift in the court, they're guaranteed 4 hours minimum of pay, right? Because I could be there anywhere. Tonight, for example, I started it a little before 5, we didn't get done till just about 9 o'clock, just before I got here. It's a long calendar. I apologize, I'm sort of losing my thought for a second. So there are nights where I could be done early, but we guarantee the officers 4 hours of pay on a shift, if I recall correctly. I just want to make you aware that if they do come in, it will not be officers on a shift, it will be officers coming in for training purposes specifically. I don't want to make sure that we're not obligated to pay them for 4 hours, because I don't want to spend that much extra money if we don't have to. I don't know the answer, I'll speak all
I would say, I would leave that at the discretion of the OIC and let him determine the lesson plan that's required by law and state guidelines, and however long that training is, whether it's 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever he feels necessary, then you go with it.
Okay, I
The
appreciate
state
that.
guideline is 21 hours a year.
Yep, I'm aware, and.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, we don't necessarily have to abide by that, and if you put their 8-hour security and armed requal in there, you're probably getting close to it if you throw in some good training, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we put a lot of new procedures in place, which I'm not going to discuss in an open meeting because they involve court security. The other issue, and I spoke to a couple of the board members previously, I don't want an answer today necessarily. I'd like to get a sense from this board what your plans are for the town court. If we are going to be moving into new facilities, JCAP, which has provided us the grant that we are using to purchase the furniture, will also permit us to get monies to renovate and do work inside a building. I believe we have, Mr. Mark, 20-something thousand left, approximately?
23, I believe.
Okay, I can apply for a grant. I have to apply within the next few weeks.
And how long would it take?
The grant process usually takes a couple months.
Okay,
And
but
then they
how
approve
long will they approve it for?
If we point out the purposes and the processes, I am aware of other courts where they've done renovations that they've approved up to 2 years.
Okay.
Again, I'm not asking you tonight, I just need to get a sense of, I'll put in for the grant, but I'll put it in the context of, our court will be either moving or renovating into a new structure of some type, that way. Can I make that representation to the court?
Absolutely, as far as I'm concerned.
Do we want to take a,
No, sounds good.
I don't
I mean,
know.
it's a safe assumption that
Is it 11 yet?
you're not going to be on the second floor of where you are now.
John D'Angelo's fault.
Yeah. So,
You know what, I'm gonna do.
I said,
It's a safe assumption he's not gonna be on the second
Okay.
floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? I mean, the court had a pretty good month, pretty good month of revenue. We're managing or we're moving on our safety level has increased substantially, and I give all credit to I call him Sergeant Byer because that's where how I know him. He's done a great job with the people working in our court.
All right.
And he deserves every credit for taking on the job he's taken on. Probably works more hours than somebody should pay. I won't say that.
When the board looked at the building, Judge, I think everyone did talk with Peter and talk about the possibilities with the court, and it looked favorable. So I think it's a safe bet that something will be done.
On the synagogue building?
Yeah.
In all candor, not that it's a big difference, but that, for those who don't know, I live on the Rye Hill corridor. That comes directly across from one of the developments that is planned. But I'm not going to talk about that. I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about.
Just think of how quick arraignments will go.
I'll be right around the corner on Reynolds Road faster than the usual 20 minutes or half an hour I tell the state police it takes me to get dressed and get out the door. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good night.
Robe instead of bathrobe.
Good night. Good night.
Don't lose
Ladies
count
and
of the
gentlemen, I'm going to
sheep.
ask that we take a 5-minute break. It's 10:16, 10:22. That's Yeah, we only got to do
What are we doing?
555 Lakes.
Yeah, we have to set a public hearing.
Okay, we're live.
It will, because I see the John, and you definitely had to get to the budget hearing meeting. Just make sure.
How many got a couple? How many have a couple?
Should be over. We're nowhere.
In regards to what they do, going down the agenda or Jerry?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be returning to public session. We need a motion.
Make the motion.
I'll second.
Call the question. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting the old business. Please note the time, it's 10:24. This has to do with 555 Lakes Road. This is to set a public hearing pursuant to Town Code 23-23. This is, I believe, a condemnation proceeding that we need to effect.
It's
Where's
5:50.
Dave when you need him? Did they play tonight? Oh, okay. Then
Mary Ellen, I have 23-23. That's what I hear with
used to
me.
be in New York.
I'm looking at the resolution, that's why.
Okay, yeah, no, I just did. the date,
Yeah, there's five.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, 556 Lakes
Yeah.
Road, Town Code 23-23.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's a terrible loss.
And we need to set a public hearing, Mary Ellen, if you'd like to read that.
That's because
That
they didn't stand
lengthy
up at the
resolution?
budget
However
meeting.
you want to streamline it, that's
Those guys,
entirely
they
up
are
to you, as long as it conforms to whatever the minimum requirements are by council's recommendation.
Where are we? All righty.
You want me to read it?
Early quit?
Well, Council, you can read
Yeah,
it.
it's a resolution to schedule an unsafe building hearing pursuant to Town Code 2323 and provide notice to the property owner at 556 Lakes Road. And this will basically set the hearing for the building inspector and/or engineer to present to the town board to make a determination directing the owner to repair the property, or if the owner does not repair or make the necessary recommended repairs, the town would take on that responsibility and assess it on the property.
In short, the occupant, I think John's aware, this is a homeowner who lives over by, across from Walton Lake. I know that we've intervened on a number of occasions, especially last year and the year before. There's some mobility issues, some other issues, and as time has gone on, the nature of the property has degraded to a point where it's now considered unsafe. This would set in motion the steps necessary to be able to condemn the property accordingly. Council, am I basically stating that correctly?
That's correct.
We need a motion for that then?
Yes, you do.
We're gonna motion for the public hearing, Tom?
Yes.
Did Mary Ellen, did we figure out a date yet?
No, you guys, we need to discuss a date here.
Can we do the same September 26th? We can spend a day doing public hearings, that's fine. That would be at 8 o'clock.
Why don't we shoot for, what's the next meeting after that? Is it October 3rd? Should we already kind of backlogged?
Yeah.
You were pretty backlogged on that. If the agenda isn't filled with
There we go, shots.
non-important items,
You're like paying the bill.
we could just do those that evening.
If we want, we could set that evening to be public hearings, if the board would want to.
Being facetious.
The meeting on the 26th?
The 26th, other than those things which would be essential.
Just give me a second, because October, the 7th,
Don't feel.
I gotta see what we
UN's not gonna
scheduled,
like it.
because that is a month that we have a lot of,
We have 5 at present, I believe.
Budget.
oh yeah, let me look at the budget, that's when we have that. Okay, so, October 3rd is a budget meeting, it's a Monday though. October 6th is a Thursday, October 13th, Thursday, those are budget meetings, budget. October 24th, so your next, if it's not September 26th, it's gonna be October 3rd would be your next scheduled. You could do September 29th, that's a Monday, that's a budget meeting. You could do it before the budget meeting. That's a Thursday though.
At 6:45, is that all right? The budget's at 7 to 7:30, Mary Ellen.
7, well, that's for you guys to determine, I did send yous out, but.
So if we did 7 and we did this at 6:45, this is something which is pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, knowing the situation, I don't think there's going to be any relief or effort on the part of the person in question to be able to mitigate the problem. Is 6:45 on September 29th okay?
So is 15 minutes enough to deal with this, Holly?
I believe it
I
will.
believe it would be for this.
Okay.
I'm not defending you.
Is everyone okay with that?
I'm not with it.
I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing for the
29th of September, 6:45.
29th of September at 6:45 PM at
How do you know it's not
the venue that we're at. I don't know what that's gonna be.
No, they wouldn't.
550, about the concerns for 556 Lakes Road in Monroe, New York, and the safety and hazardous issues involved.
I'll second.
Call the question.
Aye.
Aye. Do you want to do this tonight, the boathouse discussion of revenue, or can this?
I just want to say one thing, I'm not a vote or anything, it's just I got information out to the, thank you, Rick. I don't know who interrupts me more, you or Mike, But anyway,
I
you're working on it.
okay.
I just want the board to know, we put some numbers out that are just revenue to salary, nice try. And just want people to look at it. 2016 is extrapolated out from some basic numbers. It's not to be quoted on a business card, but it's an idea of the revenue that we could have made this year. And I just hope that the board looks into it for next year. And if we move early on it and answer, our own concerns as a board and hire someone, if the board wants to hire someone besides the lady who did it for years, and put a different, person there or whatever you want to do, I think we should not wait until, July 4th to start doing it. Otherwise it won't get done. I just want to encourage the board. Thank you.
Great idea, great idea.
Tyler, bus driver.
Okay. Here I'm up again.
Go.
Dial bus driver. Here we go. What's paperwork? Okay. The request is gonna be here.
She had a vote in one, a request for 2 part-timers, was it?
What it is, no, there was a request for 1 part-timer. There was an ad filled out a while back in the paper, was put in the paper. 1 responded. That person was interviewed, did not have the right licenses, and was not gonna get the right license to drive the bus. So that didn't work out. We as a board agreed at a recent meeting to have a part-time ad put out to hire a part-timer. That ad is out, I think it was either out all last week or it's out all this week. It's running a week long, so it's been done. The ad's out, or been out. We're gonna see if we get any response to that are qualified. For some reason, the CDL stuff, especially with the passenger endorsement and all that, is a little hard to find right now.
They sent anything across the street to the bus garage? Like,
Do we have, well, the last person we have, as a matter of fact, is someone who's working part-time, has worked on in the town of Monroe bus garage, I mean the school bus garage as a driver. He also has mechanical abilities too, but the person who runs the dial bus now wants to ask that we make this gentleman who has been there for, I guess, several months, has obviously got their licenses and clearances and experience and has been a good worker so far and everything, to be put as a full-timer as far as, I guess it's more hours and more money, but he would be able then to cover a lot of things that aren't being covered. And also to keep the ad in to see if we can get a good part-timer in. The problem is right now, and I have a report, I don't know if you have it, I can get it to the board after tonight, I'll make copies. I had talked to the bus director there, and she gave me a sheet on the amount of increase that we've had in the dial bus use, which is great, because everyone pays a fee. Now, in August, we had 22 riders total. Seniors was 694, and disabled was 348. These numbers are all going up. The trend has been for a long time now, more and more people are using dial bus in our community. The reservation service was $17.99, which is when they call up and get put on the list to be picked up, and it's done in what you call an efficient manner, so you don't just run one person around, but you go pick up several at the right time, scheduled out. And Saturday reservations were 34 average, 34 for the month of August. Saturday is like a 4 or 5 hour day, it's a shorter day. And the express loop, which is what the loop goes around at different stops, makes a loop system around the community. That is $9.89 for the month of August, which has gone up over the months, and actually there was quite a market increase recently. The fact is that we have express riders every day that are calling, and because the town doesn't have enough workers right now, and she's trying to make it where we get one person full-time and eventually get a part-timer that's qualified, so we can cover the Saturdays better and we can cover the express route. We're turning down a lot of rides, which is a little bit of money for the town. Also, when you get more rides, you get more benefits from the state. You get more money from the state, maybe the federal government too. They look at how many people you transport. So it's a shame to be turning down our residents of the service we do provide for a long time here. And if it keeps increasing at the rate it's going with the ridership, we definitely need these make one full-time, and get another part-timer in, because they're having trouble staffing all the rides. And I'm not criticizing, but because of the request for overtime that has to be put forth, we're not able to keep a few drivers late to hit some of these rides, to get them around, so we don't have people, the drivers able to stay late and pick up the people and deliver them. So we've actually had to turn down people, and, you know, occasionally a driver has volunteered and done it for free, and I told, and he was told not to do that again, and make sure you're back on time, but they're trying to get the people where they want to go. So the people are trying hard, the bus drivers are working hard, and I think it's something we should agree with, but that's
What are you
just.
looking for, full-time?
She's looking to make, right now, we already agreed to the part-timer, which she has the ad out for a part-timer. We're looking to make the one gentleman who has bus experience, a lot of experience, 20 years of experience, to make him full-time from part-time.
Is there something budgeted for that? I mean, how's that budgeted?
Peter, we talked about this, what was.
How's that budgeted, Pete?
First of all, did you lose, is a full-time driver gone? No.
Has retired. And that's at the 2142 rate. This would be taking the
Starting rate.
part-time and replacing them with somebody for 1642 per hour full-time.
So a driver has retired,
A part-time driver.
part-time driver
Right.
has retired.
Right.
So,
What's happened is, I think, the ridership's increased, the reservations especially have increased, because the loop is still the loop, but the times you have to go out and pick up people and bring them, even in a group to a certain place, has been a lot more requests for reservations. And also, I think there was a little more overtime spent in the past, because I think they would stay out late and cover some of these people, get people these rides with overtime. I mean, I could look into it more, but this is the basic thing I was given, and we all have it in our packet. And I think that we have to cover the rides, because I think it's a shame to turn down people that they can't get a ride, because some of them use it to go to work. Some of these people are low-wage workers, so for them to take a cab is like $13, one of them was saying, each way. And the bus ride is much more economically feasible for the people in our town who don't have, auto transportation.
I think we get the gist, Jerry, and we approved one part-time driver.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so I don't see why we shouldn't approve another part-time driver, just so somebody's in the queue.
It's trying to find the
Well,
person.
the problem she's having, and the problem, I guess, is happening right now, with the part-timers, with the people putting out ads, you're not getting a lot of people with the CDL, with the passenger endorsement. I guess they're all doing it somewhere else. And you do have a guy here who actually works with the bus garage now, I should say the Monroe school bus system, and he's willing to say, I'm gonna give up my part-time job there, which pays more than here per hour. I'll come and work full-time for the town. Right now he's working part-time. And he's an experienced driver with 20 years, and she thinks it would be a good addition to the workforce.
Let me ask a question then. We lost a part-time job, a part-time driver, and ridership is up. So instead of keeping the ad out for the part-time, would it be beneficial for us to just keep the one full-time and see how that works out if we have to get one later on?
Well, the easiest thing to
The
do now is to
full-time-
make
the
the
full-time-
full-timer, and
the
then
full-time
see
will-
how that goes,
the
while they
full-time
search
will
for a
take-
part-timer, and if she needs it.
No, drop the part-timer, just if you hire a full-timer, that should be more than enough to fill up what you would have instead of having two part-timers or a part-timer and then looking for a full-timer. Right now, your ridership is up a little bit. If you hire a full-timer, that'll replace the one part-timer that left and also should be able to make up the difference in ridership increase.
But if you look at hours, if you look at 20 as opposed to 35, 40, is that the 40?
outside, I think they were.
Okay, outside 40, so if you look at 20 as opposed to 40, I agree with you. If you were to take 40 more hours into the system, which would be making the part-timer full-timer and getting a part-timer, you gain 40 man-hours per week. That would cover it, I was told. It would cover the Saturdays, which they're having a heck of a time covering, and it would also cover the reservations during the week that they can't cover right now. They cannot meet the demand. So just remember, when you do add riders and everything, you get more money from the government.
No, I understand.
You know, it's not like it's, and they also, the passengers pay for it, They don't match
Well,
the
it's,
cost. They don't
Dial-A-Bus
match.
is another lost leader that we use. It's a service that we don't really make money on, but
Right.
you want to try and get as close to break even as possible.
Right. Absolutely.
The only problem, again, going with a full-timer is all the associated costs that go
Right.
along with it. You know, benefits, healthcare, pension payments by the town, and everything else. I mean, the one thing, if he's currently working, or he or she, I don't know if
It's
what it
a
is.
gentleman.
All right, if the gentleman's currently working for the school district as a driver.
Part-time.
I mean, yeah, as a part-timer, I mean, they're making $20 an hour, you know what I
At
mean?
least.
So, and if he, even as a part-timer, he's probably doing, you know, he's doing whatever he's doing, 39 hours every 2 weeks or something, I think is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't understand, other than maybe for the benefits, why he would go with us at $16 an hour and potentially.
I think he likes the job better too.
Well, I mean, if he, and especially if he's been with, I don't know, he says he's got 20 years' experience, I don't know if that's all with, you know, Monroe Woodbury.
No, it's also with, I think Blooming Grove.
Yeah.
Monroe and Blooming Grove.
Yeah, so I mean, that's something that's gotta be looked at with, you know, especially if he's already in the pension system, you're gonna be picking him up at the high end of his, you know, of his payments, you know? So that's just something I would like to see some numbers on, you know, before.
So what do you want to do?
But if he's in the pension
We
system.
gotta get somebody in there.
Well, he's gonna be getting everything. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, if he's with the school district and he's under a certain amount of hours, he's not getting any benefits. You know what I
Right.
mean?
But,
Yeah, I think he's part-time at the school.
Yeah.
so what do you want to do?
You gotta, there's, the way there's a certain amount of hours you gotta get there.
But you're saving $5 an hour for a few years as he steps up the program. The other guy was getting 21.42. He's getting $5 an hour
I'm
less.
just looking at the long term, you know what I mean?
No, I understand, but.
I mean, yeah, I just think if you could do 2 part-timers and see if that works out. If you can, then I would definitely revisit it and say, hey, listen, you know, let's, you know, try to, you know, see what we can do, you know?
Mr. Gummigan, I would agree with you. My understanding is that they're having difficulty filling the spot.
How many applicants have they got?
Well, they ran an ad for a week a few months ago. They got one applicant who wasn't qualified. They're running a run a week, the run last week or this week, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date.
To August 14th.
Okay, so they ran the ad. And now we gotta wait for a response from somebody and hope they have the right licensing and experience.
Well, it should be in the ad. They should know that before they even call up that it's the CDL with the passenger endorsement.
No, the last guy didn't.
What?
calling
The last gentleman didn't.
There's nobody out there.
I don't know.
I'm not saying you, I'm just saying, why would they, you know, what are they, driving around chickens or something? It's like South Carolina, I don't know, what the hell, you know?
There is a
I don't know.
shortage.
I don't think he had the passenger endorsement.
Why don't we do this, since the ad's leaving out for a week, do we wanna just see what we get over the next couple of weeks as far as applicants? And then if it looks like we're still having trouble, we'll revisit it for the full-time position maybe, and.
I understand your logic. I'd rather go for the full-timer now and hope that we get a part-timer, because you're really adding 20 hours that at least we know we can get. Right now, two chickens, as you said, in the back of a truck. If you have one chicken in your hand, it's better than 2 out in the truck, you don't know where it is, because the guy might not have the right license to drive the truck. So if we get, at least lock in 20 more hours a week, we can cover either the weekend, Saturday better, or the reservations better. We gotta improve something, because right now, we're not covering the amount of people that are riding and recalling. I think we have 8 complaints so far, most by phone, a couple of emails, and people like call and says, listen, I counted this ride to go to work, I make basically minimum wage, and $13 cab ride is gonna bust him out, and he's not gonna be able to afford to pay his bills. I mean, it's an important service for the people who really need it.
You're gonna tell me those people
And
are certified?
you know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't
anything.
make the next one part-time, but I think making this one full-time isn't gonna do anything but help the riders, which is what we're here
I
to
believe that
do.
there's a probation, Peter, correct me, there's a probationary period for 6 months for the employee or no? This is under a union, that's why.
employees still have probationary period.
Question becomes whether or not this person who we hire would qualify into that probationary period. It would serve 2 purposes. One, to be able to protect the town so that if during budget time it's too expensive to be able to continue, we would have that recourse not to have to extend that full-time job beyond the 6 months. And the second one is that it would probably fill the problem right now. it's something to consider, again, and I understand Mr. Cardone's, sorry, Ms. McGinn's concern about,
I don't know if he would even take the benefits, I don't know, because you gotta pay for some of that.
So this is somebody that's part-time going to full-time?
Yeah.
So why would they even fall on the probationary period? Just because they're going full-time?
I don't know what the union contract says.
I don't think they would, I don't think so.
Well, he has a work history and a resume
I don't
and
know
all the
if I would-
licenses, so.
So what are we doing?
In the highway contract, somebody going from part-time to full-time, are they subject to the probationary period? But again, one is an IBW contract, the
Yeah, I
other
was
one
just
is.
gonna say,
Yeah.
it's completely
I
different.
don't know the contract here, so I don't know.
The point is, if we don't lock in some hours now to get our people who we work for in this town to get them rides, either you're talking about seniors, you're talking about disabled, and you're talking about people who don't have a lot of money to buy cars. So do we want to get them at least some of the rides and get them going, or are we going to wait and throw the dice and hope someone with the right license shows up, or two of them, which so far hasn't happened?
Do we officially have to grant him full-time? Can he not work 30, 35 hours for a couple of weeks and see how it works?
He has been. He's been working like 30, because the old guy who left, the other guy who left was working 30 before he left. This guy started, I believe, late May, early June, so we knew he wouldn't go over his 1,020 hours, so she was working on like 25, 30 hours, so he was working a little more than 30, but it wasn't enough to cover all the routes and get it done. And also, I know the board doesn't, you know, I mean, if you're gonna pay time and a half for someone, why not pay straight time? If you're gonna pay part-time for one shift, I get it, we'll keep, you know, one part-timer and one we'll make full-time. We'll lock him in, I think from what she said, he's a good driver, he likes the job, and he's willing to leave one job to work all the time and just stay in one job.
And what's his rate?
His rate would start at $16.42, the guy who left was $21.42. It takes several years to get up to the full rate.
So he's presently making $16.42.
Yes. And when you go full-time, you make $16.42 to start.
So what's the deal?
There's no differential. So we're not spending more money per hour.
The other problem is that there is a shortage of CDL drivers in the country
Yeah.
now.
There seems to be.
No, there is definitely.
I was trying to pull the articles up, and that's exactly what I remember reading a couple of weeks ago, and that's the lack of
Qualified drivers for
qualified
CDL.
drivers. So the price keeps going up, it's $16.42, it's a good price, but I understand the concerns that Mr. McGinn has regarding this.
Yeah, just my last comment on this, because you have other things to cover, is that, again, I'd rather see that ad circulate, see what we get in the part-time realm. And it's, in the end, it's cheaper to pay the overtime and cover the routes there, so we're meeting our ridership needs than it is to hire the full-time.
Yeah, but you can't always get people.
And I'm not saying on an indefinite basis, of course, but certainly, certainly in the short term,
Mr. McGinn, I agree with you. The part of the concern then would be to give a little bit more flexibility to the dial us to be able to authorize the overtime, rather than having to go back to the town board at a town board meeting to be able to try to anticipate what their future needs are, when those needs are probably already passed.
Well, hey, Jerry, or Councilman Quaid, could you give us like an idea of hours, like what she would need over the next, say next month or so, like to cover, do I need, 20 hours a week, do I need 30 hours a week? What would she need to be operational and to cover, just,
I got it.
and then you can say, well, let's authorize whatever it is.
Well, what she told me was she would think that 40 hours of man hours for a week, which is either making one person full-time or getting two part-timers, would be enough hours to cover it. Now, 40 hours a week, in her estimation, to me, was enough right now to pick up everyone who calls, to cover the Saturday, which they really almost can't cover right now. And that's a short shift, 4 or 5 hours, but they're having trouble shifting drivers around, because when they take someone off the Monday through Friday rotation and shove them on the Saturday rotation, then you're missing drivers for half a day during the week. So she absolutely needs someone to fill the spots. So
All right,
I'm
so-
gonna vote in the positive on this. I don't think it's gonna break any budgets, because we're gonna get more money in and more money from the state and feds. And, I mean, she says the escalation of the ridership is incredible over the last year, and especially the last few months, so we have to meet the need.
Now, wait a minute.
It's not something that tends to go down. Bus ridership doesn't tend to
No, no, no,
go
listen, I'd like to,
up
I'd like
and
to
come
see
down. I'm
those,
just saying, it doesn't tend
I'd
to
like to
slide
see a
back down.
comparison on that, and then I think I'd feel a little bit better before I pull the trigger on something full time, you know?
Is, now, the one person that left, he was at 21. You have this other person, he's driving right now, and he's part-time, correct?
Or 16.
He's already driving.
Yes.
So if we make him full-time, he in a sense is gonna take up that part-time job you wanted, plus he's already driving.
Right.
You're only increasing him from a part-time to a full-time,
Right.
which means it's like hiring just one part-time.
A little bit less because there's a $5 difference between the 2142 and the 1642. There's a $5 per hour difference.
So, I mean, but he's already on the payroll for part-time, so we're increasing him from part-time to full-time,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
It's not that much of an increase,
It's the same hourly rate.
at the same hourly rate.
It's not the hourly rate, it's all the all the associated costs.
Right, it's the
Which
ancillary.
I don't even know,
Well, that can be quite a bit.
you can't ask anyone and say you can't get a job because you are gonna pay.
Oh, understandable, but what they're saying is it's not just.
I know that, I understand, but you know, we have,
paying the other full-timer.
we've had an issue where
Yeah, stop paying that.
in the recent past where we've had one or two drivers come a little ill, because some of the drivers are not young people, sometimes you have a little medical issue, and then she was even really more short-staffed. I mean, we gotta do something.
Well, somebody make a motion then.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion that we increase the, where's his name now? Increase the hours and make the part-time driver full-time at his current hourly rate of $16.42 an hour, to maintain that rate as he goes to full-time, to work as a dial bus full-time driver to cover the need and the short-handedness of the department.
The shortfall of the hours.
Shortfall of the hours.
Do we have a name for this motion, for this person we're hiring?
I heard it and now I forgot it. I think his name is Edwin, I'm not sure.
No, his first name is Ernie.
Ernie.
Yeah.
Ernie. What was the name? Ernie,
Is he
Aristotle?
now, or has he ever
What?
been a member of the
Aristotle?
Communist Party?
sounds familiar. I'm not 100% sure. I forgot. It's my fault. I heard it verbally and I forgot.
Yeah, but now we can't.
Ernie Aristotle. Yes.
He's on payroll now, so
Yeah,
He's on payroll.
Peter will have it.
Peter has it.
Katie has his name. Ernie Aristotle.
Ernie
haven't paid him
Aristotle,
yet.
part-time
How long has he been doing it?
Is that his name? Do you have it on the payroll? Okay, Ernie, I'm gonna go with Ernie Aristotle.
I'll make sure that's correct.
Focus, guy.
Yep. Ernest.
Why are they making?
Aristotle.
I assume that-
E-R-I-S-T-I-O.
Aristotle, I'm sorry, Aristotle, not
They're
Aristotle.
not related to anybody here because we don't know who the. Okay.
Okay, and that's my
And
motion.
that is, and he is employed by Dow.
Okay,
Yes.
so that is the name.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion then?
Gentlemen, please go ahead.
If not,
The buses that
call the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Around West Point. This is crazy, it's a bed bug.
I'm gonna put a nay on that.
Dealing with freight.
Except the difference in him is
Yeah,
he does a lot
I'm
of.
gonna say no also, only because I'm concerned about the ancillary costs associated with it.
I'll say yes. Gentlemen, thank you for that. Thank
Okay,
you.
good luck in picking up the passengers. I would like to make a motion that we, let the highway superintendent handle his business now.
Second.
Just a real, just jumping back, I'm doing one of you right now, jumping back.
You like that?
Listen, so what are we doing with this part-time position? Are we not gonna?
Well, it's still in the
advertise for it?
paper, and hopefully we get one qualified person. Well, like you said, let's see what happens with this guy covering the hours, and if we still need it, we'll go for it.
All right, so,
It might take a while to even get someone.
Mr. Nugent, do we have to, civil service law, do we have to post this as an opening, or what's the deal with that?
Depends
It's
if
a
it's-
test and all that?
Depends if it's competitive or not.
Well, if it's full-time, it's competitive, correct?
Not necessarily.
No, God bless, I don't think it is.
All right.
Back down.
There's no test for it, it's just have to be licensed.
It's not, but I'll confirm. Mr.
Part of the reason is,
John, I'm sorry, go ahead.
John,
It's sorry.
call the question. Aye.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, so, hey, I'll make this quick. I need approval for 16 hours of overtime for my office manager, Bob, from now until around December-ish area, if that would be possible. It's in my budget. I do have a line just for his overtime alone. I think it's like $1,100 in there, so I'm not going to exceed that, nor am I going to probably use it, but it's just in case. I got a couple things coming up, especially with the budgets.
I'll make a motion that we approve that.
I'll second it.
I'll second it. John, how much is it?
You'll third it.
What is the hourly on that?
That's a 16 hours, not to exceed 16 hours.
No, I meant, what is the hourly rate?
Oh, his hourly rate? I have no idea.
Peter, do you have that information?
What was the question?
Sorry, George. So now you want to know what the hourly rate is for,
Mr. Bob.
Information?
One of the most valuable employees in the town.
What's that?
Bob, yeah.
Needs where the bodies are buried.
okay, 2806.
So that's 42 an hour. 42 and change.
For overtime, it's 4209.
Not to exceed 16 hours through that course of time.
Through December.
Yeah.
So we got a motion?
Is there any,
We have a second?
do we need to,
You had to fill in that other time.
why do you need it for the overtime?
Gonna be a couple various things, especially with budgets coming up. I might have them come in early, might have them stay late a couple times, and things of that nature. And there has been some instances where I'm gonna need the one trailer that we sold on auctions online. This guy's gonna be coming probably late, so Bob's gonna have to stay to do paperwork with him. So there's just a couple little odds and ends here and there. And chances are I'm not gonna use them for that whole 16 hours. It's just, I have it, it's a little bit of a cushion if I need it.
All right.
Right, and there's also some other issues that might come up that Mr. Martin may need him for, just fill in material, fill in information. So I think it's gonna be used up in a good way.
Understood.
That being said, any further discussion?
Yeah, I want to ask one question. Can you use them for some of this time for anything that's outstanding with FEMA still?
That's what we were trying to discuss, Jerry, but we're gonna try to.
Yeah,
Away from that.
Yeah, leave it at that, just say.
yeah.
Just ask.
Okay, he said yes.
Okay, you know, that
Yeah.
happened
Jerry,
there.
one more question?
Aye.
Aye. I wasn't trying to hit a soft
Regarding the
spot.
jurisdiction classification, it is non-competitive for bus drivers in the towns and villages. So
Thank you, Ron.
we would want to know. Next one is,
I still got a few more for you guys. Okay, seasonal snowplow, those would be on-call employees.
Right.
As everybody knows, I do have the part-timers that are in there right now. We're gonna have them moving right on through till leaf season here. So, once they're done, there's kind of like a 1-month layoff for them. So that's gonna be like December area when leaves are done, hopefully, if everything goes right. And then they're gonna have a 1-month layoff, so I'm not gonna have anybody to assist me with any type of snow plowing operations as far as my on-call guys.
For December.
For December, possibly January, if it's, depending on when they're done. We're gonna hope, yeah, right now I'm rolling the dice, let's put it that way, I'm rolling the dice here. So anyway, with the seasonal snowplow employee on-call guys, I had a pool of 4, I believe. I'd like a pool of 8 guys, if that's okay. I just gotta place that in the paper for an ad and do the right thing, that's all.
When you do this, when you look at people to drive, sorry, not ride. Wrong bus. When you do this, do you go to previous lists? Because I know at one point before you were on your position, I think Tony had told me that he had a list of drivers that had applied that was like 70 drivers long. Now, I'm not saying not to place an ad, but if you have a list of people who've applied for the job in the past, I'm just saying, 70 long.
I have a 19 people list right now.
Okay,
These are guys that I interviewed already.
okay,
Most of the guys that we interviewed are looking for full-time jobs.
okay.
A lot of the guys that I interviewed already work for state DOT, working for the Thruway Authority, so they're already tied up with snowplow.
Okay.
So, but yes, absolutely, I mean, I'll look through there, if somebody
Yeah.
said part-time, of course, you know, you make a phone call, do you wanna be one of these guys that are on the list?
Yeah, because they already answered.
Because these are not guaranteed they're gonna even get any hours, these are just, you know, they're on call, and if I need one guy, I'm only calling one guy, if I need four, I'll call four, you know?
Right. Okay, I'm just,
Yeah, but absolutely, but I think we should still post it and just see what I get, and, you know,
fair enough.
you know. But I believe I need your approval to post it, if I'm not mistaken, the board approval.
I'll make a motion that the highway superintendent post an ad to have, how many jobs?
We're gonna look at, a total of 8, let's put it that way, and
Hopefully fill up his pool of part-time seasonal part-time,
John, that's at
CDL drivers.
That's $24 an hour, or?
that's at $24 an hour, yes.
to work in his department as needed, as an as-needed basis for $24 per hour.
I'll second
Is
that.
that good, John?
Any further discussion? If not, call the question.
Aye.
John, anything else?
Yeah, 2 more things, guys. Pump station installation, that was for the sewer discharge station, that's a forced main, that's a double pump system. I believe a few years back, we had some sort of prices out there, almost in the $30,000 range, even higher. So it was like 38. I believe the town board authorized a certain amount of money for us to do this job. Highway department took care of this job, and our cost for that was $20,359, so. All right, that job is done, and under budget, thank God.
Thank you.
I took also the liberty of calling 2 vendors that would assist you with your ball fields, your irrigation. Okay, one was Green Meadows, it was relatively cheap, the other one was McCary's, which never got back to me. So, hopefully, if you look into this, I think his price, just to get this thing at least up and running and charged, was $1,040. And then he would give you a detailed list of what would need to be done afterwards to maintain this, as far as your heads and everything else. So he wouldn't know any of this until he actually charges that system, fixes what's broke, charges the system, and then we'll give you a detailed list, but I'll hand that out to you fellas.
Charge it and fix it for $1,000.
Well, you already have most of the parts there, so it's just basically labor. I mean, you know, the one valve that was busted off by the guy in the car, or whatever he did up there, he hit it, you know, that's done. And then basically he'll be able to see if he has any leaks or anything like that.
Now, how many people did you go?
That was just 2, and that should be actually under procurement if I'm not mistaken anyway, 1,040, I believe that's under procurement, so that's not even an issue. So I did go to Mr. McCary's landscaping as well, he never got back to me.
Okay.
And I honestly don't know too many other guys that do it, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there, you could probably look in the yellow pages, but this is just, I'm throwing it out there to you guys. You know, Eloy knew I did this for him, you know, as well, you know, looking into it, so I'm just throwing it out there, you got some prices, and if the board chooses to do something, at least get this thing up and running, and have an idea what it's gonna cost them to get your irrigation system back online. I recommend you should, you know, you should look into it.
Well, let me ask you this, John. My concern is soccer threw a lot of money into that field.
Right.
With the turf, and I don't wanna see their donation essentially go to waste. So, I mean, I understand we only have one here. I mean, we're talking $1,040. I mean, to me, it's semi-emergency because we get another hot streak and that lawn shot, you know. I think they put, what, $20,000 into it?
I honestly don't know, you know.
They do.
Hard to maintain.
The only thing I can tell you is once you get it charged, then you're gonna, of course, you're gonna have to flush the system out again. But at least right now,
It's too
you're
late, right? It's burned.
charging the system, you're getting water in there, you're finding out what's wrong with it, you're gonna get a detailed report afterwards, and, you know, to me, it's a no-brainer there. You know, you got a beautiful field up there, you ought to utilize them and do it right.
Can I just ask you a question? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
When he does all that and does the assessment and everything,
Right.
then he's gonna have to come back with us if there's more problems than he thought, and come back with a new.
Well, then the board's gonna have to approve anything additional at that
So we're
point.
on the same page.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. Makes
Put
sense
it out
to
to
me.
bid or whatever. Right.
Right, I
Depending
mean,
on what the cost is.
that would be the board's decision at that point, what they wanna do, but at least now you get a somewhat of an idea what's gonna go on, I mean, and any type of cost, this might be the only cost you have, and then after that, you have to flush the system. Or you might come back and say, you know, I got, $15,000 worth of work to do up there, you don't know.
Right. Okay.
I'll make a motion that the board approve the work to be done by Green Meadows.
I'll second it for $1040.
Yep.
Like you said, I think the board, I hope agrees, is valuable fields. Like Tony said, they put a lot of money into it. Let's not ruin the investment for the community. Any more?
Call the question?
Aye.
Aye. I will abstain because I do use Green Meadows at my house, so
How is he?
it's very good.
And Richie Goldstein, is he still a member of the Smith Love Park?
Yes.
No.
I thought he was, but
He's not.
he's not. No. He's with the fire district.
He's been gone
He's
since,
a fire district, I've known
he
him
does the
for 20
fire
years, so.
he's been gone since May, I think, or April of
Okay, so there's
2015.
no conflict there then?
Well,
Between you?
No, I'm just, if you were a member of the Smith Love Parks Commission,
It's gotta be
then there would be a
booklet.
requirement to disclose.
Oh.
But there isn't, so
Okay.
there's none.
So you're
My
gonna
vote
just
is yes.
check with your
How's
buddy?
the bathroom
It's a full-timer.
and concession stand?
There is some leaks in there, and I know Eloy knows about that, he's gonna have to look into the plumbing situation as well. I do know you do have a shut off inside that building, so once you charge your sprinkler system, which is fed by your pump station down below, you should be able to shut off anything coming into that building. So at least you have your sprinklers to worry about at that point, and then.
Nice, right there.
But you have to blow all those lines. Okay,
All right, so that's good.
that it
Anything else,
for-
John?
That's it, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, John.
I'm out of here. On this one, the next one is it was not called office furniture, but office furniture.
What about budget?
What about budget workshop?
Budget workshop, okay. Dates?
We have the dates in front of us, and I know we spoke a little about adjusting some of them. I would like to just see the October ones, because Thursdays are very tough for me. So I'll do what I can in September and November. I would like to see the October ones that are on Thursday just be changed to Wednesday.
I'll second that.
All right, then I can't make those, so we'll trade off.
What
I
do we
won't
trade?
be able to make the Wednesdays.
So we go to October 5th, October 12th, October 19th, and October 26th.
Gentlemen, this is, you two negotiate this out, because you have a conflict for Wednesday.
You always have a conflict with Thursday?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair, it's a compromise.
You can do it.
Tony just said, which dates you want to change, Tony?
I want to change them to October, the ones I want to change are October 5th, October 12th, October 19th, and October 26th. All of those were the day ahead.
What are those, nobody else?
Yeah, unless you would like to change it to.
From Thursday to Wednesday?
Yes.
Wednesday.
Okay, yeah.
That means
And
you
I'll
won't
do,
be-
I'll do the September, and then I can come back in November on those days. All right, that's fair. I'll second it, whatever.
You're not coming back in November. What you're doing is, this is the last one. You're really just in the public hearing.
What day is that?
I'm not sure.
Public hearing is on a Thursday.
So it's
and-
November 3rd.
November 10th.
November 10th is the public hearing, just so you all remember that we also do the,
What about the
the contract with the ambulance public hearing for that night, and the contract for the fire protection district, the fire district. So I will speak with Christine, and we'll make sure that we have from both those the proposed contracts before the public hearing, so the attorney can review them.
Okay, so I'll be able to make 5, you'll be able to make 6.
So I could change a couple things around, but Thursdays are horrible for me, so.
Can you give me October 27th?
No.
Okay, October 6th.
Because I'm coming, I'm changing my schedule for 1, 2, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm changing my schedule for maybe 3 of them, so.
But it's hard for me to change my schedule. So, can you throw me 1 October?
You tell me that doesn't look like the rest, so.
Doesn't sound good.
All he needs is
Why don't we make it
All right, I'll catch up with Peter on the budget stuff, that's fine. I've done a lot of budgets here, Tony hasn't done them here, so, fair enough. I'm good with it. Call the question.
Okay,
Okay then.
Aye.
Aye,
All right.
good.
next. T-Max Studio 4 and 5, that's discussion for acquisition of 2,
What are we doing? I didn't catch that. We did budget workshops at T-Mac Studio 4 and 5. Okay, I'll do some of this. I think Peter has some of it.
this is a,
And I know Tony's been talking to the movie house people.
solicitation for $91,183 to get,
No, it's changed. That's not what they're asking.
Looking for his support.
Well, I know. I'll move forward with this. There's a proposal that's been worked together with the managers of T-Mac. I know Peter's been involved in the consultant, Bob, was it Bob? With, Brian, I'm sorry, thank you, it's a B. Brian, and I know I've talked to the managers, I don't know the words in it, so I think Tony's been talking to people about it, the managers. The management I met with yesterday, and they worked out some numbers from a New England Theater Service Incorporated to provide the T-Mac with the necessary audio, visual, and screens and projectors and everything else to have it come to a operational state that's equal to the other theaters' screens. And the total cost would be for all the material and installation too, right, Peter? $44,734.16. And what that does is it gives us another cinema to operate, another screen to operate. And one of the big selling points of it was the fact that when you have 4 screens instead of 3, it gives you a lot more flexibility with the film providers in order to get more movies, to get the blockbusters, and to get them for a either longer run or usually a shorter run. So you get the first 3 or 4 weeks, and you don't have to get the next 5th and 6th week where you don't get the money, you don't get the bang for your buck. So by opening up a 4th screen, so to speak, for cinema, you would be able to negotiate better with the film distributors. You'd be able to have different types of movies. I know some of the people in the audience have said that I think Lorraine had said a few times, it's one thing to have kids and family movies, but you want other types of movies, whether they're for arts and documentaries and just a little more off of the blockbuster family movie track. And also I was told by the manager I talked with yesterday, and also I was talking with George too about it, they feel that if we were to get this up and running in the peak season, we would be able to, in the next 5 or 6 months, recoup with the difference the money that we invest. Because we'd be going into the November, especially December, January, February, with the holidays and the award seasons where they put out their best movies and the Oscar movies and the as Peter's shown before, the amount of viewership on the, in the national trends, which is seasonal, you have probably about half of your revenues come in during those 4 months, whether it's December, January, February, a little bit of November around Thanksgiving, and right after into a little bit of March where it starts to die down. So they're saying that we would be able to recoup a lot of that investment and then be able to have more and better movies. And when you have a 5-week obligation to a blockbuster, when you're scheduling the different cinemas, you would then be able to say, right now with 3 cinemas, you get locked in for those next 2 weeks, which aren't as good. With the benefit of having a little more leverage, because most movie houses nowadays are 6 or 8, 10, 12. They're multiplexes. Most cinemas today that are single or double screens, or even 3 or 4 screens, it's a little more difficult to run. Such as the one that was in Chester over near behind the diner years ago, the 4th screen. So this would put us more in the ballpark of the bigger operators, and we can see how 4 goes, and then make a business decision next year, the year after, if you want to do anything with 5. The other thing is, if you are looking to lease it out or sell it, it would be more attractive if it was revenue neutral, and the people who work there, run it, say that we're doing better this year than last year. They feel it's coming more together, and that we would be able to come towards revenue neutral a lot quicker if we had a 4th screen. So it's done in a business way, as well as providing entertainment for the
Who is they when you say they feel?
Basically, the one who's really doing most of the work on this is Justin, and also George has helped him, and I think Peter's had some input as well as Brian, and also Paul, who works with the, maybe does projection work. He's put his input in on it too. And they were trying to get some information before the board, which I will get you the emails and such that you don't have yet. The only thing was they were hoping, once they got this information, which I got some of it today and yesterday, that we'll get the information during the next week or so, and we maybe can talk to to Justin and George and Peter and Brian individually as council people, see what we think of it. And if we were to move on this to invest $44,000, that we would rather, if you're going to do it right before a peak season. So you get everything in, catch the wave, and make the most money you can on the cinema once you install it.
What information don't you have before you that you'll email to us?
He gave, I don't know, Pete, supposedly, Peter, do you have the information on the spreadsheets that Justin had? On the,
I haven't seen.
You haven't seen his
what
information?
he did.
Okay, well, he did a bunch of studies on the numbers, and I have only gotten, partly because of my computer at home, and I wanted him to get that to Peter. He didn't have time today to finish that, it just was coming out now. He had, let's see, he had a graph of our sales that Peter's provided before. He had a PDF about his proposal of it, which I do have, which I'll get that to you by tomorrow. And he also had two more PDFs about numbers, peak numbers and different numbers he studied as far as moving ahead with a different cinema and how far that would bring us closer to, I guess, revenue neutral, if we call it.
When you say peak numbers, he's talking about projections?
Well, what's already been done through the weeks and what he feels that the 4th cinema would do. Like I'm saying, I'm just presenting this to you initially.
Because when he called me and asked me to go down and talk to him, he said he was gonna present us with a business plan. And a business plan to me, entails, projected sales, gross profit, expenses, additional staffing, utilities, a break-even point.
He does have a lot of that information on the emails he gave me, but we have to get that to you.
Yeah, all right. And I would like to know, where is this money coming from?
Well, there's a few places we could take it from. I talked to Peter briefly about that earlier. One of them is there's some money in the TMAC fund, I think about $22,000 that we can use to improve the building. There's also $104,000 in parks and recreation. And we also do have money in fund balance and different accounts that we can use as a capital improvement. We have a capital fund which has, what, $100,000 in it? I believe, capital
Parks Fund has 106, there's the capital fund that's left over from the landfill closure has about 130, and the capital for this building has about 27.
Well, before we go any further with any of this discussion, I'd like to see some facts and figures. I don't want to jump into spending another $40,000. There's a lot of things you have to talk about as far as how many people are going to be here, the hours you're going to keep. There's just I mean, it's nice that they're thinking of expanding, but there's an awful lot of information we have to get before we're going to spend another $40,000.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that rather than waste everybody's time, I'll make a motion that we don't even entertain this, because we don't even know what we're gonna be doing this year. We don't, so that's,
As far as what this year, Tony?
we don't even know what we're gonna end up with this year.
And we have to finish the audit. We have to
Finish the audit, so.
There's a lot of things that we got to do that it's even more pressing.
I mean, we have staffing issues there that I'm not even gonna talk about them, so.
And I want to get zoning and planning together. I mean, there's just a lot of things to look at. I mean, it's nice that you're looking at trying to develop this, but right now, I think we have other things that are on the plate that we have to really deal with. I'm just sorry. I can't.
Well, I will get you the information anyway, I'll get you that, I'll print it out so you can look at it.
Get the information.
And at least take a look at the numbers and what he's presenting, and a couple of the members who've been involved in running the cinemas and getting movies in and actually running the screens have noticed in the operation day to day and month to month with the cinema, the people there every day, sneakers on the ground, whatever you want to call it, that actually see what's going on. And, I think we should take a reasoned look at it. I don't think dismissing it out of hand is the way to go.
No, we're not dismissing,
we should
we
at least
just have a
think
lot
about
of things to do.
This is something that I've been told could possibly pay for itself in 5-6 months.
Possibly.
And, no, I'm just saying, we gotta look at projections.
Right, but we're looking at a lot of other things that have to get done.
Just something make sure you get the information. And, make something better for the town for price of $45,000. Go ahead.
I'm not questioning anyone's numbers. I am concerned about the qualifications of the people presenting the numbers. This is something which really should fall into the purview of the comptroller, or somebody qualified to be able to take, assemble all the data, and then be able to put it into some type of a plan of action for the town board. I appreciate that Justin is a recreation attendant. That is his defined responsibilities. Everybody has defined responsibilities, and these seem to be above and beyond what is called for by their job classification. Or else what we can do is we can just simply go along with somebody in the audience and go and do it, which would be reckless, obviously. But $40,000, if it's going to take only a couple months to get it paid back, then the line of reasoning would be, well, how come the other movie theaters aren't paid back as well? So, what the other, if we're going to invest $40,000 according to somebody who works here, that if we get that, we invest the money, in a couple months we'll get the money back. That means that we should have gotten the money back on the other movie theaters that were running. But that's not the case. I agree that it's a service. I agree that many people, close to 100,000 people, have enjoyed TMAC. But again, looking at Theater 4 and 5 and expanding without knowing, especially from Peter's analysis, exactly what it's going to wind up, the burden, I think would be inappropriate at this time.
This is just initial
I
foray,
understand. I appreciate
and they are enthusiastic about the product that goes to the public, and about, the recreation that they enjoy, and also about striving to become revenue neutral. And they say to invest the money and open up another cinema, which is a 33 and a third increase in what you can show. You have another screen out of to show, so you have 3, now you have 4, that's 33 and a third more, for 45,000. You know, when you say get the money back for the whole purchase of the building, that's different than, we could also have, we should get these numbers. Peter has them, and I know they've been talked about before. What did we put in each cinema to bring them up to digital standard? There's Z71 or whatever that number is that they tell me, I'm not a film projector guy. If we put in 50 here, or 60 there, or 50 here, now for 45, because some of the prices went down, we can equip a complete cinema and show movies to people. I mean, I know we have capital money that can cover it on 2 funds. We have some money in the building capital fund. We have some money in, quite a bit of money in reserves and fund balance. And, you know, I've seen a lot of expenditures that made sense, that a fresh would look at and go, okay, but it improved things in the town.
I agree. It's just
All right,
a question.
just initial.
Mr. Martin being the one who should be able to drive the
Okay,
numbers, not somebody
fair
else.
enough.
Or is that so busy, Harley? He can do it? He's
Well,
not busy
you
enough
can
for it?
have Mr., you can have Justin do it if you want.
Gentlemen,
Or you can do it yourself.
Mr. Supervisor?
We have a motion, we have a motion.
Next one is the,
I thought, so what are we voting on?
we're not voting on, it was for discussion.
No,
I wasn't
No,
voting.
no, there's a motion made that we do not entertain spending any more money pertaining to this theater number 4, and it was seconded by Councilman McGinn.
Okay.
So you're gonna look to not spend money when you don't even know how much money you can get out of it, with no knowledge of the numbers. Is
I
that how you run business?
No, we have the motion. What are
No,
we
but the
voting?
motion is not to spend money without even looking at the facts. I mean, I don't say we do it, I say we look at the facts as a group and see if we should do it. You're telling me you wanna say no to it before you look at the numbers. But yet when a dial bus driver wanted to go full-time for part-time, you wanted to know what they had for lunch every day. So I don't get that, I see the different departments in comparison here. You seem to govern from an emotional or a political standpoint instead of a numbers standpoint. That's the problem. And I'm not being facetious, I really see that. So, you know, whatever you wanna do.
All right, so,
You're entitled to your opinion, Joe.
I know, you're right, I am.
so what are we calling the question?
You also, but I see what you do.
What are we doing at this point, gentlemen?
We're gonna make a motion not to discuss something?
That's
No,
great.
Why don't we
no,
just-
we're gonna make a motion not to make any purchases for theater number 4.
We're not making any purchase.
We're not gonna make any purchases now, I was just gonna give you some numbers.
I just don't wanna waste our time, because I'm telling you right now,
I'll do the work.
That confused me.
Okay, let's go on to something else. and
I'll
let's-
do the work.
well,
That's right, I'll do the work. Shake your head and smile, I know. But I'll do the work, I don't mind doing it.
Let Peter do it.
Peter will have to help me, and I said that when I originally said I would get involved in this. If anyone
Let's go on
wants
to
to.
something, the office furniture, there's a really good subject.
we have,
Let's talk about that.
I would like to, yeah, we still got a motion out there,
I'll
Supervisor.
vote no. Call the question, no.
No,
Aye.
All right,
what?
what are we, I mean, we're voting
We're
against
voting
it?
that we will
That we will
not,
not discuss
regardless
this at
of
all.
if we can make
Yeah,
$1,000.
We're not,
discuss it.
well, not at this point, no,
Not at
no,
this point.
no, I don't wanna vote for it, no.
Who's on
I
first?
mean, aye, if that's the proper one.
Okay.
It's a
that
yes
means
or a negative.
That means yes.
Okay. Now, I would
Yes,
like,
numbers don't matter.
We have
I
the
would-
court office furniture, which
I
is
would-
now the office furniture.
I would like to talk about one thing,
That's not on the
or
agenda.
We have,
make some suggestions, since
Court
everybody
office.
else.
We already settled that.
no,
No, because it was office furniture.
It says court office.
Well,
that was
it
his
was,
mistake, that was, he sent it as a court office,
no,
email.
I don't believe I sent it as court
Well,
office.
then it's not on the agenda.
I would like to make a suggestion.
No, I would like to discuss this because I
Go
think
ahead.
it's important.
What are we discussing?
I think that the cinema's important, but your opinion trumps mine. Trumps, I'm sorry I said that.
Don't say my
So,
stuff.
with regard to the quotes that were handed out for the office furniture for town hall,
Office, okay.
there was a discrepancy in the quotes where the bidder who was awarded the contract by the board did not have one of the items listed in there. And it would have brought the quotes closer together. It's extremely hard to tell because the number 2 quote and the number 3 quote were very close together. I think it was W.B. Mason. I don't have them in front of me. And I just think that it should be either rebid. I asked Peter to hold off on doing anything because of that discrepancy.
Or is this for the
Peter, you want to
assessor? and-
We can't make the assumption that,
What assumption?
we can't make the assumption that A, company A who got the bid, and you add in what they bid on that item.
That was Hudson Valley.
Okay, that was Hudson Valley. We can't make the assumption that if you add what they bid on into the bid, that they're still lower than
Why
2,
can't- why
which
can't-
is
why-
Windowware by Gina.
Why can't you make that assumption?
Because Windowware by Gina did not line item their bid. So how do you, let me finish.
Okay,
How do you know that specific item, maybe it was not $1,200 or $1,400 in her bid, but it was only $900
all right, so.
in his bid?
So you don't subtract it from Gina's bid. By the way, how did this all get started? I asked all furniture vendors that came through. We went through the layouts. We had a desk in the planning department. So we needed desks for, 9 people plus 10 desks. I think it's like 10 in the end that we needed. But I said, we already have one. So bid on these, which is exactly what Hudson Valley Office Furniture did. Now, Windowware produced a quote. Listed, it's basically a lump sum quote. From that quote, I can tell nothing about, I can't even be certain that all of the components that were requested are included because there wasn't any detail in the quote. But it's a local person, local vendor. So you could have said, well, there's no detail, it's not even a quote that we can deal with, but I didn't do that.
But no,
I
but
didn't do that.
did you not give her, like you gave Hudson Valley, a specific list?
And I also told them when they came through to review the building that we had one desk that we didn't need.
That's not answering my question, Peter.
I told them to bid, Tony, on
You
a
told them
number
to
of
bid
desks
on a
that was fewer.
You told, the list you gave me was the list you gave them. And you said specifically,
Were you
this
present when
is
I walked
what,
them through?
Peter,
Were you?
no, I was not present, but
Okay.
I'm telling you what you told me.
I
You
showed
gave-
you the list of what we started from.
You showed the list of what they were bidding on, correct?
What we started
I'll
from.
bet on it.
Well, listen, Peter,
It was the requirement.
okay, so what
And
I'm,
then in the requirement, we said, oh, and by the way, we have one desk. That's the way it was presented.
okay, so what,
So now, so how do you?
But you didn't even know that, Peter, until I brought it to your attention.
That's not true.
Yes, you didn't know.
That's not true.
Yes, it is, Peter. I told you there was no assessor's
You
clerk.
know so much about me, Tony.
I told you there was no assessor's clerk that's listed, and you were adamant about the fact, oh, yes, it is, it was in there.
I didn't say, oh, yes, it is
Oh.
there. I told, if you listen
Peter,
to.
did you learn to lie from this guy?
If you
Did you
listen.
learn to lie from him?
You know, Tony, I don't appreciate that.
Get the third vote, fire him.
I don't need
Yeah,
that.
Tony. And then we'll do an investigation.
I really
on who
don't
the
need
vendors
that.
are.
I don't need,
Come on, Tony.
I don't need to
Then
work
we'll
for
get an
people that don't
investigation.
trust me.
I can't hear you, Peter, I'm
We'll call the
sorry.
FBI up and we'll get an investigation on what's the story with these vendors.
Peter, I can't, I didn't hear what you said.
All right.
Let me finish what I started to say.
Come on,
All right.
Tony.
All right, so Hudson Valley bid what I asked for.
Is it 12?
Gina, I can't tell because Hudson Valley
Who's
Office
Gina?
Furniture,
Oh, you're talking about office.
Windowware,
That's a new company, by the way, I forgot. Okay.
Windowware.
That's a new
what's-
company.
What's the official name?
Just
Windowware
wanted to make
by
sure
Gina.
it was you mentioning your name.
Windowware by Gina. Windowware bid.
Whatever.
Their bid was a lump sum bid. I couldn't, how do you deal with it? So, you say, oh, well, she bid, you told me, you said, well, she bid on all that list. I said, all right. So how would you make apples to apples? The way you would do it is, because Hudson Valley listed every piece by part number and cost. And you say, oh, it's short one U-shaped desk. Okay, how much is that cost in theirs? $1,225. So if you take their $15,035 that they bid and you add $1,225 to that, it's still less than any of the two bids that we got from Windowware.
So you got two
And that's-
bids, you got two bids from
She gave
Windowware?
us two. She bid once, when I passed the bids out to the town board, after I passed them out, I called the vendors and I said, do you still stand by your bids? All right. Hudson Valley said yes. Gina submitted an amended bid. It was
Why did she submit an amended
I
bid?
have no idea. She did. I didn't ask her to.
You sure?
Absolutely.
So she submitted an amended bid
She did.
on her own,
I asked her if the bids stand and she came back with an amended bid.
but why do you think she came back with an amended bid?
I have no idea. And since she didn't list all the parts, I can't tell.
But was there a number of parts listed in her bid? And did that number,
A number?
yeah,
Like what?
like,
How many parts?
10
how many
units?
parts?
How
No,
many
how many parts?
So how do you count the parts?
Well,
Did she count the parts?
How do you count the parts?
how do you count the parts? The same way Hudson Valley counted the parts.
No, Hudson Valley provided a detailed list of the costs.
Item, on the item.
And if you add what it costs, if you add what is supposed to be a difference, that Windowware included an extra desk. All right, what's the extra desk cost from Hudson Valley? Put it there, look at it.
Why do you have to say what the desk cost from Hudson Valley? Why can't you subtract what the desk might have cost from Windowware by Gina?
I have no idea what it costs because she didn't supply detailed.
Exactly, and that's why it's not fair.
She doesn't know how to bid the job, Tony. It's not his
That's why
fault.
her vote, her bid should have been thrown.
At the end of the
Listen,
day-
Jerry,
yeah,
you were not
okay.
privy to the conversation I had with him,
Never said
and I'm telling you, he's lying right now, based on the
Oh, thanks,
conversation I
Tony.
had.
I appreciate
Mark my
that.
words.
Fire him.
No, wait.
Fire him, he's a liar, fire him.
Stop.
Gotta do that
Hey,
one.
Mr. Doles, be quiet. Let
No,
him-
he's calling him a liar, you be quiet.
Let him talk.
No, he's calling him a liar. If he's a liar, that
Then
means the
let him
comptroller, that
answer
means the
it then.
comptroller of the town in Monroe is a liar. And if he's a liar, you two better go and vote to fire him. Because you are calling him a liar. He's in charge of millions of dollars worth of town money.
Really?
So now, go and tell him he's fired. Get the 3 votes. Tell the liar he's fired. Because tomorrow when he walks back into that office, that liar over there is still gonna be able to control all the money that goes in and out.
Listen,
Now,
You wanna talk to him for the last 6
I'm
months.
sorry, what is it called by,
calm down.
what is it called, what's the name of the company?
Windowware by Gina.
All right, I thought it was something
The
else.
problem with the company, and I didn't get in the conversation. You're right. I don't know, I don't wanna call anyone a liar, but if you give a bid to somebody and I understand this company is new to this, they did windowware and curtainry and everything
This
else.
is their first job.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
I'm sorry, the court was the first job.
Second. Another Monroe town job, right. But anyway, they bid it, they didn't bid it accurately, they didn't really bid it the way a municipal bid should be. And as far as I was told, because I did ask about this with Peter, I did talk to Peter. When he showed me the bidding, it was $30 more even on the amended bid. And that means apples to apples, even though it wasn't itemized, the bid was higher by $30. So even though it's
No,
close.
that was just, the total bids. The first bid that was submitted by Windowware was $16,975.22. The second bid that was submitted when I asked, are your numbers still good?
Oh, so you did ask, so you did ask,
I
okay.
asked all the vendors,
All right.
are the numbers still good?
Oh, now you ask all the vendors? Okay.
The 2 that were up for the signature series, Hudson and Windowware, I said, are the numbers still good? You don't wanna go and award somebody a bid when they come back and say, gee, I can't do it because I can't,
Match
the
the
price changed or something. So I gave them that courtesy.
So they had a second
And the
bite at
bids
the
were
apple.
old, they were back from March. It was the right thing to do.
Now let me ask
So
you a
we
question.
came, wait a minute, so now finish. So it came back, 793.73.
What's the difference?
You add an extra desk to Hudson Valley, and it's 16,263.
It's still lower.
It's still lower.
Okay.
And on top of that, Hudson Valley came in, this is, you would do this with any furniture bid like this. Come in, okay, let's go over everything and make sure it's all right again. Check it again before you go and place the order. Take the tape measure, check it all out. And there were some couple changes. So for the 15,038, using all the list prices that were bid in there before, the desk can be had because there were a couple hutches that don't fit and a couple bookcases that didn't fit, so they had to come off.
Okay. But you're still talking about the one bid was still lower.
And it was the low bid.
I don't agree with this, because you're changing the whole process here. The hutch, desk, this, that. I don't agree with the process. I'm sorry. It was done correctly. I don't care who gets the bid. The process was not done correctly.
The bid from Window World was not done correctly. And any bid that I ever took place in.
We didn't ask for comments from the
Okay,
from the audience.
I'll remember that.
So, let me ask you this, Peter, okay? Because Mr. Doles has commented on this numerous times. The bid for the office furniture back in December, we just got one price from somebody, right?
Yep.
Okay, and who was authorized to do that?
What do you mean, who was authorized?
Was it you, or did Mr. Doles authorize you just to get one bid since the procurement policy wasn't met?
Which subject are we on now? Are we under the windowware,
No, we're talking
Oh,
about,
we're not on the subject that we were
The
talking
original
about.
no, the original purchase, because it pertains to Hudson Valley Furniture also, Mr. Doles. So,
Did windowware or whatever the name?
I'm asking Peter a
Did they bid
question.
on this also?
No, they did not.
I-
But nobody else did, so that's what I'm getting to.
Careful.
Go ahead, you got it recording, whatever.
I got another recording.
So let me ask you this, Peter.
That has to do with the.
Stop interrupting and let him speak.
That works in the court. It's in there. Say, okay.
Let me ask you this,
On
Peter.
this one.
Who is the one that authorized just getting one price? You don't have an answer? Or you're pleading the fifth?
I don't, you know.
I'm asking a question.
Well, the town board, the town board, all right.
The problem.
All right.
No, I'm not deflecting the problem.
The town board did say
But
that
then
Peter.
again, you can always subpoena my phone right there.
Okay, whatever, Doles. Go into your kindergarten spiel.
No, it's actually
Go ahead.
really about you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I think the one thing that happened that might have been confusing in that process,
I can't tell.
and I'm not saying it was wrong or
It's a
right.
woman behind.
I'm just saying Peter was made to be the
Eagle
project
Gun
manager of the job, similar to what we did with John Cherney. When we had him do the work for the pump well, we made him the, what did I just say? Project manager for the job, so he would handle it. We had Peter handle certain things with the building and with the furniture, because there's a lot of stuff to get done in a very short amount of time to occupy the building. So we did kind of give Peter.
Because your breath smells.
We did kind of give Peter the ability to go out and get things brought in and done. So, the board did say that. And that was,
So the board authorized him to spend 25 and 27 was spent without,
It was not 27.
how much was it?
Are we on this, or are we on the $180,000 worth of blank signed checks that you signed? Which one are we on? Which one are we on? Let me go back in the emails.
So Peter, so how much was spent?
What's it called, underwear, what was it? Windowwear.
24 and change? So 24 and change without, and the supervisor signed that check, right? I just find it ironic how.
Sign the check?
You did sign the check. Who signed the check, Peter? You signed the check or he signed the check?
I don't have check signing authority.
Okay, so Mr. Dole signed the check,
For which check?
the check for the office furniture for
No, I
24.
thought I wasn't there. I wasn't there in January.
No, it was in December, Mr. Dole.
Go find out.
We moved in January. I'm not sure that check wasn't cut until January.
Oh, that's a problem, he signed it now.
Now,
What do you have to say about that one?
What, can you check on that, Peter?
Absolutely.
What are we checking on, Tony?
We don't know yet.
We're
checking out a lot.
We're checking on who signed the check for Hudson Valley Furniture,
For the
Cover up is
initial
always worse
furniture.
than the crime.
for the initial,
Initial for office furniture for the new town hall.
yeah.
Okay. I do want to say that if people don't remember, we did make Peter project manager, and there was a lot going on then, and he was getting the office done in really record rate because we had to get in before a time period, we had to get in there. So I'm just not saying I know everything about that one specific issue, except that I remember making being one of the members who said, yes, Peter, take care of it. So, I don't know. I don't know about the check. I didn't sign it. I don't sign all
We need an investigation, we do, we need an investigation.
But I will say one thing,
Figure out what's going on.
The check went for office furniture for the building. That's,
Absolutely.
yeah,
All right. Okay,
Even though he did sign it.
just look into it.
we had,
Now, can we,
I'll get, here's your answer.
oh, okay.
We had one check for $12,065. That was a down payment check. That was cut on 12/18/15.
Oh, wonder who signed that, Mr.
One.
Doles?
Don't know.
Oh,
Then
wow.
we had,
Now you're backtracking, pal.
No, you know, it's 12, 15.
then we had the balance,
8 months ago, 9 months ago.
then we had the balance that was cut on 1/27/16.
I'd like to see the smart guy in the audience remember every check he signed for last year.
So
Exactly.
there were checks in two time frames. One was 12/18 and one was 1/27/16.
Okay, so if I signed a check on
He might have
127,
signed one and he might have signed the other.
right, but my question is, since the procurement policy wasn't met, and it was only one quote, I'm trying to understand why there was such turmoil with respect to the courts. Can you answer that, Mr. Doles?
No, we're on this is what.
Because you signed one check in
We're on
December,
furniture.
but you didn't,
No.
and you didn't complain about that one.
Let's do this. Let's ask David Hoover to come in here. Let him start doing an investigation.
Call him up, call him up, I'm
Not with
ready.
your nonsense.
Call him up, I'm ready.
A real investigation as to what's going on with the office furniture. Who's who knows who?
I made
Are
my
anybody
point.
friends here? Is there any relationship? What's going on with this office
I
furniture?
made my point.
You made your point. Okay. Let's go and figure out.
Mr. Doles, you really wanna go in there with the friends and family thing? I don't
Yeah, we
think
do.
so, you know?
Yeah.
Listen, gentlemen,
Let's go on with friends and family.
let's move
No,
on.
you wanted to go, let's
move
go on, we
on.
can do this.
You know, I would
We can go on.
like
You
to
can sat there.
discuss.
No, listen,
We
I
can
don't
go
mean-
on.
what do you
Well,
mean?
Peter,
Peter, let me ask you one other question. You mentioned before that we spent 24,000, but those two checks total over 30,000.
No, they don't. 12 plus 12, the last time I did.
You just said it was 18.
No, I said it was on 12,
Mike, we need you.
December 18th,
12/18.
a check for $12,065.
It was the date.
And what was the?
Mike, we need you.
27,
We need you.
There was the check for the other half of that.
Okay,
That's what he said.
okay, my mistake, I apologize.
And you know what, let's just realize one thing here. You know, there's been a lot of battling back and forth,
A little
and
bit.
you know what? There's been worse on the inter-office communications, and I don't agree with it, and you know I don't get involved with that nonsense. But if we're all gonna sit here and call each other names, I think, like I said, is an open session the other month and then closed thing the other month after before that. I just think we gotta get a little bit past it. I mean, you know what? Not everyone gets along. I mean, Tony, you've been on our boards before and volunteered your time for the town, and I respect that, and you probably didn't get along with everyone there either.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you got your job
the
done.
board ran smooth, Jerry, and there was a lot of leadership there that
Okay.
made things run smooth.
Okay, but you know what? With all due respect, I think you have as much hand in this as anyone else, where maybe we could just stop calling each other names, we get the job done, and I understand that we're gonna have differences, but, you know, Ms.
Jerry,
McGinn, once again, to say family, Harley doesn't have any family that works for the town. There's no way you're getting this nonsense from.
I'm just saying, he's throwing
He might
that
have
out
had a
there
friend or
like
two
there's
that he
some
hired.
family relation here,
No, but I mean, he has no family,
there's
Mike,
plenty
he has no family that worked for the town. Anyone who did that's his family was an elected official once a while back. That's a fact, just like you were elected.
We'll talk afterwards, Sheriff.
Okay.
Let's move on,
All right,
let's move on.
But when you start calling each other liars and knuckleheads and everything else, we gotta get away from that. Because I think it makes us all look like knuckleheads.
Let's move on.
And I said all of us, not.
Let's move on. The hour's late.
Move on.
Listen, I'm gonna go to new business and say, let's bring up H, Code Red project.
What about the privilege of the floor, the second one?
We're gonna have it, we're gonna have it.
She was next. Can I just do G? It was already discussed.
We
I
already
make a
discussed
motion. I know.
He's going new business.
I
Can't
know it's
discuss.
discussed. I said it. I make a motion that we okay a $295 cost for Kate Triano, who is the planning board ZBA secretary, to take looks like a 6 hour 45 minute introduction to Excel course, because it appears from even what Audra said, and Audra is not an instructor in computer technology, but she does recognize in her mind, and I also feel that Kate doesn't get the Excel concept, as Peter even said. So I don't think the town would be throwing bad money, $295 to educate someone in computer Excel spreadsheet workshops.
Didn't we discuss having the
I thought we
IT
discussed
guy,
that. Yeah, the IT guy was gonna,
having
free.
him
And
maybe
then
work with her and let's try that first.
I would like to okay the educational request, because it's here now.
and
And
I'd
I'll
like,
talk to Kate. Wait. I won't call Kate an idiot or call her a liar.
no,
I'm gonna talk to Kate tomorrow. All right, I'm not gonna call her knucklehead. I'm
no,
gonna talk to her tomorrow, say, you're not gonna take the course, you're gonna go talk to Peter and Audra again, and IT man, Mr. Paul, and you're gonna try and work this out ahead of time, and if you can't, then the board will say, go take the course, and you better start understanding it. In those words, okay? Because she's gotta get it one way or the other. And I say that in a nice way, but
Well,
she's gotta get it.
like you said, I'd like to see them try to work with it first, see if we can do that,
December 18th.
I wasn't there.
Okay.
I wasn't, December 14th was my last day. I didn't sign the check.
Okay, maybe I did.
You did, I didn't sign the check.
I'm sorry if I signed it, I didn't
No,
remember
no.
signing.
That's
All right,
fine.
listen, I just made the motion, can I get a second for Kate to get an educational course? Tony wasn't on, yeah, it would have been me,
No, I
it would have been
wasn't
me. Okay,
Alright, let's move
call
on
me a name
past
now,
that,
call me a
please.
name.
But I did,
I don't remember every check I've ever signed in my life. Did you second it for me, Harley?
I seconded.
Okay. I think it's money that could be spent, less than $300, and I'll encourage and make sure she doesn't take it unless it's absolutely necessary when all other options fail. I think that's reasonable.
Yes, yes, no.
Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. Well, that's.
I want the
With
IT,
certain people not
I
getting it,
want,
and
no,
other
I want the
people
IT guy to
You know, if
go.
there's any other department person, they get it. I wonder why she doesn't.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I don't know. Well, you should see the email she gets about these, how people are after her. And then you'd understand why I said that. And I'll show you the emails.
We can't talk about that. We spent $25,000 to HR, Human Resources, to do these investigations. We can't talk about this. We spent $25,000, so let's not talk about it. Good.
I'm done. I gave it a shot.
Oh, okay.
I gave it a shot.
So where do you want to go, Mr. McGinn? It's all yours.
Alright, how about we do we move on to, let's see, how about Association of Towns and Villages, when we Association of Towns, when we approve the dues? I'll make a motion, we pay the dues,
And how much the
every
dues?
year,
Oh, here,
Like what,
see.
$1,500?
whatever it is.
So
We join it every year, right?
They skipped
Yes.
it.
Alright, so,
Joining it every year, God knows how many.
yeah, so, we get a lot back from them,
Harley said,
obviously,
don't worry about it.
you know, you wanna be part of the OT. So I make a motion, we, is it 1,500, is that what it is, Peter?
I don't remember if that's exact numbers, I wouldn't quote them.
Who put this in, do you know? Anybody?
1,500. It's on-
Supervisor's office
It's in
put it
here.
in.
There's a letter from the Association of Towns.
It
This
is
will be
15, right?
2017 dues will be
1,500.
1,500.
When's
I
that
make,
due?
I make the motion, we pay the 1,500 join as we have for years and years and years.
Second, Gentlemen?
I think it's a good investment.
Call the question, let's call the question.
Good investment, and I've learned a lot from this department, and also it does help us go down to the Manhattan meetings and be part of the educational seminar for a weekend.
There's a lot we pick up on that.
Yeah.
So, 1 second.
Harley, want to call the question?
Regarding the comment, that's not because of the association. Is this the Association of Towns for New York State or the county?
State.
I agree. Call the question, aye.
Aye.
Now talking about education. We have a
Gentlemen,
request from the assessor. I guess we're gonna say no to the request, assessor's request also.
I think we should.
It's already passed.
gentlemen, if I may,
8:22, it's gone.
I'd like to bring up Code Red. We had spoken about it
please.
before.
That will be a delight.
Code Red is one of the things that I picked up at the Association of Towns meeting. It is a system that will send out email blasts not only on the computer but on cell phones, and it can do it in over 40 different languages. I wanted to do this not just for the town, but I've also spoken to the village of Monroe, the village of Harriman, and the village of Curious Joel, all of which said that they would like to get together, have a presentation to see what it would cost, and to possibly join in so we can have an absolute town-wide system that would alert all residents in their language of storm events, special events, email blasts. It can even do what the village of Monroe does as far as the calling to check on seniors to see if they're all right on a daily basis. It can do all of that and much, much more. And what I would like to do is to have all representatives from all three villages come. I would like to have a demonstration put on during one of our town meetings. Gentlemen, what do you say?
I agree. I support it wholeheartedly.
2 in the morning?
Then Tony can't. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I'm gonna hit you in the butt.
That's.
Turn off the
Rick,
camera.
so what Rick, you want a motion to line up that?
I would
I'll
like
make the
support from the town board so I can set this meeting up
And look
with
at
the
this, the
village.
towns of Hamburg, Cortland, all these,
All right,
all
so
these
you're making
places
that
throughout
motion?
Peekskill.
All right,
I'll make
second.
the motion.
I think Rick already made
I
it.
made it.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So gentlemen, so I can make that appointment,
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
that's what we're doing, so you wanna vote on that?
Aye.
I'll back you up on that, Rick.
Second, I'd like to discuss, a quick discussion about the garbage contract and put out an RFP,
What about
We're
it?
waiting for that.
What about it?
okay? Can we
Sorry,
get
what about
the- What about it?
Yeah.
We have to get the,
Okay, no, you need the.
we need the RFP done.
You need an RFP.
Right.
Oh,
We
We
need
should
the
also use
RFP
the old
going.
bid specs or
The
some
old-
kind of numbers and numbers of pickups and all that, right?
Yes, and I've already spoken to the village of Monroe as well as the village of Harriman. They would like to see that go out, and we can get a multi-year contract. Let's see what kind of specs we get out. I'm hoping that Morangi would be in the running, but I'd like to see what else is out there as far as garbage pickup for the town and the other two villages.
What did we do last time? Did we just put out
We
a,
put out an RFP.
all right, with the RFP, what was there? And Mary Ellen, you got the old RFP or?
Bid specs is about that thick,
Yeah, okay.
and they're in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
I don't have them.
That was, just so everyone knows, that was designed by, or taken off the old bid specs and then revolutionized by the board back in, what year now, and Langdon Chapman did a lot of work in making it almost onerously in favor of the town and.
That was Langdon
the-
Chapman, he's the
yeah.
county attorney, right?
Yeah, he is. But anyway,
So the county attorney, by the way, just wanted, because I know that.
Yes, he is.
I know that somebody had recommended that he was fired, disbarred, and jailed. That's the
actually,
same Langdon Chapman, right?
Can we stick to,
So let's stick to the subject.
Mr.
subject is that we
He's the
have a
county
bid,
attorney.
Yes, he is.
Stick to the subject.
Okay.
We have that.
One of your friends mentioned it, by the way, that he should be
All right, good.
fired,
That's
disbarred.
great.
One of your good buddies, I
All
saw
right,
you
all right.
shaking hands with him the
Maybe
other
you
day.
need to go take a
Uh-huh.
time out. Get
Yeah.
Okay.
yourself.
Yeah, maybe you should,
Go take a time
maybe you
out.
should put him in jail.
Maybe we should have
Maybe
a
we'll
shot.
see- maybe we'll see
Can we
what
go on
happens.
somebody?
Like that.
We'll see if
Yeah,
that
I got the click,
All
I
right,
got it.
hey,
Gentlemen,
Gentlemen, a good bid spec that I think we should look at and use as even maybe some kind of structural template for what gets designed for this one. I will also say that I have spoken with Mr. Morangi and his rep, and they did say they know it's kind of an onerous task. They wanted to just let the town know that if they can't, and not saying we can't, but if there's a problem with it, because they know from the local stuff how much we have on our plate here. If it comes down to a problem, they would be willing to extend one more year at the same rate they get now, which is probably gonna be a little more of a loss for them, but they would cover the town for 1 year because they've had a long relationship with the town, if we can't get it done.
May I ask
by the
a
end of this year.
question?
Yes.
Would our past attorney, town attorney, have a copy of it?
I'll ask them.
You look for the bid specs
I'll ask-
or the,
For sanitation?
but you look for the bid specs or the contract?
Well, yeah, that's right, that is two different.
Both.
Are they both out there?
They're both out there. The contract I can get my hands on.
Okay,
The bid specs I cannot.
okay.
We've tried to get our hands on the bid specs. I
But
have the garbage.
the
contract
Bonnie
somewhere.
law firm should have a copy of those from a couple of years ago.
I'll ask for it.
Could you?
Yes, I will.
All right, let's see if we can get a
Hopefully they
copy.
kept it, you know.
Yeah, they may even have it on on
Yeah.
their computer drive, and then they would
Okay,
just run up.
I'll ask tomorrow or when, or the next.
That'd be great. All right, so why don't we wait for that, and then we'll put that RFP out right away.
Okay,
Good idea.
Gentlemen?
good idea, Rick.
You had something for the architecture review and the,
Okay, now, this is another issue. Last meeting, as you may have tuned in and stayed awake for, everyone, I had put out a proposal that we would put on the next ballot during the election to vote if we should purchase Ed Times, the current building that is now housing Town Hall. I've had a discussion with a number of board members here, and I've come to the conclusion that the best thing to do, by the advice of many board members, is to get an architect and the engineer together, take a look at the building, and give us an amount of money it would cost to retrofit the building to what we need as far as the courts and the town hall, and give us a price. In other words, how much would it cost if we purchased this building, what would be the purchase price or thereabout, and how much it would cost to retrofit the building. This way, when we go to the town and we put it on a referendum for the town folk to bid on, to vote on the fact if we should buy the building or not, we would have a cost breakdown of what it would cost to have that building and retrofit it
Renovated.
or renovate it. Gentlemen,
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a motion?
I'll make that as a motion.
And is there a not to exceed, or? you
I
just-
would say that we should put out, gentlemen, what do you think about 30,000 on that?
yes, that sounds good.
Nick,
And
that's your
an
suggestion. I'll go
That's my
along.
suggestion right now.
You seconded, Jerry?
I'll second the motion, and I just want to say that, did we do something, and I think Tony had brought it up about some problems that were with the parking lot and curbing and different things.
There's a punch list.
Tony brought
Yes,
up.
there's a
So I
punch
think
list.
we also have allocated some money for that at a previous meeting. So that's something we should push to.
Right, well,
I'm just
I want to
saying
get, I
it's
want
all
to
good.
get a complete, how much it's going to cost, parking lot, whatever we have to do. And then this way, when we go and we do put a bid on that building, we can either, we'll have a better position to negotiate that on.
All right.
Okay,
And
good
Rick-
idea, Rick.
And Rick, there's another point there regarding the, quote, the punch list. The punch list is generated by the Village of Monroe Building Department. In the case of TMAC, TMAC is under the jurisdiction of the building inspector of the town of Monroe. You would have to decide and look at and see, think, which is the best? Are we going to be under the building inspector's jurisdiction for the Village of Monroe, or are we going to maintain the same type of autonomy that we have here at TMAC and the rest of the buildings that we own, not only in the unincorporated part of the town, but outside of the unincorporated part of the town as well?
Well,
The only problem with that now, Harley, is that
don't
until
own
we
the
actually
building.
own the building, like I said last month,
that's right.
reiterating, we are still under the auspices and control of
Because
their,
we do
of their
not-
building inspecting department. And once we purchase the building, then I would push, and I hope they would respect, because we do with them, intermunicipal immunity.
Then that would become a different issue, because then we would own the building, and then it would be under
At
the.
that point.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Yeah, but what comes into play is the purchase price then.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Which we haven't locked in, but there was a parameter they had put forth when we were making the lease with an option to buy, Tony. And Peter might remember numbers better than me right now. I'm having a tired day at this point. But I think it was 2.6 or something in that area.
All right, let me
But
just throw something out here.
the money we spent will be will be part of that price.
All right, so we get this architectural review done, and then you come back with a number.
Right.
And we know what we're leasing it for.
Right.
We have a buy price, which we assume is negotiable. All right, so at that point, and we're not at that bridge yet, but we're gonna have to discuss who's gonna negotiate with the owners. And I would strongly suggest that it not be anybody on this board, that we retain either a real estate attorney or a real estate person, and have that person engage in the negotiations based on what those numbers are.
I have a better suggestion, Mike. I suggest we have Harley and Tony negotiate. Beat 'em all.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we
be that
negotiated
as
a
it-
pretty good price.
be-
That's why the public,
Be that as it may.
I think they'll run out with any price we give them, just to get away from that.
Let's look at our numbers and-
Okay, we'll drop the price $5 million. Get out of my office.
How are you gonna,
I'm sorry.
how are you gonna
Well,
make?
So we're gonna vote on this motion about the retaining, putting the RFP out?
Call the
call the
question.
question?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, if we're gonna have the architect, are we gonna have to put out an RFP for that?
Is that, how are you, for an RFP, is this a?
Yes, an RFP for the architect. We're gonna have to put out an
You
RFP.
approved that, you approved that back in February.
But that was for.
But that was
Tony
just
brought
to
up.
get an architect. I don't think we chose an architect.
Well, first you gotta solicit.
Right, and we gotta put in our
You have to
application.
put something together.
All right, Mary Ellen's saying that we never put anything out.
It was never put out.
It was
You,
not-
you approve to have an architect do exactly what you're asking, just go out for an RFP for an architect
No
to
ifs,
do
no
exactly
ands,
what
no
you're
buts.
asking.
So you could write up a notice that the town is
They ask for
soliciting an
99 bids
architect
and you
to
get a lump sum.
evaluate building.
Yeah, oh, sure.
Write that up and put it out there, and then you'll get some proposals from the architect.
And we can use the town
Then you can
engineer.
interview and you can decide which is the one that you feel comfortable with working with.
And at that point, we can bring in the other departments, especially the
I think what Mary Ellen's
court.
kind of saying is who are we going to have do this RFP?
Who's gonna write it?
Yeah, I think that's what the question is. And I guess based on that, I guess we might as well ask the town engineer to write the RFP for it, because he's the only one qualified to do it.
Sounds good.
Unless Mr. Nugent has a previous architectural request template up his sleeve that he wants to pull out and use,
Well, we could always look, and then if you want to work with the engineer, we can provide whatever we have, and just.
Do you have one that?
We may have something, I mean, it's a professional service, all we really need is the description of the work is the main thing, because it's not a bid, it's an RFP, so you're looking for a quote for specific work.
Right. So what do we want to do?
All right, so
You can authorize our office and the engineer to, prepare the RFP.
Okay.
together.
I'll
We'll
send,
do that.
I'll,
You wanna do
want
that?
to add that into your motion there?
I'll
Rick?
second, yeah, we'll lay that to the motion then.
Okay.
All right,
Or do you want to make a second?
we'll make, you wanna make a second motion? Make it so it's, all right. To have our attorney and the engineer put together to have our attorney put together an RFP for an architect to work with the engineer.
No. I think it's to have our attorney consult with the engineer.
Consult with the engineer.
To put out an
Produce an
RFP for an
RFP.
architectural review.
For an
Right.
architect.
So you want to go with that?
I
Yes.
second your motion, Ray.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have to put a price on that or not really?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we'll wait until we
Okay.
get back.
All right?
All right, you want to call the
Call the
question?
question?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item.
I bring up one quick thing about the
Listen, we got
garbage.
3 things we all agree.
Super thing.
Let's see.
With the garbage contract, we had an issue months ago, and I know the weather is still hot, but it's gonna change soon.
Yes, it will.
I would like to ask the board for the next meeting to consider taking the bid that was put forth by Morangi Carting for, I believe, 18,000 and change, to go around the town, and there's several sites and roads to pick up garbage and debris, and get rid of it, we don't, that's including carting. And that way we get a chance to clean up some areas before the frost comes, and John's struggling because he's out there with the leaf guys, his guys getting the leaves out of the drains and everything. I think we should do that, maybe at the next meeting, think about that, all right? Because the volunteers, I took a ride with
how much did it cost
some
us?
today, the volunteers aren't able to keep up with it, and the debris I saw out there, you don't want, and I'm not being funny, you don't want a layperson out there get hurt as I'm trying to lift up these big things and move them. Some of them are sharp metal and everything else, and it might be better to go with the price for next meeting.
How much was it?
It was 18,000 and change.
Last
No, he had the bid in earlier this year, and the board wanted to wait and let some of the volunteers maybe do it, but I don't think, it doesn't seem to have happened.
All right.
Thanks.
So we'll talk about that.
We'll talk about it next meeting, but just so you're not taken by surprise.
Okay. Next item is the KJ parking lot request. This is something which we had spoken about at the last town board meeting. The gentleman had, the town board members wanted to see the area that was in question. This was a request from the Village of Kiryas Joel on a piece of property which the Department of Transportation owns, that the Village of Kiryas Joel leases. Again,
It's right next to a current
right.
Place where they're parking buses right now, I believe,
And
right?
the request was because there's going to be, even though the Department of Transportation owns it and it's leased by the village, because it's in the town of Monroe, the village needs from the village of Monroe, sorry, the town of Monroe, a letter saying that it has no objection. This was something which had been brought up a couple of weeks ago.
So this is totally DOT property, there's no
Yes.
town liability involved, if a bus catches fire,
That is correct.
people crash, burn, die, there's no.
It's just in the town of Monroe. To the extent whatever the liability is, that is in the town of Monroe, that's it.
Concur with that? That there's no liability to the town if anything happens in that parking lot? That's my only concern.
If it's not town property, there wouldn't be any liability.
Even if we gave our.
You're only really saying you don't object to them.
It's an intent issue, that's all.
It had been done in the previous times,
Aye.
instances where the DOT requested it.
Yeah.
This is just another request.
What are the specifics on how you
I have it right here.
You got it. Give me it. All right, here we go. Let's see. I'll make a motion that the town of Monroe lets it be known that we concur with the Village of KJ intent of amending the DOT UNO permit number 82295 as detailed in the village's attached letter in order to use the property in the new manner they've chosen, as they also will be under DOT. It's a DOT parcel inside the town limits, but it's something they're using for parking and relief of overflow of parking. It's just us agreeing that they can do it. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next one is, and gentlemen, you can do this now, but, or wait until the
I'll
next.
make a motion we table because it's already late.
It has to do with a gentleman from 31 Jupiter Drive. I just need authorization.
Second that motion to table it.
Is this a time-sensitive issue?
It has to do with the sidewalk replacement.
Oh, that one? Yeah, right.
No.
We're obligated, we have a responsibility under the, call the question to
The table this, what?
table this 31 Jupiter Drive sidewalk
You
replacement.
want to table that one? Mike?
Table it to the next meeting.
What letter is that? Because I'm looking at well-tested.
It's-
It wasn't,
it's
somehow
not.
this one was not, it was in 2 weeks ago
It's
under.
in the 829 packet.
Yes,
Right.
it got overlooked, or whatever. Not done.
It would be just to authorize John Sherney to go out and get a bid on what it would cost to replace the sidewalks, which the town of Monroe is obligated to in those areas
Instances, yeah.
where during the time that there was development, the town took responsibility on repairing or replacing the sidewalks.
In certain areas.
Just let Mr. Sherney go out and take a look.
I'll make a motion, we have the highway superintendent go out and look at this,
We got a motion to table it, so.
Well, you don't.
Listen, I thought we were going into this well testing
No,
requirement
it's
law.
a different issue.
No,
So you
That's
withdraw
what I
your
was-
motion?
Yeah, because I thought it was Friday, that's what I thought we were doing.
no, we don't
Okay.
have to go on.
So we'll have John go out and look at it and get a bid to replace the sidewalk and follow the procurement policy of the town in order to do the work we're responsible
Thank you.
for.
Did the gentleman, Mike, did you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion
Okay, thank you.
to table that.
All right,
Do I have a second for the sidewalk thing?
second.
Call the question.
Aye.
Forget about the well testing requirements, seasonal.
Okay.
Uh,
Highway? We
You
did
did
that
that.
already? We did that already.
How about if we call it Tuesday morning?
How about OC Municipal Planning Federation Annual Dinner?
What?
The last object, item.
I don't have.
I'll make a motion that we approve Audra Schwartz and Mary Bingham to attend the education classes. And the only reason I'm leaving you two guys out is we have a meeting that night.
Okay.
Oh,
Call the question.
that's the Federation Annual Dinner, right?
Aye.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
What about this Pitney Bowes machine?
Oh,
that's important.
yeah. That is
Which
for
night was
Peter,
The mailing.
help me out. This is for the mailing machine. There were two that had come up. Peter, you have the paperwork on this?
The mail machine has gotta be 2004, 2005, okay? A lot of people think that I'm in charge of purchasing this machine. I didn't do it. The bookkeeper did it the last time. I thought we owned the machine, lo and behold, we leased it, and I really didn't pay much attention to it. We need a new mail machine. We are calling the company all the time. This past time we called him, he walked in and he said, I can't believe that nobody ever swapped out or got you guys a different machine. This is so obsolete. We can't even get parts for it anymore.
And,
Oh, my God.
and it goes out at the end of this year.
Benjamin Franklin.
It's finished.
It's finished, so,
Finished. They will not support it after.
This is for the lease of 200 and,
no, it's not for 200 and something. The 200 and something is a refurbished machine. For $60 more, we get a brand new machine.
okay.
I think we did very good. We made that mail machine last a long time. So, my opinion, I'm not one for refurbished, not for something
Mary
that
Ellen,
I'm
if
running
it's-
11,000 tax bills.
Mary Ellen, if it's 60 more, then the monthly would be 260, 371 plus 60 then.
Yeah, so it's 60, the refurbished machine is $60 cheaper, so my opinion is I don't see the sense of leasing the refurbished machine.
What's the price, Mariel?
I'm trying to get to the
Oh, sorry.
paperwork and the
320,
tracking.
371. Mary Ellen, that would be $60 in addition to the 260, 371.
The lease, wait, that was the bill quarterly. So basically what we were asking to do is for us to get the new machine and lease it again, not buy it. And it's through Pitney Bowes again. There it is, and that's not the, no, the price is $303. That's the refurbished price, the $283. It's like $303. I just looked at it today. It's somewhere in this.
No,
That's the same.
Mary Ellen, I have here for this 263, 71 for the refurb. If we
Right.
got 60, it's 320, 371.
Yeah, it's over three. Yeah, $60 difference. I
Can we
know
do
that.
not to exceed 320, 371 as a motion for this item then?
Yeah, I think it comes to $909 quarterly. So,
909 quarterly, they want the payment?
Council, can we do a not to exceed 320, 371, which would be $60 in addition to what the refurbished monthly lease rate would be?
Yes.
All right, listen, I'll make the motion that we authorize the supervisor to sign the lease agreement.
And that is for,
I'll second. Is that with the money attached to it, or are we looking at just an agreement and then the money's a second motion? What are we doing, Mike?
Well, we're doing 263.71?
Is that it?
323.71 for the new,
$60 difference.
323.71?
263.71 for the refurbished, 323.31 for the
New.
new.
All right,
So we
makes
want the
sense.
320. You want the 320.
Mary Ellen?
323.
The 323, I don't believe in the refurbished.
Okay.
That would be
Any further
that close to
discussion?
price, right?
This is, and it's not much more than, believe it or not, the increase, it really isn't that much more than what we're paying now.
Mary Ellen, if I throw the words bulk mail at you, would you promise not to yell at me?
Well, promise not to yell at you, I know we had this, it was brought up today again. It has a lot to do with Westchester, going down to Westchester.
Okay.
You know, I will make you this promise, Jerry, for budget time, I will look into it. I'll ask Alex to start doing the research. But I do know that the permit, we have to go down to White Plains. Somebody, I don't know if it would have to be me or what. Somebody has to go to White Plains, and I really don't understand the whole, but we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ellen.
Mary Ellen, if a piece of mail is sent from here across the street, it goes all the way to Westchester, gets routed back to Newburgh and then here.
That's the way they want, yeah.
Doesn't go to Newburgh, it goes to
Goes
White
Westchester.
Plains,
My plane's
to
are back.
Muncie, and then back up here.
Okay,
So, what does that have to do with picking vote?
okay,
So we-
so we had the money number in the motion,
Yeah,
323,
323,
31.
Can we vote on this?
I
yes.
seconded it, I'll second it.
Call the question?
Aye.
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 I
Listen,
have,
I want to make a motion, we have to go into executive session, discuss an employee matter that we discussed previously at the last meeting, also an executive session.
Okay.
Mike,
Why, do you have something else?
Yeah,
Can I vote
what
on
about
these two
the
things
second
next week,
public?
next time? Keep in mind two things. Dow Bus is requesting a bus garage, which they requested for the past years, even before, I think the old supervisor buses did it. To keep the ice and snow off the buses actually protects the investment. And we only get so many buses every so often from the government. So if we let our buses get all mangled in the elements, we got a problem, because we use them very heavy. And also.
Salt too.
And the salt too, and also replace a 12-year-old copy machine to get a new one with PDF capability. Something to think about, because we still haven't fixed that problem yet. They don't have the capability.
Okay, I just swore that we took care of
We
that.
had promised the audience for public comment if they wanted it. Whoever is here, that seems to be reasonable.
I would
two
say,
entry.
I would say, I'd make a motion that we pass on the public comment. We've had enough public comment, let's go to executive session and discuss what we need to.
You got elected to have public comment.
I respectfully request
Listen,
that you allow me to speak.
Gentlemen, didn't we have,
Yeah.
why are we having public comment 2 or 3 times a meeting?
He's making up for what he didn't do last year.
Let's go in executive session, that's my motion, and let's,
That's actually a positive comment.
Only way
you
can
He's
okay, so,
I'll second it.
okay.
But I want to say to the public, if we have 3 members who will be willing to stay, once we do the business Mike's talking about, if 3 people come out and want to stay, I'll stay for public comment if you want.
How long is it gonna take?
I don't know.
How many people do you have?
No, I'm talking about how long is it gonna take for you guys to go next
He has
door
a
and bullshit?
2-minute comment.
I got a 2-minute comment,
That's
if
all he
nobody
has,
else.
and you want
I'll
him
second Councilman McGinn's motion.
I knew you would.
did.
democracy
You did?
at work, yeah, we see
So we
that.
gotta call the
Mr. Goldstein,
question.
only 2
Aye.
minutes?
That's mine. That's all I got.
No.
I got 3 minutes.
Aye.
Got
I will sit here if you want to do the public comment. We have more here.
I'm not leaving.
All right.